going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now, back onto the homepage, if you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel, all these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now, also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sleep Talk Now. On today's show, we will talk about melatonin, and we'll talk about NyQuil and all sorts of things that put people to sleep within a half an hour of the show. I'm kidding. Ahmed giving you a little crap, but that's funny. Anyway, I saw that in the comments while the intro is going on, and I said to myself, that's pretty hilarious. I put some people to sleep. Well, how about this? I probably put people to sleep maybe 3 or 4 hours into it. You know, let's face it, right? All right. I think it is awesome that we have a great turnout before the show starts. Originally wanted to start right on time. As you guys know, sometimes there's that fluctuation when it comes to that. But nonetheless, we got a great show lined up for you guys tonight. So smash that like button if you haven't done so already. And isn't it funny? I just want to state this, maybe not funny, haha, but maybe a little bit of that too. That, how many people bashed like some of these particular, ISO tokens and so on, making fun of the community. They just want people just want to hop on the bandwagon and go after communities and so on. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, I don't go after other influencers for the most part, but I actually go after a whole community just because we want to try to get generational wealth. That's ridiculous. But yeah, as you guys know, on the 20th, which was basically yesterday, all the talk and so on. And it's like, do you not realize XTC did really well? And of course, today, XRP doing real well, and I pointed some of these things out, and some people were like, well, what's the big deal? I'm not into XRP for it just to go up, 10 or 20 cents. I'm into it for $20, the guy said. So I had to reply back for it. And I was like, yeah, well, how about this one? I'm actually not into XRP for $20. I'm actually into it for $10,000. And of course, some people think I'm crazy, but obviously we're not the only ones, right? Whether you're into XRP for 1,000, 10,000, whether you're into quant for 100K, or you see it becoming the first $1 million coin. Yes, we're aware of Bitcoin going to 69K on 11/11/2021. But the key thing is with what, guys? With no utility. If quant with a lower supply of a little over 14 million of the QNT in circulation, right? And we're almost close to 100%. 100 plus blockchains, interoperable, 15 SDKs. What about quant? Is all I'm saying. And I think you guys understand where I'm coming from too. All right. Let's go ahead and get into the comments. Thank you so much for being patient with everything on the agenda tonight. Smash that like. Let's start things off. I believe this is the first comment of the day. It's Sobo. Sobo, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you being here. If you did send me a message as of lately on the CTN site, I'll definitely get back to you. I see Rule Black got back to me. That's cool. But yes, thank you again, Sobo, fellow educator. Really appreciate you. Great person, part of our community. All right. Blackwood says XRP. Yes. Why we mentioned the XRP, guys? Well, we'll get through some more comments, but check this out. And you guys probably already know about this already. So we're going to go ahead and share this just to kind of reiterate it. What is he talking about, right? Especially some of you guys that may be new. So, CMC just real quick, right? I mean, XRP, look at that. This was, remember this, guys? About a week ago, we touched back just briefly, I believe 32 to 33 cents. So, I mean, if you're really going to be really conservative, we could say 34 cents. I mean, that's 12 cents up since then. And, just to give you a heads up real quick, let's check this out. Look at that volume. Now, why is there a bunch of volume? Well, when I get into more comments, we'll show you some of the juicy stuff here tonight. So with that said, smash that like. And you know what? If you really enjoy the show and you really want to go the extra mile, not saying I'm asking for super chats and stuff like that. All that stuff is great. But you really, really want to help this network. You want to help this community grow. You share this particular live stream. You get it out there on social media outlets, Twitter, maybe Twitch, Facebook, whatever the heck you use. More than appreciate it. All right. And by the way, circulating supply of XRP, 51% is out right now. All right. So I'm going to kick it. Sorry about that, guys. There's a weird, it's kind of like a mild storm, if you will, in my area. I know you're like, Phoenix has storms once in a while. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So I apologize. Let me double check to see if I am still here. I am. Thank God. I am back with you guys. There's just a little bit of a delay. I'm going to wait for you to catch up. And let's see. I do see I'm caught up, I should say. All right. Hopefully that doesn't happen anymore because that's annoying. All right. So just real quick, I'm glad that you're learning things from our community. You can't wait to hear more about quant. Very awesome. For all those again who just connected, smash that like. Space Chick, really appreciate that you want to learn about some of these particular things, right? And that, especially quant's my Obviously, people say my favorite, my number one. But why is that? We'll jump a little bit into more about that. But guys, I want to give Space Chick a plug. For one, as you know, you can do it through the CTN network site. We just gave that intro, so I'm not going to play that real quick again, but we'll do station identification again later in the show. But what I want to mention to you guys is, she's a really good content creator, very passionate about what she speaks about. You guys, for the most part, know I'm not really huge on meme coins and so on. Yeah, I hold Shiba Inu. Believe it or not, I do hold Volt. And that's the way I look at it, the last great meme coin. So if you want to hear more about her perspective on Volt and some of those particular ones, right? NGN Network, she talks about being a beta tester for MMAI. Obviously, you guys know that we used to, cover those particular ones. We would have loved to have been able to still cover that, but it is what it is, and I'm just going to leave it at that. But yeah, check her out. Space Chick _ crypto. She is approaching that 2,500 mark. And if anything, she also does live shows. She's really up into the community. I believe I saw you with, shout out to Crypto Latina, a few other people and so on. So, definitely check out her channel and give her a sub. Space Chick _ crypto. Thanks for being here, Space Chick. Keep up the good work. And if anything, we appreciate having you, part of our community, and especially joining us here tonight. So keep it up. All right, let's jump back in the comments. We will kick it into the actual show, I promise you. All right, so GS says, Brian, bet Crypto Hulk dropping F-bombs of joy. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing that. That's all right. Everybody has their own thing that they do, and that's totally fine. But GS, I'd like to welcome you. Blackwood, welcome you as well. Boomer F and Sooners in the house. Welcome to one of the sharpest looking guys in his avatar for his time of his service in the wonderful United States Navy. All right, let's go further down. Dang, you can't decide Dr. Pepper or coffee. Interesting. If Rain was in the house, or maybe Coochie Boy, I don't know if Coochie Boy calls it fat juice. It's Rain that calls it fat juice. That's right. But you're having a cup of coffee right now? Okay. All right. Brian Dowie, again, I'd like to welcome you. Always good to see you, Brian. Tim Shay's in the house. Thank you for being here. Rayan, good to see you. He goes, hey, what's up? I'm speaking. What's up? Do you all miss me? Yes, we miss you, Rayan, of course. River, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a moderator, especially on the forums. So people were wondering, when's the forums going to really get rocking and rolling? I sent some messages to one of the guys on our staff, and we're going to try to get that going. Cool Cat Crypto, welcome. The cat has entered. Some people were new to me may wonder why we always do this, because you know what? We need to do it because you know what? We got a great community. Without this community, we would not be we would not be where we need to be right now. All right. But yeah, Tim, like I mentioned, good to see you. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go further down, see if anybody has some specific comments. I want to make an announcement actually, just briefly while I'm doing this. Not this morning, but at 1 o'clock my time, I think it was 1 Pacific, 4 Eastern. Did anybody check out? You want to talk about bringing some fire? I have to review it later. Because I got some interruptions earlier when the nurses came to visit with my dad and so on. But how about this for size? I sent out a tweet, Crypto Lulu and Zach Rector. Are you kidding me? Fire and more fire. So I'm probably going to have to check out that replay later, but I was wondering if any of you guys saw it. I mean, those guys always bring the fire. Shout out to them. All right. Yeah, I had to highlight that when I was playing the intro. That's why I kept it, highlighted, but that's funny. Oh, man, that's cool. Michael Montclair with the wonderful Zara. Greed Index 62. Let's go. All right. I'm going to welcome April Cornwell. Hey. Good to see you. Glad to see more people are filtering in. If you just coming now, I guess this is the good time. Just going to be a few more comments. See who else is here. Surf My Life. I'd like to welcome you. Quant is the daddy of alts like Bitcoins. He. Yes. Thank you very much for that. All right. Let's see here. Coochie Boy says, I thought she was under house arrest. Brian, you must be talking about that crazy, what's her name? Caroline. Yes, it is. Caroline taking a spin on Larry's new bidet. Shout out to Larry. I miss him. I need to catch up with him. Maybe I don't know if we do it tonight. You know what? We probably won't do it tonight. Is Max going to do one of those types of streams? I got a lot, so might have to catch up with Larry tomorrow. So Larry, if you're watching, this probably will be a long one, man. I don't expect you to stay so long. All right, so let's see here. I think Max is starting to get upset. What? Over Caroline? I'm good. All right. Hey, look, it's Max. Yes, hello. Yes, it's me. Still looking a little rough around the edges. I will get that all taken care of. I need to go see my barber again and just kind of get cleaned up. Mario, is the Ledger Trust for the Corium airdrop safe using XR? I don't know. I don't hold Corium. Maybe somebody will have to ask that. Melatonin, yeah. Melatonin talk now, basically. Well, depending on... let's not go that degen right now. All right. You know what I'm talking about. All right. So, Brian Dowie, Tim, if you're not buying Larry's eye problem either, it's not... you know what, guys? To be for real, he actually does have a real eye problem. It's not some made up thing. So whether you're being sarcastic or not, it's a real thing. Okay. So I just want to throw that out there. All right. So let's see here. Oh yeah, you're messing around. All right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. You always mess around, so it's fine. All right. Just going to welcome a few more people. Patrick Collier. Yo, what's up, fam? Thank you for being here. Reb Parker. Hi from Nia Bay. Thank you for being here. I never seen you here before. So let's welcome, guys, Reb Parker. And we hope that you will want to become a regular and that you will be impressed with the research and the content, education, news that we bring you guys on this particular show. All right, Preston says, what about Yearn Finance? 96,000 all-time high almost 2 years ago. Yeah, I mean, scarcity. I get all that. It's just, it's kind of like a lot of things. It's like, it's not a lot of things. Like somebody else brought it up. Was it shout out to ISO Jetpack? We're looking into, was it Robotomics? I think it's called, that particular token. Expensive, right? But I mean, high rate of return if it goes to where it needs to be, especially in a bull run. I just think that on the risk to reward ratio on the initial investment, obviously there's a lot of other, altcoins for a lot less, and not just price but market cap, that it might be a lot better, at least on your wallet, and to I don't know, I guess you could say 10x 100x your money. But I mean, if you have the means necessary, I have nothing bad to speak on Yearn Finance. Did I take a deep dive into it? No, I took a little bit of a dive into it. I'm fully aware of it. But yeah, people do recognize it, and they feel as though, like, Max, like the consistent thing that people tell me is like, you don't understand, it's extreme scarcity. And I'm like, I get it. It's just, if I'm gonna throw, a few $1,000s at a project, I kind of want to load up a little bit more. But I definitely understand where people are coming from. Uncle Thursday, who said in the recording earlier today, I think he said, do you sleep or do you rest? I do. Sleep apnea is a problem, as you know. Apparently you've done the whole CPAP thing, but yeah, utility is king. Glad to see you here, Uncle Thursday. Nice looking hat. I did read it. It says U.S. Army. I believe it says retired. So thank you again for your service. That's awesome. All right. So if I skipped any comments, was on purpose. I'd like to welcome La Grande Commission. Oui, merci beaucoup. Quant we hit 5K in the next bull run. I think at least, yeah. Warriors Ride, Coach JV actually said the switch has been turned on. Yeah, that's awesome. All right. So yeah, great content creator. Kirk Angel, welcome to you. All right. I'm gonna kick it into the actual show because you guys have been waiting. I'm gonna highlight this one. And Uncle Thursday says, if the Maxis knew who owns the most Bitcoin and could turn it on or off if they want to remove all competing currencies to the dollar, they should be afraid. That's a good point. Actually, I will. This will be the last one. So he always has his greeting. I'm gonna do it for him. Hello, guten Tag. See Liechtenstein Exchange. Adjust me in the house. Yes, thank you for being here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. We are going to go ahead and kick it into the actual show. And, if anything, it's a combination of getting like juices flowing and so on. A lot of you guys already know this stuff. So shout out to Tokenizer. If you don't follow Tokenizer, that's like you're in the quant. You don't follow Greg Lunt. You're in the quant. You don't follow, um, Quant Papa. How about Tokenizer? He's definitely part of the Quant All Stars, and he's into some other projects and so on. And not only that, man, he is really like buffined up. I mean, he really looked like like a Bruce Lee type esque looking guy, and now he's like really working out like crazy. Anyway, I want to throw that out, but yes, you can give him a follow. You want to? Well, I thought you already followed him. I did. I was clean house on my Twitter, so I basically unfollowed a lot of people who weren't following me. So I went ahead and refollowed them. Look what's mentioned here. This is really good stuff. So it says checkmark if each project had a slogan describing their best features. Think about that for a second, and think about what is basically mentioned here right now. So, we know most of this stuff, but let's start off with Quant. Quant connect the world to any DLT. Yeah, right. Full interoperability. 100 plus blockchains. Quant makes 100 plus blockchains interoperable. Right. Think about some people are like, oh, great, he's going to start bashing meme coins. No, just hear me out. So, in meme coins in general, especially like some of the DGen ones out there and whatnot, it's like your hope is for that particular project to bridge to what? It's ERC20 based, to bridge to like Binance Smart Chain. And you know what? Maybe that's it. That's all they got. How about this? Quant, 100 plus of blockchains to be fully interoperable at scale, and it's blockchain agnostic. What are we talking about? Talking about Quant's Overledger. You guys talk about, for instance, MNW, right? Morpheus Network. In my opinion, if you're a big fan of VET, you should hold Morpheus Network. I know I don't hold VET or Morpheus Network, but that doesn't mean I don't recognize it. At the end of the day, I mean, are we really invested into 22,000 cryptos? No, but there's going to be some that you're into that I'm not, or that I'm into and that you're not. But I definitely still recognize Morpheus Network. But anyway, Central Logistics Communicator. How about this? Energy Web Token, Distributed Energy Grid Blueprint. I'm just going to show you guys some key highlights. I won't read them all. HBAR, obviously we covered that a lot. Listen to what it says on HBAR. To and by global enterprises. Casper, obviously we cover that. We have Casper news. And by the way, everything you see tonight is tagged. That's tagged has news coverage. So Casper, hybrid upgradable, future-proof DLT that can scale. That is modular. If you're wondering what's modular, well, you're building your own custom PC. You ever had a modular power supply? Think about it for a second. Think about it. All right. Some of you guys are in the custom Constellation DAG. How about this? Shout out to Mike Cornwell. He recently got into Constellation DAG, military standard cybersecurity. I'll add another one, XDC, military grade blockchain 4.0, right? Another one about XDC, digitizing trade finance operations, next era, right? Literally going into the next era. And by the way, we have some big news in regards to the next era. You want to stay tuned for that. So the next era of borderless finance, 80. I know some of you guys are like, Max, you got to do deep dive on 80. Please, I'll get around to it. Just you got to keep in mind, there's only some time in the day. I will get around to it. It is probably towards the top of the queue on the research. New paradigm for layer one architecture, right? LCX, we're always talking about that. The blockchain bank. It's going to be bigger than Binance at some point. But even if it wasn't, right? Let's say they even become just like a top 5, right? I have the thing at least $20 per LCX. Why is that? Because I understand in the future, LCX is definitely going to stand out from the perspective of what they bring to the tokenization of digital assets and so on. And they are really trying to be like regulated to the point where they're compliant and they appease just that, All right, a little bit more. How about this? We never talk. Well, I should say we never talk a little bit. IOTA, automation through transfer data. I'm going with this. Algo, right? One of those green blockchains. Bringing DLT to the future of academia. LeoX, part of, obviously, Quant's first ever QRC 20, right? Token that's on LCX. Integrating NFTs with the physical world. Obviously, XRP, value transfer at internet speed. My God. Flare, internal plumbing to connect the industry. What would your favorite project slogan be? And it's pretty cool to see these on this particular list, especially if I blow that up for you, right? I like this, and I was so impressed with Tokenizer making this, so I went ahead and basically retweeted. So pretty cool stuff to see that. All right, a little bit more for a particular coverage. I want to give a shout out to, believe it or not, I want to give a shout out to Edward Vinson, right? Top Shelf Crypto. Give him a follow as well. He's getting really creative with the AI or whatever he's using for this. So, you know how he always mentioned, shout out to Quant Papa if he happens to be watching right now. I don't know, with the time difference, maybe he's not. So everyone's always like, hey, I love it when they call me Quant Papa. Well, he got, messing around. He basically turned Gilbert Verdian, CEO of Quant, into the Quant Papa. So Quant Papa, Biggie Smalls, XRP Army, represent baby. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? Got to have a few good laughs at the same time. So thought that was pretty interesting to see Gilbert Verdian turn, in a combination of like Biggie Smalls, Quant Papa. That is hilarious. All right. We have another one for you. Hold on a second. This is pretty good stuff. Look at this. I mean, come on. Gilbert Verdian and Biggie Smalls. Really? Yeah. Quant Papa. All right. Let's do one more and we'll kick it back to the comments just briefly. I believe Brian Dowie shared this particular one. It is a particular announcement from Crypto Hulk. It was one day ago. It's only a minute and a half, but yeah, central bank caught using XDC. Interesting. I know a lot of you guys watch Crypto Hulk, so we'll give him a plug. Yeah, he kind of makes fun of a lot of content creators. Maybe you could throw me into that bus. I mean, not me specifically, but into that group. It's okay. I'll give it a benefit of doubt. He's got great knowledge that I can look beyond some of that stuff and not get all butthurt. All right. Let's play this minute and a half. We will kick back in the comments just for a brief bit. And then, if anything, we have a great outline here tonight. Smash that like, especially if you enjoy the content that we provide on a daily basis. Crypto Talk Now, live shows every single day, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, since April 18th. Is anybody else doing this? You know the answer to that. Here we go.
Cryptocurrencies. We love it. We want to get so rich, but which one do we pick? Well, right here, we have something called Project Coca. Okay, it's South Africa. It's a 60-page document that Crypto Hulk on my YouTube channel, I go over. I go over it in parts, not all at once. Project Coca. Why is this important? Because we're talking about cryptos, right? Guess what South Africa's designing? South Africa's designing their crypto. Guess who is making it? Do you see R3 Corda? Oh, yeah. Check it out right here. Got it. Proof. Okay. Also, R3 Corda worked on these different projects right here. Projects Inthenon, Lion Rock, Bank of Thailand project with Hong Kong Monetary Authority as well. Phase 3 of Project Jasper project. Canada. We got Canada tied in with this Jasper. We got the Project Jasper in Ubin right here. Singapore Monetary Authority right there. MAS. If you're going to get a crypto, I would also suggest XDC. Now, R3 has a Corda platform. That's their DLT. The crypto you want to look for and buy is XDC. I got the proof right here. This is Crypto Hulk. Watch my live stream on YouTube coming up in about 3 hours or so. Adios.
All right. Thanks to Crypto Hulk. Again, great content creator. Always glad to be able to share some of his particular snippets like that and so on, right? A little tease or taste of what's to come, especially on his particular live show. Yeah, he is right. How many times have we mentioned how big the the whole thing with XDC R3 Corda bridge and so on? We of course have some of those particular diagrams, and we did even a deep dive in regards to this, right? So I want people to understand, now you also see other content creators, they are showing that as well. I'm not saying I'm the first one, because I'm definitely not, but the whole point is the community is coming together and getting the word out, educating people about why that's so big. We get it. There's other particular blockchain projects out there that have bridges and so on. For instance, Stellar, Starlink and whatnot. Not bad, but when it comes to one that is the mother lode, if you will, for me personally, is having a broader understanding about that R3/4 bridge. So glad he pointed some of that out. You saw what's going on with XDC. I believe it was up over 40% within this last week. It's really, really performing well. All right, let's jump more back into some of the comments. Michael Cornwell, sorry. Michael Montclair says, yeah, so we all get Corium. Do you hold extra? I hold extra. I don't hold Corium. I don't think Corium is a bad project. I actually think it's good. It's just that for me at this point, I had to have a short list, especially with being in about roughly 50 different crypto projects. So for me at this point, it's just stacking what I have, to the exception of getting into, like, for instance, Elk, Rio, things like that. All right. If you're just connecting, smash that like button if you haven't done so already, before we just simply get this out to a broader base and get some people to join our community for they can learn about where the real generational wealth is. Not to say that you can't get, a decent amount of, or, make a good amount of money through some of these other ones, but we would like to get this out to more and more people. Mr. Lambos, Crypto Talk, says, what's up, CTN fan? Welcome. Magic Power, I might have only read your slogan or your greeting, but I also want to welcome you too. Cool Cat prefers his coffee black. Yeah, that was how my dad used to be. All right. So Joseph Ramuno, hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. All right. Bug Kahuna, aloha all. And I believe in that picture, let me see. You definitely looks like you served. So you got a South Korean flag in the background. You also have, I believe, American flag next to that. That's awesome, man. Thank you again for your service as well. I have the highest regard for people who serve currently, or if you're a veteran and so on. In our family, we definitely have plenty that have served. So thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. And so do most of us as well. All right. Let me get back into a few more comments. I don't want to lose my spot too much. We have some good problems here tonight, obviously. All right. So, Brian, I'm still awake. Yes. Welcome back to the AZ Marine Sniper. So, I'm also in Arizona. If you moved, I don't know. Yeah. But yes, Northwest Phoenix in the house, basically, for me. All right. So, Coochie Boy, any thoughts on the Chinese yuan maybe becoming the new world currency? So, I mean, I understand, some of these particular debates and so on. And I understand that we're also at threat. We talked about this before. If you look at GDP overall, the power rankings, right? So, the U.S. itself still ranks number one, but if you add the BRICS countries, it's right at our doorstep as far as GDP. Now, some people will say, well, what about the G7, countries and so on? I totally get that as well. But, when you, again, like yesterday and the day before, when you have countries, especially in South America, the whole thing like the petrodollar, if you will, where they're not paying anymore. Not all of them, don't get me wrong, not all of them. I'm not trying to get too controversial, but not paying with US dollars. And that used to be kind of like, as the saying goes, the world reserve currency. And you're seeing all these other particular things. It's like, what is not just the United States, but some of these other particular countries going to do? And of course, this is a whole big deep dive in itself. I don't think you just summarize it all in one thing, but I'm glad that you're obviously looking more into it. And I'm sure a lot of other people are, because, you need to, All right. Miguel, I'd like to welcome you. Edward Vincent gave you a shout out. Give Edward Vincent a follow on Top Shelf Crypto. All right. Ahmed 51 peeps, thanks. Smash the like button. Yeah, we're up higher than that. Let's see here. Let's see if there's any specific questions you guys got. My God, crypto. All right. Welcome back, Michael Santiago. All right. So if for any reason some comments get skipped, it's not on purpose, but I'll try to see which ones you guys have that you want highlighted. That needs to be answered. KK, welcome, KK. I would respect Hulk better if he did lines while he streamed. Oh my God. All right. Jesse Thomas, welcome back with a 1969 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. You the man, Max. Well, thanks, Jesse. You are too. I mean, come on. You got a car that's literally featured in the hit TV series that went away. I hope they do a spinoff, Animal Kingdom. Now, Cool Cat Crypto, I know you love Mandalorian, and I know you love to binge watch. But for anybody out there who's never watched Animal Kingdom, that show came to an end, I believe, last summer. Oh man, you're missing out. So what's his name? Boomer F the Sooners always quoting Johnny Utah. Utah, go get me two. In regards to Point Break, literally, Animal Kingdom is like Point Break, the TV show. I'm not kidding you. All right. No, we're not sponsored by any of this stuff. All right. I'm going to have to kick it back into the news. And let's go ahead and do that. So we have still quite a bit in line. Again, shout out to Edward Vincent for the funny stuff he basically shared with us. Cool stuff. Hope you do some more, man. Hope you do some more. That was really cool. All right. So, we're going to get into this right here. We're going to start things off with Jasmine. So we have quite a bit in regards to Jasmine. It's nothing like super juicy or anything like that, but it's definitely worth sharing, right? So did you know, and I know that you guys follow these, top influencers, if you will, but whether you're for him or against him, my thing is this. What is the key thing that we're trying to solve here? We're trying to get more and more people to educate themselves more about Jasmine. And, it's one of the most attractive risk to reward ratio cryptocurrencies out there. It's titled the Bitcoin of Japan. Why is that? Well, we have some of those particular answers, right? But if Matthew Perry, who has, I believe, close to 200,000, maybe he's already reached that, subscribers, he's obviously could reach a lot more people than we can. Maybe someday we get there. That'd be cool. But the key thing is he's a top influencer, and it's for Jasmine. So that's cool stuff. So just like it says, he's got close to 200,000 subscribers. He announced apparently yesterday he went all in on Jasmine, and I understand he's covered Jasmine before. I'm not going to mention this person's name because I'm not going to throw him on the bus. I don't do that. Some people mention he needs to just kind of know a little bit more on the research, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, he covers a lot of things. A lot of times people want us content creators just to cover everything. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of shill out some of your things. There's some good standout ones, some of them aren't. But you got to keep in mind some of those particular things, and I get it. But yeah, he announced yesterday, I don't know if it was on his live stream, I don't know if it was on a record, I imagine it was on a live stream, that he went all in on Jasmine. And I think that's super cool. I think that's awesome, because more and more people will start also coming into Jasmine. And let's be honest, guys, people will ape into Jasmine. No, am I saying for you to ape into anything? Absolutely not. When I tell you guys, we should all do more of our own research. Heck, we do research here every single night, right? Our community. We should do research, right? If you're on the cusp of getting into Jasmine, don't know nothing about it, I would not advise you or anybody, again, it's not financial advice, to ape into Jasmine or anything without knowing more about the particular project. But anyway, I want to make that announcement because to me, that's really cool. I like seeing that. On top of this, as we speak, I believe, this is as we speak, started 23 minutes ago. And you may be wondering, well, why don't you just go into it? Well, for one, I want to review it, and it's also the pace of flow and so on. But can I blow this up bigger? I mean, it's really big. Why can't I full screen this? Hold on a second. There we go. So, this right here, Jasmine friendly reminder, AMA today on Discord. It's at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. So basically, this started 25 minutes ago. And it is with Hara, right? A guy who the Fudders love to go after. They say he's fake and he has fake offices and all this stupid nonsense, basically. But he is the CFO from Jasmine Management. And I'm going to go in later tonight. I know some of you guys are like, do you ever sleep? Well, I'm going to go in later tonight. Let's try to review some of this, especially try to get the recorded version. And I want to see what kind of juicy stuff I can get. And if anything, I hope people have brought the fire and asked them some of the key questions, maybe like some about, some things about the offices, but not just that, but what are they looking to accomplish with Web3, in Web3, I should say. Are you aware of some of the things that were basically mentioned by the community? What is the path forward other than just kind of like the roadmap? Is there any new news? Just real good questions, right? So anyway, that's going on as we speak. And on top of that, speaking of the offices, right, I want people to understand, just like you see right here, and shout out to Zen Tech, right? He follows me, I follow him. So he has like basically like 3 pictures. People criticize the pictures that he's had. They say it's all made up. It's not real. I mean, it's crazy. So he says a wild Kazumasa Sato appears from the orange door, and then I've seen people say stuff like, well, you went out to some random office at like some place and you took pictures here locally, and then you took some pictures of these you took magazines, some random like Japanese thing or whatever. You spread them across. You didn't even have them open. I mean, you didn't have the front cover open. You don't have no interviews with the staff, yada, yada, yada. Right. But check this out. All right. Just real quick. I blew this up. I did zoom in as much as I possibly could. So you draw your attention to the right side. And as you can see right here, you have, of course, some of these printouts. And some people are like, well, anybody can make a printout. I get that. But when we do zoom a little bit more into it, I mean, like, why would somebody go through all this particular trouble to do this? But, again, I get it. So, my thing is, I'm still going to try to see, what more we can get out of this, like whether it's more pictures, actual video footage, talking to my friend basically who goes to Japan. And so like my thing is, I'm not promising this like anytime soon, but at some point what I want to be able to do is, and I'm going to offer him, for his time, just like crypto, it's an investment, right? And just see if it's not too far away from the places that he's going, to actually go in there, meet the staff, take some pictures, video, all those particular things. And then, oh, by the way, hey, he works for Funimation, there's that. So I mean, if I'm Jasmine, maybe I do want to talk to a guy from like Funimation who worked on a Japanese project called Shin Godzilla for red carpet premiere and so on, and is in charge of their marketing. So I'm just throwing that out. I don't know for sure if he can do it, but if anything, I'm trying, because I get sick of some of the unnecessary FUD when it's so silly. But not only that, I honestly think overall it would definitely help the project. All right, I think there might be a tad bit more. We'll kick back in the comments just for a brief moment after we do so. So here's a little bit more in regards to Jasmine. Great tweet from Captain Jasmine. Greatly appreciates all you do for the Jasmine Army. And it's in regards to what? Tax reform. So let's pull that up for a brief moment. And here it is. Actually, that's the one from Zippy. But anyway, yes, here it is. Let me pull this up. And it says, all eyes on Japan to be Web 3.0 pioneers using blockchain technology. And if you don't think Jasmine has its part to play, then you can't have, or you didn't basically research it. Yeah, very, very true. This came straight from Bitcoin Magazine 11 hours ago. So my thing is this, right? Some people say, I'm tired of this, Max. I don't want you to do the whole thing of speculation, clickbait, stuff like that. Give me something more solid. You also got to understand this, right? When we connect the dots, if you will, why do we mention the whole thing of the unbanning of foreign stablecoins? Because we understand that's huge for that particular country. You have wiped out in the past, due to regulations and whatnot, people's access to certain cryptocurrencies, right? So, having these pairings are important. At the end of the day, you do have to have pairings to pay for any of these particular ones, whether it's Jasmine/USDT, Jasmine/USDC, you get the point. Anyway, I did think it was great timing for this whole thing with Japanese tax reform, because, again, there's a lot of big things coming up, and especially for Jasmine going into June or July. All right, one more particular one. Shout to Zippy. He's had some things going on, like medically speaking and so on. So I didn't get a chance to retweet his particular Twitter space, but he's very, very active. He's been this longer than I have watched. Look at what he says here. Hello, Jasmine family. Sorry, it's been almost a month. He's been absent. Thank you for all his DMs. I sent him a DM because I wonder what happened to him. Here's some old particular research, but I want to bring it to your attention because you know what? You may not know about some of this stuff. So it says Jasmy plans to cooperate with China. We're always talking about some of these things with China, like conflicts, right? Shout out to Ted Live Capital. I'm with him. I feel as though that conflicts is Chinese-matic, and we'll get more into that on another day. We might even take a more deeper dive, right? But what about this whole thing with Jasmy? So, there's this particular user question, how to enjoy the benefits brought by Jasmy in China. What are the development plans for Jasmy in specifically China? Guess the answer. We take digital currency as an opportunity to add Jasmy's unique technology and make it widely known as its first step. Again, the whole key thing, guys, consistently is the steps that are involved to get us where we want to be with Jasmy. I mean, I understand a lot of people feel as though it's so speculative, but to be honest, do you honestly believe that your Jasmy wouldn't be at these distressed prices if we had all this stuff already set in stone? No, the price would probably be pretty expensive. And maybe when we be talk about Jasmy, the key thing is the research, and the key thing is also understanding distressed assets that are at rock bottom, which I still feel as though Jasmy basically is, and that risk to reward ratio going forward. Keep in mind, 95% total supply is already out there. Keep in mind, the unbanning of the stablecoin is coming in here soon for an entire nation, Japan. Keep in mind this whole thing with tax reform. Keep in mind some of the other things we mentioned, right? The whole Pokemon thing and so on. People say, well, there was no connection. For people who didn't watch that particular video, not you guys, I'm just saying off the surface, why do they do that? I'm providing research connecting the dots. Some of it's what ifs. But the whole point is there's only a select few cryptocurrencies in Japan. Hence why Jasmy is labeled the Bitcoin of Japan. It's the first, kind of like Bitcoin was originally our first. That's the whole point. But anyway, we go further into this. It says, afterwards, we plan to cooperate with more Chinese companies that value information security. In China, we are currently planning to cooperate with Xiaomi, Huawei, UnionPay, Alibaba. No, not Alibaba, Alibaba. And Amazon. We are always looking for cooperation with them. This can further promote the use of scenarios of Jasmy Coin, create a global information security environment. Cool stuff, right? And you even have Jasmy US. Welcome him back and so on. So he's a great content creator. If you're really into Jasmy, you need to give Zippy a follow. And he does Twitter Spaces every Sunday at, I believe it is either 3 Eastern or 3:30 Eastern. They speak very well. It's him and the whole crew of other Jasmy people. They invited me on and so on. Usually around that time, I have scheduled conflicts. But I'm going to try to make it eventually in the future. All right. I know it's quite a bit in regards to Jasmy, so I am going to kick it back in the comments. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. And let's go ahead and get back into the comments. Mr. J Crypto says Atom ecosystem is massive. I'm glad that some of you guys watched today's quant video. I will give us a quick plug in that regard. And why am I doing this? Well, if anything, I want people to understand, the reason why we bring you guys not just the live shows and so on, but we also bring you, of course, the whole thing with, recorded content is because we want to have people, educate themselves more about why it's so big for instance, quant to have these particular things that they got going on. So, if you're into quant, some of the people were talking about earlier, shout out to Space Chick and so on, look at what's mentioned, quant and atom compatibility. I broke that up in 2 parts because I thought, I originally didn't want to do too big of a deep dive. And I thought, what, maybe people do like things broken up in parts. So check it out. That's big, right? QNT and atom compatibility, right? Cosmos, labeled the Internet of Blockchains. I talked about Cosmos a long time ago. I feel as though it's completely flown under the radar. As you guys know, I have a premium membership to Investor Place. They feel very, very strong on Cosmos, right? So, this particular video is going to break it down into 2 particular parts of why blockchains will need quant for API interoperability. We did share the content of this particular gentleman, right? He's really killing it with his content. He did a very good job of explaining that, especially like with HBAR. Eventually, the whole thing with APIs is going to be I guess a problem that needs to solve. Quant gets it done for them. That's the bottom line. And then, of course, we had a connection with Cosmos, understanding that whole thing of, compatibility. We're talking interoperability. I guess you could say compatibility. It's just another way of basically saying it. But you owe it to yourself to look more into that. Of course, we covered it on the live, but anyway, it's there on the two particular parts. And I just wanted to share that. Shout out to Quant Papa, QNT Forgotten Partnership. That one, some people say, well, why mention that? Who cares? Watch that particular one too. You'll find out why we should care. All right. So here we go. Back into the comments. And let's see here. You guys are welcome. A few other people like Jesse. Thank you for being here, Jesse. And let's see. We got a few more. You guys talking about GBEX, which is cool. Mr. J Crypto says he feels like the ISO has officially been activated. That's the way I look at it too. Brian Dowie says KK laughing. OV's back. CTN, let's go. Thank you very much for being here, OV. Smash that like, guys, if you haven't done so already. People do love Hulk's energy. Very cool. Yeah, I like his energy too. All right. Cool Cat Crypto says XCore is what you will get for holding XRP. Cool stuff. All right. Jesse Thompson's accent. I don't say that. Asking what you guys think about some certain things, like, what's happening. Yes, that's the route we're going to go. Oh, God. Anyway. All right, Cool Cat must set up trust line on sologenic.org to get it. Interesting. Mike's Crypto, welcome back. Only 50 different tokens. That's being diversified. I hold at least 30. Yeah, it's just, to me, honestly, it's probably a little bit too much. You also keep in mind there is some mean garbage in there. There's some ones that are good, and there's a lot of them that are just, when I got really into memes, just like a lot of us on our particular journey, right? But I switched from that to more focusing on the utility based ones. All right, Salamander, I'd like to welcome you. Welcome back. The XDC commander is in the house. Appreciate you. Northeast Phoenix, right on. Yeah, cool. Very cool. All right. Yeah, that show's, I love that show. I mean, especially when they lead up towards a heist. So you might get 5 or 6 episodes deep, and then they finally have the heist, and they never disappointed when they went and did a heist. I always thought that was just so cool. Anyway, I watched Animal Kingdom. It was good. Cool. All right, Jesse Thomas. I'm in Canada and can't sign up for MEXC. Any suggestions? Want exposure to Cypherium? That's weird. I had to kind of figure out the whole MEXC thing for me. So it's I wanted to pay for some things on MEXC, obviously Cypherium, right? And so when I did the third part, pay with a third party, right? Was it Bittrex, Simplicit, or where? I can't remember. Simple something. I didn't have no problems. When I ran into problems was when I used my US-based debit card. And I think that's obviously because of regulations and stuff. I think that's why KuCoin got a little bit more strict with that. Yes, Utah, get me too. Animal is done. I thought it is, but rumors of spin-offs, you got to keep them. I don't want to ruin it for anybody. If you haven't finished it, I don't want to do no spoilers. So I'm done right there. Yeah. Jazz me, fool. I pity the fool. All right. Taco Tuesday. I forgot about that. It is Taco Tuesday. Oh, man. I'm going to miss out on some Rubios. Yeah. They got the best fried fish tacos. I know you guys are going to go with that fish taco comment now, too. All right. Please don't mention Carolina fish tacos. See where we're going already? Salamander. Yeah. Peak taco. You guys are horrible, but I love you guys. All right, this is the best crypto channel. Thanks, Michael Santiago. I appreciate that. I want to welcome back IMDPP, discipline, prioritize, and purpose. He says, no, the yuan will not be the world's reserve currency. The way the U.S. have abused these other countries, the main purpose of this crypto decentralized system is to have a neutral currency. That's really well said. I would have to agree with that one. All right. You DCA every paycheck. Yeah, you know what? That's the way I look at it as well. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But not on green candles, guys. Red candles, don't do on green. Don't FOMO in. 99% of the time, you're not going to be able to catch it. Joseph, welcome. And I'm going to highlight and welcome also Stevie. And you said East Coast here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and highlight that. We're going to get back into some of our particular coverage. And let me just double check the other screen, make sure I didn't miss anything. I see one of the comments towards the bottom, Tim Shea Max. What do you mean? I don't have to catch up on that. All right, so let's see where we're at. All right, let me highlight that. All right, so we talked a lot about Jasmine, which is cool. We're going to get into some of these other particular things. And give me just a second to get there. All right, now let's get into quants, right? Because if anything, I feel as though we should. And Legrand, I do see your DM in regards to XRP. So I'll get into that a little bit later during the XRP segment. I will remember that's there, though. So thank you for that, Legrand. Appreciate you. All right, so let's jump into this whole thing with Quant. Quant Papa did a really good job of chopping this up and giving us, like, you know, I guess you could say like some of the, like a compilation of what we need. So draw your attention to here. Quant is the global infrastructure QNT, the infrastructure. And they're going to mention it multiple times here, which is cool stuff. All right, so let's blow this up. Let's go ahead and play this. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. It's about 2 minutes and 19 seconds. And again, thank you to Quant Papa for his great research in regards to Quant. We continuously share his snippets and so on. Here we go.
The other thing we've done is ourselves as a central bank to invest in infrastructure.
Changing the underlying infrastructure.
We've invested in, for example, an interoperable framework.
A choice of interoperability by having a framework.
And infrastructure.
So we're the infrastructure. So what we've done is solved interoperability at scale.
An interoperable.
By interconnecting the underlying blockchains at scale to have interoperability between different types of blockchains, but existing platforms and networks.
In the payments system through a subsidiary, a wholly owned subsidiary. All the telcos, all of the mobile money operators, all of the fintechs.
Fintech and innovation.
And all the banks.
Are
connected to this interoperable framework.
To have a choice of interoperability by having a framework. So using our technology in the front, you have a single API, a single gateway to all the different blockchains.
Now that allows seamless
and allowing that seamless
transfer of money across a system, across all networks.
We're interconnecting all of these networks.
Across from banks to mobile money and vice versa. And it's seamless. It
connects seamlessly.
It's cost effective.
Without giving you any extra overhead, without giving you any extra consensus or cost.
It is quick and all of that.
Send money cross borders in milliseconds.
One system that takes care of the entire ecosystem.
Blockchain ecosystem where anyone can connect using any type of technology, existing or blockchain, to deliver government services. And, you know, a very good example is identity and citizens, you know, having passports, having that KYC. Transferability. Yeah, KYC and health records.
When it comes to KYC, AML, CFT.
Want us to provide a KYC, AML view of blockchains and the transactions that happen on all chains.
So it's really that mass adoption by really serving the underlying infrastructure change. Things are going to change without people knowing what's happened. You don't need to know the infrastructure.
We're shaping the system.
Shaping the system. How many times did they mention infrastructure? I mean, oh man. Anyway, I just was really glad to share that because, you know, if anything, Quant Papa just does a really good job of taking the time and just getting right to the point. You know, a lot of us already know about some of this, but, you know, remember that one XRP video that was brought together where it shows the guy's head basically kind of like blow off and he mentions all the partnerships and so on. We're going to reiterate that on tonight's show, but to a sense, I almost feel as though like this was one of those moments, if you will. Anyway, glad to share that. We're going to share you just a little bit more information in regards to Quant. All right, so let's take a brief moment to get into it. Again, this comes from Quant Papa, and This is good stuff. So here we go. He posted this, I think late yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, on the time difference. No, 1:03 p.m. All right. So what you see right here, all right, it says, what a coincidence, Spunta. Now, I want to state this, all right? I'm not going to, mention the specific person because there's nothing wrong, with trying to look at competition, right? Potential competition. So, people do send me DMs and, they say, certain things like, Max, I feel as though that this is direct competition to quant, right? Anyway, so, if you're wondering about this, right, Spunta, right, if I pronounced it right, let's pull that up for a second. So it says Italian bankers want to see retail digital euro with DLT programmability. Let's pull that up. So this comes from Ledger Insights, right? And if you're wondering about this, they've been around for a while, as far as like their news and so on. But the main key takeaway is what was printed. And yes, I did double check the year, right? And I could pull another Cypheria moment. But this was printed yesterday. Italian bankers want to see retail digital euro with DLT programmability. And of course, this is where I did have a couple people message me in regards to this. So it says in a recent position paper, the Italian Banking Association, ABI, expressed broad support for the adoption of a digital euro and outlined 3 pillars to guide the design of a future central bank digital currency. But notably, the ABI wants the digital euro to enable new innovation services such as programmable payments using DLT. This is where a lot of people get this whole debate of, if you look more into it, they're not going to be using any specific cryptocurrency tokens or coins or even their technology. When it comes to CBDC, it's all just, through whatever specific companies they went through. I've heard people say, how about this? Yesterday's show, right? CryptoSmith was mentioning it. It's like, if FedNow officially says Cypherium, then technically speaking, like, how would Sky go about the whole thing? If anything, it would be like, you have to kind of like take a step back and not, I don't know, I guess do the meme-esque promotion of Cypherium. Now, this is a different example, but hear what I'm talking about here, because this consistently gets brought up about the whole thing with the difference of CBDCs and, of course, what's tied into it. Now, we understand with Quant, they got some actual real things going on for what they're bringing to the table as far as CBDCs, right? Whether it's a digital pound, right? Whether it's the whole thing with LEC chain, they were basically one of the first to even try some of that, like, I guess you could say in a beta. And it's a good argument. But look, again, draw your attention to this specific quote. DLT enables a more distributed model for participants than the traditional one by effectively managing the allocation of responsibilities between the central bank and the digital euro distributors, the report said. However, the DLT, or I should say DLT, is generally not seen as sufficiently scalable for retail use among central bankers. Now, when we draw particular connections, connect the dots and so on, and you see things mentioned like this, DLT is generally not seen as sufficiently scalable. Understand, when people say there's no quant connection, I think that's a line of malarkey, because there is quant connections. And when we go more into it, you find out some of those particular connections. Perfect example would be what Gilbert Verdian has mentioned when it came to specifically like the digital pound. Now, you may be wondering, well, I'm new to this. I don't understand where you're coming from. Go back to the history, go back to his resume, understand that he's actually worked with who? The Prime Minister of the UK in the past. They both have a firm understanding of the technologies that were used back then and we're going here in the future. But the key thing is, again, Gilbert Verdian is part of the panel of the Digital Pound Foundation. He's a board member, right? He might even be more than just a board member. I have to double check that. But again, the key thing is that's the digital pound. Then on top of that, the research we brought you guys, right? The whole thing with the New York Federal Reserve. How about this? MIT being involved in it. So I know this is kind of a reiteration of a lot of things, but when you see some of the language used, right? where it says DLT is generally not is sufficiently scalable for retail use among central bankers. And then on the other hand, blockchains could be used for wholesale transactions, albeit at probably lower volumes. Look what it says here. The ABI already uses Spunton, a blockchain-based solution. And of course, the reason why I point this out is because people are saying this is the direct competitor of Quant. I don't think this is necessarily the case, but I'm going to point it out. So it says, for example, the ABI already uses Spunton, got into that blockchain-based solution for interbank reconciliations, which is used, by the way, if you didn't know this, by more than 100 financial institutions, representing 90% of Italy's banking industry. Now, some people feel as though that since this represents 90% of Italy's banking industry, this is the aha moment when it comes to understanding that. Kind of like there was an aha moment when it came to Swift, right? This is why so many people put so much emphasis on Swift, whether Swift, is all in on ISO 222 and whatnot, which basically it looks like they are. My key thing is that, when you have, whether it's this particular, competition, right? Or you have literally Swift, literally meeting up with and talking to, who's it, Martin Hargreaves of Quant, talking about what can Quant bring to the table as far as interoperability. There's always something there, but you also got to keep in mind NDAs. Now, you made me feel as like, man, this is a lot. I don't understand it all and so on. I swear we're going to get right to the point here in a bit. But look what it also mentions. Still, the platform currently runs overnight. A real-time, around-the-clock solution could be a different story. But did you know that organizations work on CBDCs, and this basically dates back to December 2020. We understand for many years the concept of CBDCs were mentioned probably for decades, right? Long before, Web 2, or especially where we're at with Web 3. But much of the same team that helped, develop Spunta has also been involved in these trials. Now, if you're wondering about some of these trials and why it's important, it says these 3 pillars outlined in the report can be seen as a set of principles for the design of a digital euro. It should preserve banks' intermediation role. It's ought to complement and not compete with existing commercial bank instruments. It must enable value-added services, ideally using DLT. So my key takeaway here is understanding that I don't really think this is direct competition to Quant, right? Because, there's a big difference between what is fully interoperable with 100 plus blockchains and just having a CBD solution for a specific country, in this case, Italy. It may seem very similar on the surface, but like this last part mentions, in contrast, the ABI believes programmability features as add-on functionality would enable the development of several innovative services, from atomic delivery versus DVP settlements to machine-to-machine, which is M2M, payments. These new functions could contribute to the twofold aim of continuing to stimulate private sector's payment innovation and making the digital euro attractive to citizens. So when you hear talks, even here in the United States, you hear Jerome Powell, he was kind of like in that particular interview. I think we put out this video. It was a Cypherium video. In that Cypherium video, it's only like 3 minutes, but Jerome Powell was asked basically, what's the United States position moving forward? And he basically, said no to CBDCs. But what was the key thing that he mentioned, guys? Yes to real-time instant payments. So, in the past, there's a lot of, this is conflicting, right? On one side you say yes, the other side you say no. But when I replay that particular one, and by the way, check it out, it's in the recorded video section. It's only about 3 minutes. He does say, and I watched it over and over, he does say no to CBDCs, but yes to real-time instant payments. Is the yes to real-time instant payments the crypto connection? Because again, like we've seen here on this particular outline, it seems more consistent that it is a no to CBDCs, and we understand CBDCs are going to be here at our doorstep soon. But I'm just looking at it from the perspective of the real-time instant payments, right? Like even right here, stimulate private sector payments. We always talk about, public sector. How about private sector? I don't know. I know it seems hard to kind of maybe follow and on the surface, so I just coming in. Maybe it also seems that way. But I'm going to jump back to this for a brief moment because Quant Papa does a great job of breaking it down for you. I know this is kind of like somewhat a little bit long of a deep dive, but we need to understand some of these particular things. And look, just one last time, I reiterate this. Look what it says here. DLT is generally not seen as sufficiently scalable, like we mentioned, for retail use among central bankers. On the other hand, blockchains could be used for wholesale transactions, albeit at probably lower volumes. For example, the ABI already uses Spunta, a blockchain-based solution for interbank reconciliations, which is used for more than 100 financial institutions, representing 90% of Italy's banking industry. When we jump down to the last part, look what it says. Much of the same team that helped to develop Spunta has also been involved in these specific trials. My key thing is understanding that I don't think this is necessarily like competition to Quant, but the key thing is in regards to it being a coincidence, like he mentions here, the key coincidence is 100 financial institutions, Quant 100, blockchains are going to be interoperable. So, I mean, again, people say this is the direct competition, but from a CBDC side, my answer to it is it's just more of a coincidence, but it's not direct competition. And it is what it is. Take it as you will. Glad to be able to bring it to you guys. Maybe you're not that thrilled on it. Maybe you think this is good to point some of these things out, but I definitely wanted to bring it to you guys. I did want to show you guys actually these last couple pictures. If you're wondering about ABI, which is the Association of Bancaria from in Italy, they are an Italian bank that are part of the Italian banks that are preparing this particular trial for a digital euro. And of course, some people say, well, maybe it is the direct quant connection and so on. Honestly, I think this specific one is just like the counterpart, if you will. But you definitely see quant in the particular mix because of what? Like it says, SIA achieves blockchain interoperability goal with quant network. And to even have them part of this particular mix, like there's Spunta as well, right? It's pretty cool stuff. When we get further into this last part, you do see that the diversified use cases and various ecosystems you have, for instance, Spunta listed there being part of the mix, right? So you can't just dismiss it. And then last but not least, here's the icing on the cake. This guy asked, Gil, what are your thoughts on the project? Great project, in regards to Spunta for financial institutions. We are working in the right space to be able to deliver to the sector at scale. Spunta is only one banking application, though. One. There are many more in the pipeline to run on SIA chain and interoperable through what? Overledger. So at least he recognizes who they are and so on. But again, I just want to point out, this is something that has been brought to my attention. Max, what do you think about this? Is this direct, competition, or is it just coincidence? I'm glad that Quant Papa recognized, what a coincidence. Very true. All right, gonna go ahead and kick it back into the comments. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's go further down. We have KK who says the Japanese do everything in business way different than the US. They haven't overhyped or promised things that don't happen. Yeah, that's the way I also look at it. Again, the whole concept of the honor system. Blackwood also says Japanese ads are some of the most hilarious things you'll ever watch. Yeah. We talk about forums. Like I'm trying to get our forums kind of rocking and rolling here soon. I might take some time, right? Just like anything, adoption. But my key takeaway is, back on the old DPG forums, we don't have it anymore because we had a long time disagreement with one of the particular members, a founder, and he basically just disconnected the website. It was a stupid thing. Anyway, but we had nice forums, right? It's a local guy. I used to be really good friends with him. It sucks that we had a falling out. But my point is, when we had thriving forums, we had a Japanese section. And in there, people would share some crazy things like the Japanese game shows, you name it, right? Pretty crazy stuff. All right. Magic Power says the Project Jasmine grant will work on BNB Chain 2, not only Ethereum. Great point. Thank you for pointing that out. KK says in Japan the product speaks for itself. I mean, I know that I'm like way behind the comments. Only about a half an hour though. Miguel says, I'm about to turn Jasmine to the biggest investment in his bag. Cool stuff, man. Michael Santiago bought more XDC. Very cool stuff. Let's see here. Max, you're 100% right. If Jasmine was in full production, it would be at $1. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, I'm glad you point that out because, people want to FUD, and there's FUD in anything. But, man, in Jasmine, let's be honest. Let's be real. There's probably more FUD than most top 200 projects. We're not quite in the top 100 yet, right? So, they point out some of these specific things. It's a scam. They're like, oh, it looks like a rug pull. I mean, yeah, if I was just coming into it and I was looking at it on CMC, yeah, I would be like, yeah, it looks like a rug pull. Remember what Sean said yesterday? Look at most projects from this particular, the crypto winter, especially of 2022 going through this year. Almost everything looked like that, So with that said, if everything looks like that, is it a case of a rug pull, or is it more just a matter of, the conditions that we're in? It's more of the conditions that we're in. I mean, at the end of the day, if we do more of our own research, which the FUDders really don't do, they just take what's on the surface. I honestly think, when we talk about we're the Jasmine army, when it comes to FUDders, what kind of army are they? They are basically, for the most part, and I hate generalizations, but let's be real about it. They're just guys who take what's on the top of the surface. Literally, how about this? On a thumbnail. I put a thumbnail out. It shows Jasmine with Pokemon, and they're like, oh, there's no connection there. I didn't say there was a connection there. I didn't say that this was an official partnership either. One guy even said, you're trying to say there's a partnership. I never said that. It's like people don't clearly, they don't care. They don't want to watch. They don't want to take more of the deep dive. It's just, FUDders exist everywhere. But man, with Jasmine, it really, really stands out. It's ridiculous. There's this one guy, you could totally tell he wants me to like block him or mute him, or give him like any type of mention. I just won't do it. Like he's called me an a-hole and all sorts of stuff like that. I just don't acknowledge him. Is the whole thing. Like I mentioned FUDder specifically, but I will not mention his name. Why is that? Why give him the fuel that he wants? I don't know. It's just so silly and immature, in my opinion. My thing is this: I would welcome FUD if it was warranted FUD, like a good debate, like a back and forth debate. That's fine. If a person wants to like politely be mature and respectful and provide a legitimate argument to the debate, then I would welcome that. But I mean, this guy, I think if you follow it close, you know who he is. He is just, to me, it's just like, you know what? I honestly think, you won't admit it, but you were the guy who bought on the top. And you're just pissed off because, look at the price. I mean, he probably came into Jasmine at close to $5 a coin, right? And he's ticked because, I mean, it's at like went all the way down to 0.00, I don't know, 29 or something like that, right? And again, like I mentioned, that could be with anything. 69,000 a Bitcoin, right? 4,500 Ethereum. Those guys all got all wrecked because they came in too high. Part of the crypto journey, you learn to live and learn, but it's ridiculous. I think there might be some other shows going on. I know that Blease, I think, has a show going on right now as well. It's fine. I'm grateful for who we have here. If anything, it might help with the flow. So if you're like, man, I don't want to sit through 5 hours, you tonight might be your night. All right. I'm going to check the other screen to make sure that I didn't skip anything for anybody. Because I definitely don't want to do that. And it looks like we're good. You're saying that Miguel had a good move. Boomer F. Sooner says, no, anything about Floki, it listed on crypto.com today. No, but my thing is this. I think they're gaining a lot of momentum. And, let's face it, guys. I mean, ever since Elon Musk took those pictures of his dog, Floki, right? The Shiba Inu dog that he owns. Put glasses on. What did he also do? Put on like a little suit or something like that. Cute dog, right? And then had him on his desk, said, this is the CEO of Twitter. Boom, Floki just went to the moon, right? Like it was over 100% when that originally happened. Maybe it's just a matter of they're applying for other exchanges, because here's another particular one, right? LCX, remember guys? LCX listed it. Even Monty Metzger had an announcement about it. So I mean, you have some of these CEO these guys from other projects, top dog CEOs mention it and so on. I mean, it might be a solid, maybe I missed out. You know, that was the one I should have got into of the memes instead of all the other garbage. You know, you know what I'm talking about. Garbage as in Mononoke Inu or so on. Maybe the one I should have really focused on was Floki. But my attitude was I did okay. You know, at least I got a Shiba Inu. But it is what it is. All right, Magic Power says Max Hara make an announcement on Twitter 20 minutes ago. We probably can't have time to jump into that real quick. Let's pull it up. Let's see what that announcement was. Mr. Hara. All right, let's see what we got. Second. Hold on. See if I could pull up. Oh, okay. I see it now. 48 minutes ago. Now let's go ahead and share that for a brief moment. That was cool. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, that was a while ago. But we'll go ahead and jump into a little bit more of the Jasmine news for you guys. So here you go. That's the pinned tweet. That wasn't it. I imagine it's this particular one. Not the bit times. I mean, I can always try to, I'll say this. There's excuse me. Chat GPT, right? Originally, I think when it first came out, if you wanted to do some of the interpretation, not so much on copying text. So I can copy text just like anybody else and go to Google Translate and it will do it for me. But I had one where it was just printed on the screen and I couldn't highlight it. And I basically told Chat GPT, and I even put this in the video, and I mentioned it in the video. Chat GPT actually took what was stamped on the screen where I couldn't pull it off, right? Like you see right now, and it interpreted it. I thought that was pretty darn cool. Anyway, all right, let's jump into this. So this is obviously from Discord because that looks like it's Discord. Oh man, I gotta blow that up more. Hold on a second. Give me just a second. And let's see if we can share this in a way you could see it better. There we go. All right. There we go. That's nice and big. All right. So this comes from Hara. Obviously, he's part of the Jasmine management, right? This does definitely look like it's from Discord. So it says, okay, not in the script. First, let me give an initial report on your concerns. Good stuff. Let's jump into this. If anything, maybe I'll make a video out of this. It says, we are delighted to release this statement to address your recent concerns about Jasmine on the Binance exchange. Well, I cover this as well, but I'm glad they're reiterating this. And to introduce the development plan of Jasmine Grant on Ethereum and BNB chain. Please be rest assured that Jasmine's official team is in close contact with Binance, and you can continue to trade Jasmine on the Binance exchange with confidence. Remember when we pointed out the whole thing about 500 million of the Jasmine tokens, right, sent to Binance? So I think this is, again, kind of like what we're talking about. Firstly, we like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all users who care and support Jasmine. We have noticed rumors circulating in the market recently regarding Jasmine's delisting from the Binance exchange. We hereby solemnly declare that Jasmine's official team, and it maintains a close cooperative relationship with Binance, and both parties are committed to providing a safer and more convenient trading experience for our users. Please rest assured that the trading of Jasmine on the Binance exchange will not be affected. That's good news. We will also continue to maintain close contact with our partners to contribute to the development of the Jasmine ecosystem. Secondly, we are pleased to announce that Jasmine Grant will operate jointly on Ethereum and BNB chain as well. Thank you to whoever was sharing that earlier on the live in the comments. In order to better serve our users, we will deepen our cooperation with BNB chain, enabling users to experience faster block confirmation times during the grant voting process while significantly reducing gas fees. We believe this will greatly improve the user experience of Jasmine Grant and inject new vitality into the project's long-term development. That's cool stuff because we did talk a lot about the specific grant. And why is that crucial? Well, just real quick before we get into the rest of this announcement from Hara, why that is so important and understand that is because it really is key to building up the Jasmine ecosystem. If you want to learn more about that, go to the video section of CTN. we have the whole outline for you in regards to that particular deep dive for the Jasmine grant. All right. This last one, he says, once again, we thank you for your support and trust in Jasmine. We will continue to work hard to optimize our products and services to provide a better trading experience for our users. If you have any questions, suggestions, please feel free to contact us and we'll be happy to assist and improve. Let's join hands together to create a bright future for Jasmine. I mean, it's cool to see that. And obviously, there's a lot more to it. I mean, it was an AMA. I want to try to get the recorded. I'm going to try to listen to it, and I'm going to try to, see if there was anything in that in which some people asked some like other, really good questions and so on. So be on the lookout for that. I don't know how soon I get that out, but I'll do my best to get it out as soon as I can. But yes, thank you for reporting that this was mentioned on specifically their Discord in that announcement from, so 20 minutes ago, Magic Power, but in reality, with the time difference and the delay in the comments, I was glad to get to it now. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Let's welcome Just My Style. He says, yo, what's up, guys? What's up, Max? Glad to have you here. Appreciate you coming back. And Miguel is flexing. And let's see, KK, yes, Jesse, get rid of Turbo and Turdo. And the mech seat will work fine. Just My Style says, Revolut is a great bank for buying crypto. They aren't based in U.S. Huh. At this point, I don't even know what I mean either because of the delay, Tim. Sorry. OV Crypto, I feel crypto payments are being overlooked. Wallets Pay, Stronghold, and even Stronghold and ACH will be key players in the payment section. So I want to make an announcement in regards to this because I want you guys to understand I really do appreciate our community. All right. I'm going to look right at you in the camera. You guys bring a lot to us, especially myself, when it comes to, hey, Max, can you do a deep dive on this? Can you look into this? And so on. I write things down. I don't want people to think just because I write things down that I'm not going to look into those particular ones. You got to keep in mind, there's only so much time in a day. We do live shows all the time. I chop up videos. I try to get things out there. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I think people do understand that I do try my best to provide a lot of research, content, and so on. My thing is this: there's going to be things that launch itself to the top of the queue, if you will, because there's a lot of on that particular research list. All right, here's the gist. WASPay, WTK, has launched itself to the top of that particular queue. Why is that? It gets consistently mentioned, whether it's from you, OV, or other members of our community, a lot. You want coverage in regards to WASPay, WTK. So I'm going to take a proper deep dive into it. I'm aware of it. On the surface, I know a little bit about it, but I don't know enough to speak from an education point of view, right? To speak like I know something about it, right? To be educated on the topic. Again, on the surface, I think it looks like there's a lot of potential. But, I mean, there's one thing to have maybe a couple people say, hey, look at this. But, man, I mean, I would say at this point, it's probably a good 20 of you. So, with that said, that's the next deep dive. We do things like this, whether it's Rio. I also know I need to give you guys a quick intro in a video for Elk, and I will. But I just want you guys to understand that I don't dismiss this. So, Jasmine, for the particular video, I should say video, jumping into the Discord thing with the AMA. I'm going to try to see what's there because, I mean, there might be something really nice that was mentioned that was overlooked. So that's on the top of the queue. The other one, as far as a deep dive, is definitely WASPay. So I just want to point that out as well. All right, I'm going to go further down. Jesse Thomas won't even let me register because of regulation, and Canada doesn't even have 30 power. Oh, that sucks, man. That's the thing, man. I mean, like all these hoops we got to jump through, right? I mean, I'm in the United States. You're in Canada. I have family that lives in Canada and BC, by the way. I mean, it's just such nonsense. It's so ridiculous. All right. Coochie Boy says, Tim, you think Australian service, whatever it is, ASS can delete 9 zeros? I may put 6 in. 9 zeros? That'd be a record for anything. Shiba Inu was originally at 10 zeros. It burned 6. All right, Carolina fish tacos. Man, if you guys have a Rubio, I'm gonna state this. If you have Rubios, as in it's kind of like a fast food, but it's fresh. They call it Coastal Grill. They have Taco Tuesday, but it's fresh. And man, the ingredients they use, oh god. If you're in a Taco Tuesday, man, Rubio's is where it's at. Their fish tacos are amazing. In my opinion, like they're the best out there. I'm sure there's like, restaurants that are not fast food, but I mean, if you just want that type of, in and out type of thing, pretty good. All right, just my style says, hey Max, did you see that Indonesia is doing away with the use of Visa and MasterCards? I did not see that. And relying on their own CBDC card. Do you think that's something that could happen here in the US? Yes, it could very well happen here in the US, but the difference is I think we're not going to just be oblivious to it. Some people think that we will be. There's so much things going and brewing as we speak here in the United States. I think, and I don't mean to speak great about them, and I don't want to speak down about them. I think once it comes closer to our doorstep, people like Tucker Carlson of Fox, he'll speak more about it more frequently. Obviously, from like a middle of the road point of view, redacted. I like redacted personally. I'm not the type of person where I'm extreme right or extreme left. I consider myself, politically speaking, like middle of the road. I don't really want to get too into like the whole thing of politics because it is very divisive. Let's be honest. I mean, come on, you ever had a conversation with your loved ones, right, or family members at Thanksgiving about politics? Ooh, Thanksgiving. I feel blessed for this meal and being around friends, and then boom, that gets completely squashed. And then what happens after that? We show how thankful we were by going literally within a few hours into a Black Friday line, trying to push people out of our way. I don't do this, but you know what I mean. To get something on sale. But the point I'm trying to make is, I think those particular news outlets will try, for whatever reason, to get that news out there about what is literally at our doorstep, and then more people will find out about it. Is it going to be enough? And I don't think so. I honestly think that a lot of things are going to be here whether we like it or not. Like, for instance, everything going green, like carbon credits. I think that's a real thing. You don't believe me? Not saying you specifically, but like, if look at Washington State, like what is it, by 2030 everything has to be electric for the most part, you know what I mean? Like, actually look into that. This whole thing with the world, I mean, at some point, like my dream of having a bunch of like showroom condition fixed up, early models like Impalas and so on. Like, I also want to get like a 48 Ford convertible, you know what I mean, like the one for Back to the Future. I really love that car. The one that Biff Tannen drove. I love that car. I mean, that's like one of my dream cars. I want to have that in pristine condition, but it's going to take a lot of money to have that, right? I'm going to have to pay or have some kind of carbon credits in the future. I'm going to say in the next couple of years, but let's face it, I think by the 1930s, by the 2030s, I honestly think the 2030s will be the standout decade for everything is super green. Everything is, this whole concept of carbon credits. This whole concept of carbon credits, I think, is a real thing. I'm not, some of you guys are like, oh, you're just quoting Richard Common Sense Crypto. So what if I am? I think he's spot on when it comes to that. I really do, because you're like, Washington State is a perfect example of that. And they're going to be, if they haven't done so already, they're going to be doing away with DEQ in Washington State, because everything you won't be able to drive unless you have some kind of specific license or permit or something like that. They gotten really extreme with it. So if they're really extreme on it, then what my point is, other states will follow suit. Now, I know you're like, well, how do we go from Indonesia, to what's happening here? The point is, if those things can happen, you better believe that CBDC could very well happen here. I just think that the uproar here will stand out a lot more than any type of uproar, if there was any, in Indonesia. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's just the way I feel about it. All right, let's go further down. Kirk Angel says Quant Mafia. Yes, Quant Papa, Biggie Smalls, Junior Mafia, represent baby. To all those who listened to Biggie back in the day. And by the way, let's mention Biggie for just a quick second. Can we please, for the love of God, convince freaking Puff Daddy? I'm not a big fan of him. Sean Puffy Combs, can you put your differences aside and your ego and allow us to finally have the album that we've been waiting, at least I've been waiting since the late 90s to drop? Yeah, the Notorious B.I.G., The Commission. I've been waiting for The Commission to come out for many years. Unreleased recordings in studio format. Biggie Smalls' final album, The Commission. I want to hear that. Please, God, bless me with The Commission. No, not The Commission Crypto. Biggie, The Commission. But then, some people say, yeah, Max, that's like wishing Dr. Dre will come out with Chronic 3. Yeah, I wish for that too. All right. Let's get back on the topic of crypto. Look at ASS on CoinGecko, 24 hours. Okay, cool. We could do that for you, man. Let's pull that up for just a brief moment. And let's go CoinGecko. CoinGecko. Pull up that, you know what? That gonna smack that Australian safe shepherd. All right. Gonna bring it. That Australian safe shepherd. All right. Lots of zeros, but it's all right. All right. So you wanted us to specifically, or me, I should say, 24 hour. Oh, Coochie Boy wants me to look at a 24 hour. He's always saying 7 days, Max. 7 days. All right. So here it is. Wow, not too shabby. 24 hours. Maybe pull up the. Oh, that's why. That's why he wanted the God candle. Yeah. Yeah, not too bad, Coochie Boy. I'm not too. Oop, my bad. Not too shabby, man. Not too shabby at all. All right. I see you, baby. Shaking that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. All right. We'll leave that up for a brief moment. All right, so let's go further down. Uncle Gilbert says, Kirk. All right, let's see here. Here's a question. Max, do you know if Quant and Chainlink are doing any work together? It just seems like they would. That gets brought up a lot. I didn't see anything solid in regards to that. I'll have to double check that. I did see something a long time ago where they're on a list like of other partners, but I didn't know if that was real. And what I mean by that is somebody, you got to keep in mind, sometimes people chop things up, the Photoshop and whatnot. So I got to verify that. And of course, some people feel as though like if you had to pick one that rivals Quant, it would be Chainlink. My thing is this, right? Understand Chainlink. I haven't taken, of course, the deepest dive compared to the next guy. But for me, I mean, I wouldn't mind holding Chainlink. Don't get me wrong. But if I had to pick Chainlink over Quant, I'm totally not going to do that. So, but as far as, doing any work together, I did see something like, again, a long time ago. But my thing was, I don't know if that's a solid thing. So if it ends up being something that gets brought up a lot, maybe I take a brief video into it or bring it here. It's a good question, though, Kirk. Thank you for that. All right, River says, can't you just send Tether over to your MEXC wallet? And that's a good point. You could basically do that. Try doing that. It's because for me personally, like I'm now on the 24 to 48 hour wait back from LCX. Because I'm like, man, I gotta get LCX while it's still under 10 cents because I still need to get LCX because obviously with all the momentum that we're getting, I missed it once. I don't want to miss it again, right? But that's a good point. What's the whole point of, swaps, exchanges, and so on? You should be able to do that. So give that a try. See where it goes. Man. Geez, having some problems. I don't know if this, what the heck is in this tea, but It's just kind of giving me a hard time. All right, Tim Shea says, I actually send Stellar because it costs a couple cents to transfer. Yeah, Tim always mentions that. That's good stuff. Edward Vincent says, Max, I was rewatching the part about Tokenizer's tweet and saw the notorious quant. Yes. Yeah, keep it up, man. I love it. It's funny, we're always trying to be serious about stuff, right? But I do like we enjoy the humor, and I don't know, maybe some people don't like that. I like it. I thought it was funny. Baby. And can we just talk about something just for a brief moment? We'll get on the topic of crypto, I swear. I'm gonna give you guys some particular examples real quick, all right? One of my friends a while back mentioned this. It seems like if you're the greatest of all time at something, whether it's music, whether it's I guess you could say politically speaking, actors, you name it. Why is it that these guys are all dead? Just hear me out for a second. Elvis Presley died long before his time. Michael Jackson, John Lennon, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Tupac, Biggie. My point is the consistent pattern. You may think this is weird, but look into it more yourself. What's the common theme for all these guys? They were the greatest of their time for the craft that they specialized in. They are all dead. That sucks. Just gonna throw that out there. Anyway. All right, let's go further down. You guys have some great comments, though. I do appreciate it. All right, we're going to kick it back into the news here in just a bit. I'm going to read one more, and I'll welcome Bob Smith. Welcome back. He says, how are XRP, XCC being used right now in the real world examples? I hear XRP is already being used by some institutions, and I hear XCC is like ETH to build on. Do have examples, XDC in particular? So that is a great question. Let's start off actually with the last part with XDC. So with XDC, it gets brought up quite a bit that XDC is the Ethereum killer. Why is it the Ethereum killer? Well, let's do you guys seen this. But basically speaking, you got to give some comparison, right? Hold on a second. So I believe I still have this chart real quick. Yep, I got it. So we'll do a couple on this particular one because you know what? Why not? And let's blow that up just a little bit more. I'll copy the address. Hold on a second. No, I could have made that bigger, but that's okay. I don't know why it's not zooming in the way I want. All right. So here, right, as you can see, I mean, you might have to squint your eyes just a little bit, but look what it's mentioned, right? Comparison criteria, all right? XDC, especially to Ethereum, you have 2,000 TPS to 12 to 16. Average fee is literally the price of right around the cost of a Shiba Inu token, okay? Transaction confirmation with finality, right? About 2 seconds. Ethereum, 10 to 20 seconds. Can be longer to pay, especially if it's in a real true bull run. Obviously, Ethereum has smart contract support. It probably has the biggest ecosystem of any particular blockchain out there. A lot of those are garbage, though. There's some good ones, but a lot of them are garbage. It's easy to build on. That's the main thing, right? Maybe slow, maybe garbage, but a lot of projects like to build on it because think about it. You're getting maybe like the default template that just it's one that people are familiar with, right? I'm not saying that, that's the thing to go with. And the energy consumption, look at the difference. I mean, 0.345074 terawatts per hour compared to Ethereum at 20.61. Now, this whole thing that you just mentioned, you mentioned specifically, and that is, XDC is like ETH to build on. Yes, absolutely. Why is it like ETH to build on? Well, if anything, I want people to understand that, you got to understand what they're trying to solve. What are they trying to solve? Let's jump into that for just a brief moment. So as far as what they're trying to solve, is some of these specific things here. And hold on, I'm going to bring this up for where you can see it. And here it is. So, there's that particular picture. XinFin as an XDC reduces, like it says, technical barriers preventing the integration of decentralized services into current business models. The network streamlines the process in multiple ways. For one, the protocol is compatible with ISO 222 messaging standards. And it's funny how of all the ISOs, on the big day, which was yesterday, XDC was the one to do it first. We thought that, it's going to be XRP, XLM, maybe even quants and whatnot, that they would do it first. And but I also mentioned, I think XDC will follow soon after or be real close to it. Was somewhat close to being right on that, but not completely. So look what it mentions here. XinFin, also compatible with other blockchains, make it one of the most flexible enterprise-grade blockchains available. And in regards to XinFin specifically, how about this? This is going to allow the protocol itself to be compatible with, we talked about ISO 222. Sorry, I lost my spot. This approach enables users to integrate XinFin to legacy banking systems, ERPs, and Swiss systems. I'm going to get to the part about developer restrictions, but I want to show you this real quick because hopefully this answers your question for the most part. 3 main things. Back to that particular chart, right? Benefits of XinFin's network, okay? XinFin XDC brings a lot of benefits to the table. For one, the network provides large institutions, and that's the key thing when we're talking about XRP and all this, right? We want to see that institutional money come flooding in. But I think, if anything, it's the trade sector. So it's like, the institutions do a lot of, trade with the trade sector. But yeah, it provides large institutions with a regulatory approved KYC integrated network to conduct decentralized operations. So, I did a video a few days ago about why XDC is rising, but understand this, guys. We want that regulatory clarity to do what? We always mention this all the time. You may get tired of hearing it. We want that regulatory clarity for institutions to come in. If you already have a blockchain standard of XDC who does what? And I'll highlight it again. It provides, this network from XDC provides large institutions with a regulatory approved and KYC integrated network to conduct decentralized operations. So if we're all about regulatory clarity, which we are, because that is the pathway forward, or I guess you could say the blueprint of generational wealth, like we always talk about things in steps. We were talking about with Jasmine earlier. You got to have steps. You can't just have everything already, boom, this is all going, because obviously we probably wouldn't be in a Jasmine. Now, this is not Jasmine, this is XDC. But the point is, especially if you're just connecting, this is good stuff. I'm glad you brought this up. The point is, the path forward for institutional mass adoption, that is key. And they may not come out and say it, but in reality, this is what they want. That regulatory clarity. If you already have one that provides, like it says, large institutions with regulatory approved and KYC integrated network to conduct decentralized operations, and if XDC is already there, then why not hop on the one that gets it done first? Maybe that is what exactly is going on with some of these recent pumps. To me, that makes sense. You know what I mean? So I like to put it from I guess you could say in a layman's point of view or perspective, but it makes absolute total sense. It says the network is open source. What is open source? Basically, anybody can have access to the code, build upon it. Why would you want to do that? Because you want to attract other devs to come in and code on that particular platform. If you have something that's not open source, devs don't know what they're getting into. Hence why it's so attractive for devs to come into what? Quant. Because if anything, let's say they learned Python. Let's say they only learned C++ or C#, some of these other particular ones. Let's say they didn't get necessarily in some of these other coding languages. But the point is, you're taking out the obstacle of what? Learning how to learn a whole brand new, I don't know, coding language. You don't necessarily have to do it 3 lines of code. So these are why we point out so many of these things, whether it's from Quant, XDC, and so on, because this other particular one, The community has had the time to vet the platform's smart contract coding. The community and also who? Even devs. You have some open source, devs see it. I understand it. Will I build on it? Yes, I will. What blockchain project am I trying to, what kind of business are we? Oh, we're into, I don't know, I'm just going to throw something out there. Metaverse. Why do you want to build on XTC if there's meta blocks? What, there can't be another particular player? Yes, there can be. What do you guys offer? Well, we offer, education in the metaverse. Oh, okay. Would you like to join our ecosystem? Yeah, we would. We would actually like to build on meta blocks with our particular blockchain project. All right, come join our ecosystem. Well, why can't I just join Ethereum? You really want to join that? You want to pay? You want to be on something super slow that's not really truly scalable? You know what I'm saying? The fees, the speed, and on top of that, having this be such open source. I mean, I get some people say, well, Max, Ethereum technically is open source to a sense as well. I get that. But my point is the scalability problem. Are you going to be able to scale on Ethereum compared to XDC? Here's this particular outline. Zenfin provides users with instant block finality and settlement of trade transactions. Impressively, developers clocked Zenfin at 2000 TPS, like we showed you in that particular chart. The blockchain leverages a dedicated proof-of-stake DPoS hybrid to achieve high performance and second block times. My point is this, and I'll try to leave it at this for the most part until we jump into the energy efficient, and then I think after that we'll jump back into the news. But if you are a new business and you have understood, like, you know what, years ago, Ethereum worked for me. Why did Ethereum work for you? Because those were your particular options during a Web 2 environment. We are in a Web 3 environment. More and more businesses have educated themselves, not necessarily the CEOs, right? They hire people to look more into this. When they have hired more and more people to look in this, they have come to the conclusion that, you know what, the general consensus, they're right. This is the Ethereum killer. Why is it the Ethereum killer? You have a vast, robust ecosystem that's a lot faster than Ethereum and gets everything done that already Ethereum provides as we speak, but cheaper, faster, more efficient. By the way, military grade. Is Ethereum military grade blockchain? No, it is not. So, and then when at the partnerships and so on. So I honestly think this helps them that much more with the transparency, if you will, compared to, Ethereum. Now, how about this? The energy efficiency of this real quick. The system improves scalability, just like it mentioned on the previous short paragraph, and reduces energy consumption compared to earlier proof of stake and proof of work networks. Perfect example. Oh my gosh, somebody outside has an incredibly small, what. All right, sorry. So yes, compared to earlier proof of stake and proof of work networks. Think about it. They're not literally mentioning Ethereum, but to me, that's like, who was the earlier proof of work network? Ethereum. Who recently became a proof of stake network? Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? So it's in the Bitcoin network. I gotta mention that because in reality, I don't know. I guess that's just the thing. But it says in the Bitcoin network, miners must compete against each other using brute computational force. This requirement drives energy consumption. Yeah, no kidding. There's a lot here. I would highly advise you guys take more of a look into it. Again, a little bit more of the inner reiteration. We didn't even talk about the whole thing about, XTC even stands out for what? Decentralized apps. I think later this year, dApps really will stand out for 2023. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm going to hop on the gravy train or whatever with Charlie Shrem of Investor Place. He's pointed that out, right? Decentralized Oracle. There's so much here. Cross-chain swaps. You know what? In closing of this particular segment, because this wasn't planned, the institutional sector of Zenfin is a critical component of the network. It includes infrastructure such as the staking mechanisms. You guys are always talking about GBEX, a perfect example. XSwap, perfect example. This level is where you find private networks built on the Zenfin blockchain as well. It also includes partner networks. You guys may feel like, well, Max, how come you're not into those yet? I will be. Not yet, though. But my key thing is, I still want to stack more of what I have. I still want to make positions of what I have. I mean, we all have certain ones that we're really into. I do recognize like XSwap reminds me of like it's XDC's version of like Pancake Swap, if you will. Pancake Swap did very, very well last bull market. You know what I mean? It really stood out. But the key thing that stood out for it is that it was a standout DApp, right? So we have things like this with XDC. And of course, there's all the things about the consensus validators. You could take more of a look into it, but it was a great question. I know I could, I don't know, maybe condense that a little bit more, but my thing was XDC is so darn impressive. That's the key thing. All right, let's jump further down. But great question, Bob. I appreciate that. I didn't answer all the other ones for the XRP and all that, but maybe other people from our community can give you that. All right. Magic Power did a video call. You did? Well, I didn't announce for us to take calls today, but maybe we will do that in the future. Like here in the next couple days or so. P Nice, welcome back. XLM, my boy, remember me? Yes. And speaking of which, we do have an XLM segment, brand new, spanking new from the Stellar Foundation, released a few hours ago. You're not gonna want to miss that particular segment. P Nice says the guy with the margin trade. Yep, welcome back. Bob Smith, I bought my quant back, felt naked without it. Well, good. Glad to hear it, man. Magic Power Max on Jasmine and Crypto Info. There are very, very interesting interview with Hara 30 minutes ago. Okay, cool. What I'll do is, like I mentioned, I'll just no matter how long it takes. I mean, the way I look at it with Jasmine, nothing against other content creators, but sometimes, I mean, unless it's like somebody like, Zippy, the guys that really take the deep dives. I mean, at the end of the day, I understand why, they take what's also on the surface, because it's like, okay, this is the news, but I want to try to go the extra mile, and I'm going to try to see what I can take from that. And then I'll do, I'll kind of like a quant papa approach, right? Where I'll make a compilation of the good stuff, and then I'll condense it more for you guys and highlight the key areas. And I think if anything, the Jasmine community, especially our community will, you guys would appreciate that. It's going to be time consuming, but that's okay. I just, how often do they have AMAs? Not too often. So, it's definitely going to be worth doing. XRP at 46 cents, up 20%. Yeah, man, it's awesome. I always just shake my head when people say, oh, who cares? I'm just into XRP for when it goes to $20. So I'm like, you will shake your head about, recognizing some of the big things that happened here recently with ISO 222 and so on, because it's not a big deal to you that XRP went from 32, 34 cents to where it's at now, 46 cents, right? But you're only into XRP for $20. I'm just thinking to myself, who are these people? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not complaining about that huge jump to $20, but am I really, are we really into XRP for $20, guys? Come on. Are we? No. All right. Nicholas Mock, how far do you think the DXY need to fall to really see crypto skyrocket? Oh, man. I mean, that's a great question. That's more of a deeper dive. I appreciate your question, though. Nicholas Mock. KK says, hey, is XCN a pile or is it viable? I don't know. XCN? Is that a typo? All right, JG. Hey, Max. Thank you for consistently being here, providing this great info. You're appreciated, bro. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Just make me feel appreciated. So, yeah, man. I appreciate you as well. Thank you. I do try. My thing is this, you invest in people and community, and it will pay you well. Like, was it saying goes like 100-fold? I mean, I know some of us are believers, some of us aren't. That's not the point. The reason why I quote that, I mean, it is actually like from scripture. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh man, I mean, why wouldn't I want to invest my time into something cool like this? Some people said, oh, it's because you just want to make money off all this and so on. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I mean, yeah, we hit like over 1,000 subscribers and so on. It's not a drop. It's not even a drop in the bucket compared to like that generational wealth that we're looking at. You know what I mean? I just, in general, I love to talk about crypto. At the end of the day, people want to do what they enjoy talking about. at some point when all this stuff explodes, I mean, our channel might very well explode. Perfect example, some of the top influencers for like Shiba Inu and so on, right? Their channels exploded in that particular bull market and so on. I think at one point, we get to some of these big milestones. But my other point is, I want people to understand that, if our channel is at 11,000, which we just hit that mark not that long ago, or 111,000, right? Maybe we don't exactly have live shows every day, but you better believe we'll still have some shows, and we'll still talk about some of these particular things, and our outlook for the future. Because you know what, we will recognize some of the cycles. There'll be times in which, I don't know, maybe at some point it's like, all right, we still hold a bunch of XRP, Quant, and some of these other ones. We're getting paid interest on. I'm talking about way out in the future, guys. There'll be other particular projects. There's always going to be opportunity moving forward is the key thing. Am I going to get completely out of crypto to the point where, I'm not going to look at other opportunities in the future? No. I like to see where this thing is going to go in the future. It's going to be a constantly ever evolving, innovative technology that is going to take the world by storm. And that just, to me, makes sense. I mean, this whole talk about we're only at, what is it, 5 or 6% adoption? Come on, guys. Let's be real. By 2030, we'll be at least 50%, if not more. And in my opinion, that's lowballing it, right? If you think about the talk of carbon credits and all these particular things, that honestly is lowballing it. All right. McDizzle, but thank you again, JG. Appreciate you. McDizzle says he's banned on Twitter till the morning and couldn't connect to YouTube. What? That's ridiculous. Marvin Davis, hey Max, and all watching, please don't sleep on SHX and APL. All right, so hold on a second. SHX, isn't that what we were talking about last night? Isn't that Stronghold? Hold on, let me double check that real quick. SHX. That is Stronghold. And then we did talk about, okay, so the other one we talked about is APL, Apollo currency. Okay. Or unless you're talking about Apollon Lima Asol. All right, thank you for that comment. I think SHX, just off on the surface, I need to take more of a deep dive. I know it's part of the QFS. It's a good one. It's just not on my short list. But yeah, I think there's a lot that we can't sleep on. It's just, you know what? If I had to add up all the ones I'm not supposed to sleep on, I should get into, and I have added it up maybe about a month and a half ago. I'm not kidding. I thought it was going to be 25K. If I got into all the ones that we consistently cover, whether it's WazPay, you name it, right? For me to have the positions that I want, I'm looking at an extra 35K. I'm just not willing to do that right now. Right now, currently speaking, I'm at about roughly 69K, and within the next couple of days or so, that's going to increase because of LCX, Rio, and ELK. So I am personally reinvested based off of my profits from 2021 bull run when, with my Doge, Shiba Inu, and Crow at the 69K reinvested mark. Some of you guys are higher than that. It's not a competition. But my thing is, it's just I'm not really comfortable with putting another 35K into crypto. Some of my friends even mentioned, why don't you just do something like you mortgage the house? I'm not comfortable with that either. Because you know what? Crazy thing, just like a professional basketball player or a pitcher in the major leagues, they never know when their time is up for that that special game they're playing. I would not want to put myself in a situation where for the what ifs and so on like that. That's just I'm not cool with that. I mean, CZ, I guess he apparently did that in 2013, something like 2014. He mortgaged his house, bought a bunch of Bitcoin. That's just not me. I'm not willing to do that. I am kind of like with richer common sense crypto. Put in what you can afford to lose. I'm not quite ready to do the whole mortgage thing. You know what I mean? I like the idea of having at least, I don't have multiple houses, but I like the idea that I own one home free and clear. You know what I mean? I want to do more, but I like the idea that I don't have a mortgage. You know what I mean? So, all right. Hope you do well, bro. Yeah, but we do hope you do well. We hope everybody in our community does well. Blackwood, of all people to ring the alarm about CBDCs, I never thought it would be Ron DeSantis. Did not see that coming. I have to see that. I'll have to watch that clip. Thank you for reporting that. Redacted seems to be quite in tune. Yeah, I like, they get. So some of my friends, I'm not the type of guy where if I have friends that are on the left, I like, some people do this. Oh, I'll stop talking to those guys. Really? You grew up with some of these guys. You're going to stop talking to them because they have different political opinions? Anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But some of my friends who are on the left, all right, I consider myself more middle of the road. They point out, oh, I don't like redacted. In reality, they claim to be middle of the road, but they're more of what's the one that my friend said? Fired people from Fox News that couldn't get a job. I'm like, are you serious? That's so ridiculous. I was just like, man, that's kind of messed up. But anyway, I do look at redacted as being middle of the road. How are they middle of the road? Because here's the thing, they do point out things that that happen on the right, on the right wing that they don't agree with, right? And also on the left. So I think, to me, they're consistent. I really like redacted. I mean, Clayton Morris brings it. I do think his wife, Natalie Morris, is pretty cute, to be honest. To me, I find a sense of attractiveness with women who have brains, you know what I mean? And she knows her stuff. And so apparently their marriage is working. They've been married since 2010. They have 3 kids. Larry watches Redacted as well. I think I originally subscribed to Redacted on the CTN channel, and he kept seeing it pop up, and he started watching it, and he's just like, man, Redacted is pretty cool. And I'm like, yeah, it is. So if you guys watch Redacted, I mean, they really cover this stuff. They really, really cover it. All right, Marvin Davis also heard today on Robert Kiyosaki's podcast that Mexico may try to join BRICS. Yeah, that was actually reported about a week ago, and it's okay, we just got the news. But yeah, they did apply for a membership. They were at the BRICS summit. It's gonna be kind of weird calling BRICS in the future if they do join. End up calling it BRICSums. Are you part of the BRICSums? All right. Texas senator introduced a bill to ban Fed CBDCs in the U.S. today. Ooh, that's what it was. I gotta catch myself up on it. I usually try to catch myself up on everything, but again, sometimes I just like anybody else. You know what I mean? I get it when I get it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and highlight that. Burke, I do see in the comments. We'll get to some of your comments in a second. I do want to welcome you. Let's go ahead and jump back into the news, because we're basically like 2 hours and 7 minutes into this particular show. I want to get into some of the the stuff that we need to mention. All right, so we talked about Quant earlier. We gave you guys that Jasmine update. We talked a little bit about XDC and basically like what the heck XDC brings to the table as far as understanding what they bring from the institutional side. What does ZenFin Network basically try to solve? Good stuff, right? I mean, not just about news here, right? It's also about education. So let's jump into this whole thing in regards to specifically speaking, was XRP, I believe, right? So yeah, it is XRP. And I want to mention this real quick. You guys follow John Deaton. He came out with this recent one not too long ago, I guess. And in the past, we were of course following Filan, right? James K. Filan does a really good job of giving us the updates in regards to the trial. And over here at CTN, I just feel as though it was just kind of like, man, let's be done with this. I'm done hearing about this. Can we just get a Ripple victory? I get kind of frustrated with that, right? But every now and then, if I feel like we're close, I'm like, all right, you know what? We got to mention this. So you got, for instance, John Deaton. He has this particular interview here. Maybe you've seen it. Maybe you haven't. Thought this was good because, it says right here, transparency is our friend. Listen to what he mentions here specifically in this interview. I am even that much more convinced, more than ever. I think he is right. I think this thing finally will be wrapped up here soon. And is it perfect timing? After the ISO 222 launch, and we had stable coins roughly a week or two ago, the collapsing of those, and I should say collapsing, but the depegging, yeah, they bounced back. Is this all planned? Is it more than coincidence at this point? Make your own, draw your own conclusion. Let me know what you think in the comments. Let's go ahead and play this. But yeah, shout out to Riz. Gary Gensler Resign, which is at RizXRP. Great content creator. He follows me. I follow him. And love what he covers. XRP, Quant, Jasmine, XTC. He covers basically everything we cover as well. Give him a follow, right? He deserves your follow. Really good, great content creator, I should say. All right, here we go.
I was shocked, Kathy, when I read the SEC. I was actually proven wrong. They proved me wrong about something in this case. Before the summary judgment motion was filed, I told the XRP world and the XRP community, stand by, because I predict the XRP might have some evidence against Brad and Chris and Ripple that are not public yet. And it might be a couple bad days for Ripple, publicly, kind of optically. And when I read the summary judgment, there was nothing there. It was just that, hey, they talked about, how they want to promote the XRP ecosystem and how they want to get XRP increased in value and things like that, and how XRP is going to be successful in the future. Everything that a Bitcoin person says, everything that Ethereum person says, everything that Charles Hoskinson from Cardano says about their platform, nothing there that was unique. And as you know, there's no fraud in this case. There's not one allegation of fraud. So this is a pretty straightforward case. And I've become more and more, I try to stay, not too optimistic so I can give people more objective advice, but I just don't see how the SEC wins this case at this point. I really do. I'm going to go on a limb and predict a victory for Ripple and XRP holders.
That is the Ripple judgment we wanted to hear. Lionel Richie. Yeah, I had to say it at least once. All right, glad to share that with you guys. Let's jump into a little bit more of our Ripple XRP news coverage for you guys here tonight. So it's John Deaton. Here's the good stuff. I wish I could play it on the well, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me see. Is this particular one monetized? Let me double check. I don't know if it is. I think it is. I think monetization is on. That's all right. You'll get the point here in a second. So you guys may have seen some of this, right? And we pointed out some of this in the past. Look at this. South Korea XRP. In reality, it's United States and South Korea. Maybe even Japan, right? But for the most part, those two. Look at this thing. Look at it. Oh boy. I should get play that, but might get demonetized. But anyway, yeah, look at that. I'm muted, unfortunately. I love this song. It's AC/DC Thunderstruck, but listen to this. Or look at this. I mean, it is what it is, man. I mean, it's pretty sweet. Not too shabby. Pretty cool. Just to see it do its thing like that. Look at that. I mean, a lot of those are KuCoin, Huobi, PolyNex, apparently, Gate.io. Oh, man. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it's just, yeah. And then, we stated that you should basically see a little bit of this, right? Because this whole idea that, nothing was going to happen, I just don't think that was the case. Something did happen. So we're getting little smidges, a taste of what's to come, right? So I wanted to point that out to you guys. Pretty cool stuff. Let me go to this next one. A little bit more reiteration, right? This one we can't play his voice because you don't have no music on it. But yeah, look at this. Hold on, what's he saying in the comments? XRP major purchases mainly from New York, Seoul, South Korea, and Tokyo, Japan, right? Let's go ahead and play this.
Yo, guys, from what I'm seeing here, majority of the XRP purchases are happening in New York, Seoul, in Tokyo. Those 3 cities. Why specifically those 3 cities? Could be something's happening, eh? Yo, guys.
All right. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, something is happening. All right, one more. This one I had to save it because this is like most of you guys have seen this, but every now and then for the newcomers, right? Maybe you've never seen this. If you've never seen this, boy, you're in for a treat. You're gonna love this. You're absolutely gonna love this. And just like Crypto Smith, he has to play this. I think he said something like once a week. You got to play this. Like maybe you play it once every day now with everything that's going on, right? We will play this again. Why do I hold XRP? Yeah, this one's a classic, but man, it's like watching a great old classic film. Like I think it sucks what's happening to Bruce Willis personally. You know what I mean? With his brain and so on. Sad situation, but it's like watching an old, like turn on Die Hard again. Die Hard 1, 2. My personal favorite was Die Hard with a Vengeance, but I love the Die Hard films. I even like Die Hard. It's not called Die Hard 4, but Live Free or Die Hard. The last one, I wasn't a fan of that one, but anyway, yeah, like turn on an old Die Hard film, right? You don't really get tired of it. You know what I mean? You love it. It's a classic. All right, let's go ahead and play this.
Why do I hold XRP? Because Ripple's the chosen one to lead the new global digital payment system, and they use XRP. In 2013, the Federal Reserve began looking for faster payments options. 2 years later, an action plan was born and a federal payments task force was created. It included one company focused on crypto, Ripple. In 2014, the World Bank and Better Than Cash Alliance, which includes the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Clinton Global Initiative, and the governments of 32 countries, put out a report called The Opportunities of Digitizing Payments. 1 year later, the Better Than Cash Alliance featured one crypto company on their website, Ripple. Today, Better Than Cash Alliance and all other UN initiatives are focused on a single agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. You can see the SDGs logo on Bill Gates' lapel, world-leading companies, the Better Than Cash Alliance website, and on the UN's official exchange, Exchange. What crypto is Exchange officially utilizing for their carbon credit solution? XRP. The world will move to a new international standard for exchanging electronic messages between financial institutions by 2025 called ISO 20022. Who was the first ISO 20022 member focused on distributed ledger technology? Ripple. Who's partnered with over 300 financial institutions, including Bank of America, American Express, PNC, Santander, SBI, HSBC, Standard Chartered Bank, Bank of England, India, Singapore, Scotland, Australia, and Indonesia, the largest banks in Japan, Canada, Egypt, the Middle East, United Arab Emirates, Thailand, Morocco, Bhutan, South Korea, Brazil, and Latin America? Ripple. Who is a former employee overseeing the Federal Reserve? Ripple. A former employee overseeing the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock's digital asset division? Ripple. Leading Australia's CBDC effort? Ripple. Who hired a former Treasury of the United States? Ripple. 2 former Federal Reserve attorneys to their board? Ripple. 2 former Clinton and Obama advisors, former Minister of Defense and Economics of Germany, former business director at SWIFT, former SWIFT board member, former CFO of PayPal, former head of the DTCC, former chief business officer at Uber, former VP of Amazon, and former SEC chair on their legal team? Ripple. Who's a member of the Digital Pound Foundation, Digital Dollar Project, Digital Euro Association, Mojaloop, IMF's high-level advisory board on fintech, Hyperledger Blockchain Consortium, Open Payments Coalition, Faster Payments Council, Global Payments Steering Group, Cross-Border Working Group, International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications, Crypto Climate Accord, University Blockchain Initiative, World Wide Web Consortium, and a featured partner of the World Economic Forum with 3 members of their team directly listed on the WF website? Ripple.
The last part was actually cut off, but there's another thing that he mentions. But anyway, it's good stuff. All right. Gonna kick it back into the comments. Thank you for being here tonight. And let's see what we have also here. Next on the list actually is Stellar XLM. Got some new info posted, and you're gonna love this one. It's the actual interview. All right. GF Burke, welcome. He says he loves his 79. Always have a screwdriver and a bucket. All right, KK says airplane tickets already have carbon credit on the ticket. Interesting. I have not flown since 2017. It was when I went to Disneyland for Christmas time. Do not recommend going to Disneyland at Christmas time because it's just too packed. But it still was pretty fun. It was pretty awesome. And don't forget, you go there, get yourself a fast pass. It's the way to go. All right, just my style. yeah, I'm in Texas and saw that love living in Texas. There's a bill called HB 1193 that is trying to be passed right now. A lot of senators are vetoing it. Just my style. It's basically, hold on. It basically says only the CBDC will be allowed to be accepted as currency and not crypto. Ah, boy. All right. Kirk Angel says a CBDC is coming. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, I know. But I think, maybe we put up a fight, but we'll see. So basically, they are trying to ban crypto in the U.S. like China did. Yeah, see how think about what we just said. Do we want to do anything like actually how China did? I mean, we're supposed to be a sovereign nation. I mean, just on the surface, like if somebody didn't even know about crypto or what China did recently, and so on. If I didn't know Jack Daly's squad about crypto and I read that, I'd be like, what the heck? Quant will do epic. Yeah, it will be epic. All right. By the way, east side of Oregon and Washington are cool peeps. Yeah, my buddy lives on the east side in John Deere. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon, born and raised. I'm not looking to live right in Portland, but I eventually would like to live in the Portland area, either in Selwood or I don't know if I buy a property on Lake Oswego. I know that's where like NBA basketball players live and so on. I might just get a little bit further away from the city and so on. Just a nice little, cozy, quiet place. But yeah, and I'll only be living there probably for 4 or 5 months out of the year, probably 4 months because it's just so wet and damp and cold the rest of the time. But I like it there from, I don't know, late May to probably like September. And then or I might stay there till like maybe the beginning of October. And then after that, either I would come back here and then live the rest of the time because it's just nice weather here. But I don't know. I'll have to see what happens in the future. I may just decide to heck with it all and just go to some place I've never been to before. I'm gonna do a lot of traveling. Try to, I don't know. Maybe I go more to the East Coast. I don't know. It's gonna be fun and interesting. But I'll be on my own journey, calling my own shots and not having to answer to anybody. And that's one of my goals as well. All right, Crypto McDizzle says, for shizzle, BTC Pay pumped like 1,200% earlier. It's up like 200 right now, consolidated. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I was considering this in the past, doing this like swing trading it. So I don't know. Maybe my next step in the future, instead of like a power swap for like Filecoin, maybe I do that, BTC Bitcoin Pay. I don't know. We'll see, because I mean, it's consistently over the last many months done some crazy things. So it is what it is. But my key thing is I want to do it at least like maybe under a month, like maybe once every 3 to 4 weeks, something decent, but maybe it doesn't quite average that. I'll have to pay more closer attention to those charts. All right. McDizzle says some before the big pump still did good. Cool. Marvin Davis, XTC used Chainlink. Now they use PLI as the XTC Oracle. GF Burke, loving the KAS layer 1 open source $100,000 bag, or 100K bag, I should say. It doesn't mean 100,000. You know what I mean? I'll check that insane chart. Okay, I could do that real quick, actually. That's worth noting. So, loving the KAS. Let's pull that up. KAS. Oh, Casper, you know what? So, shout out to Papa X Max. He was mentioning Rio, and the other one he told me, he's like, Max, you really got to look into Caspa. So, Mike Cornwell, the guy who originally, right, introduced Rio to me, Papa X Max, in the same breath mentioned, you also got to look really into Caspa. So, you did really well, obviously, in Rio, right? 8 cents, now well over 30 cents. I don't know anything about Caspa yet, but it was introduced to me. So I think I have to double check my research list real quick, just to make sure that's on there, because I don't want things to slip through the cracks. You guys want to talk about the fear of missing out? For me, it's the fear of missing out on ones that I've researched and then for whatever reason didn't buy. I don't really do that too often. All right, let me see if it's on my list. It is not. So this is CASPA. Let's get into this for just a brief moment. CASPA. Maybe we'll just do a quick intro on this particular one. So, let's see where we're at. So we have a ranking of 219. We have a market cap that's confirmed by CMC of 276,865,000. There's 61% of the current circulating or the supply in circulation. It is at 17,426,989,000. You do have, for instance, hold on. There we go. A total supply of not like pretty much the total supply is what's in circulating. Max supply is a little over 28 billion of these things. Before we get into like some of the, what this is, the markets, as far as decentralized, there's no data to show. I don't know if that means that there is, but I guess it's mainly centralized. Yeah, it is centralized. I wouldn't get it on Gate.io. Especially if you're here in the United States. So I would go with MEXC personally. So they have a KS USDT pairing. Okay, let's see what's going on with that. All right, so let's try to find out what this is all about for just a brief moment. Oh, and let me see. Is my screen showing up? Yep, my screen's showing up. All right, cool. Or actually, it's not. It's not showing up. Ugh, I apologize. So you heard what I said right there. Let me just pull it up again. My bad. We'll take you to the CASPA site. Here it is. It says they are beyond the block. CASPA is the fastest open source, decentralized, and fully scalable layer 1, like you were mentioning, in the world. The world's first block DAG, a digital ledger enabling parallel blocks and instant transaction confirmation, built on a robust proof of work engine with rapid single second block intervals. So they're a layer 1 proof of work. Okay. Built by industry pioneers, led by the people. All right, let's see here. All right, yeah, at a glance, because that's what we're doing. We're doing at a glance. So CASPA's community project, completely open source with no central governance, following the ethos of coins like Bitcoin, Litecoin, or Monero. Well, that's Monero's. Like, wow. It's expensive, but man, that Monero, if you got the money, like extra money, that's not bad. Not financial advice, but on a true bull run, that will really, really stand out, Monero. If you guys want some time, we can take more of a deeper dive into Monero. I'm just being honest. That one is solid. Not personally invested into that, mainly because I want my money to kind of go a little bit further. But I also understand that even picking up a handful of these, like, are you kidding? Mid to long term would be fine. All right, this is not about Monero, but I'm just throwing that out. The coin was fair launched without pre-mining or any other pre-allocation of coins. There's in-depth details in regards to CASPA features. We'll pull that up, but I'm not going to go to that. But I have it primed, ready to go. They originally launched November 7th of 2021. They have a hashing algorithm. That's interesting. Again, consensus is proof of work, not proof of stake. Okay, so they are interoperable with Windows. Also, you have OS X, Linux, and even a Raspberry Pi. I have a brand new Raspberry Pi. It hasn't even been opened. Isn't that horrible? All right, so some of the stats we reported earlier. Here's a particular visualization, apparently. I guess you guys already saw that while I was reading that. All right, so hold on a second. Let me see if there's anything further down. All right, so there is. This is pretty good. So CASPA is a proof of work cryptocurrency which implements the Ghost DAG protocol. Unlike traditional blockchains, Ghost DAG does not orphan blocks created in parallel, but rather allows them to coexist and orders them in consensus. So it's like a consensus algorithm, whereby CASPA is actually a block DAG. You can see Ghost DAG in action in real time via block DAG visualizer. This generation of Nakamoto consensus allows for secure operation while maintaining very high block rates, currently 1 block per second, aiming for 32 seconds with visions of 100 a second, minus minuscule confirmation times dominated by, let's see, hold on. So on the surface, without even taking more of a deeper dive to this, it sounds like they are using some of the things that are mentioned from, like the Satoshi, Nakamoto white paper. Like it says consensus, but the difference is obviously it's a heck of a lot faster and more efficient compared to the old technology, while using, like the original groundwork, if you will. But scale, I imagine they're scaling on that. They need to, at least. The Casper implementation, includes a lot of cool features and sub protocols, including reachability to query the DEG's topology, block data pruning with near future plans for block data pruning. I have to learn about that. I'm going to take another one of that. With near future plans for block header pruning, SPV proofs, and later subnet work support, which will make future implementation of layer 2 much easier. All right. All right. So you know what? I have these other tabs up. Give me a second. So let's take a look at this. So here's some of their specific deep dive features, right? I did open up that particular tab. Casper was developed to solve the trilemma in the uses of digital assets, security, scalability, and decentralization. And for those who are just tuning in and you're like, what the heck is this? What is this? I thought I came in to get some news about, all the other ones we normally cover. The reason why I want to point this out is because the guy who originally introduced me to Rio, which, by the way, guys, went from 8 cents to or 30 cents, right? Very, very scarce, low market cap gem, in my opinion, right? Like only 75 million tokens. In the same breath of air, he mentioned Casper. And that's why I don't want to dismiss this. Because my thing is, what if this is another gem? It's worth trying to find out what stands out for him. So with Rio, it's, real estate on the blockchain, right? The tokenization of real estate, yada, yada. What the heck is Casper? So if you're just joining us, we're basically on the surface taking like a little bit of a intro / deep dive or quick dive into Casper. All right. So developed to solve the trilemma in the usage of digital assets. We'll open up that particular tab as well. All right, cool. So they do have security. It is scalable. Remember, I was mentioning that earlier. Is it scalable? It is, apparently. That's at least what it says. I mean, I don't doubt that. And decentralization, utilizing a revolutionary block DEG as opposed to blockchain. Casper allows the fastest, scalable, and most secure transactions with absolutely no sacrifice to decentralization. So my thing is, if you have a Satoshi or Nakamoto consensus, that is your foundational, I guess you could say, blueprint, but not completely like following that, because basically it would just be another Bitcoin clone. I don't think that's the case. Obviously it's not. But they're sticking to the concept of true decentralization, which people have mentioned that's what equals freedom. That's what Bitcoin maxis want to state. But it's not going to sacrifice decentralization. So to me, on the surface, it's supposed to be a lot like, oh my God, is this actually turning into BSV? Cool Cat, are you still here? Maybe you're into this. I don't know. Fastest transactions. Casper's block DEG network generates multiple blocks every second for posting transactions to the ledger, combined with fully confirmed transactions in 10 seconds. This makes Casper a deal for everyday transactions. Instant confirmation. Casper was designed to be hundreds of times faster than Bitcoin. Okay. With each Casper transaction visible to the network in 1 second, and each transaction fully confirmed in 10 seconds on average. Scalability. Casper solves the scalability problem with its ability to generate and confirm multiple blocks per second. This comes with no trade-off to security and decentralization, as seen with proof-of-stake networks. Efficient proof of work. All right, let's talk about it, because it seems like there's a lot of focus on proof of work. Casper utilizes the optical mining ready K-heavy hash algorithm for consensus and security of the network. The algorithm, combined with high throughput DAG and no wasted blocks, makes it less energy intensive than other proof of work networks. Okay. Wonder how many miners are really on this though. All right, so let's see here. Security is fine. Block DAG, overcoming the problem of blockchains. Casper processes all blocks in parallel, linking all side chains. This leads to a DAG structure that increases the formation of blocks per second drastically, creating a block DAG. All right. What was that part? Fastest transactions. Hold on a second. The ability for cryptocurrency to be utilized for everyday transactions has been limited by the lack of speed in the most popular networks, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum. This has prevented their mass adoption. Limitations in speed. Yeah, we know about this. All right, hold on a second. Caspa solves this problem. Okay, here's the juicy stuff. Maybe. Through a novel approach, block DAG, which creates multiple blocks every second. Okay, we did kind of read some of that before. This approach means transactions get entered into the network and ready for confirmation almost instantly. So, oh man. So I imagine like kind of like when I buy certain things or I have certain transactions, you have to wait for that confirmation back. I don't know, like you guys seen some of this stuff. But on the other hand, this is instant. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to find out. I mean, like a lot of this sounds good, but to be honest, I'm not trying to toot Cool Cat Crypto's horn. I mean, maybe a little bit. On the surface, and I'm sure Cool Cat, you're doing more deep dive into BSV than anybody. I'm just saying on the surface. I'm just kind of reading this just like you guys. Well, on the surface, it just sounds like it kind of rivals in its own way. I'm not saying it's exactly like it because I'm not saying that BSV uses hash consensus or whatever, right? Obviously they use their own algorithm, like it says right here, in a very efficient core heavy one that high hashing power per watt as compared to most proof of work algorithms. So on the surface, Cool Cat, if you were still here, if you had to compare this with BSV, because I mean, I'm not saying this is like just like BSV. It's not. On the surface, like there's some similarities. Can we at least say that a little bit? My thing is this: why is Papa X Max mentioning this in the same breath? I mean, all this is. Don't get me wrong. All this is very appealing. It sounds good, and I also understand. Who is it? Mr. Burke, like you're into this, you're loving it and so on. You guys gonna have to educate me. This is where you guys educate me. All right. So let me know what really, really stands out for you guys in that. Like, I'll read this comment again. Loving the cast layer 1 open source 100,000 bag. Check that insane chart. My thing is, I would like to know a little bit more of what stands out for you guys. Speaking of the chart, we're gonna go back to that for a second. All right, so let me go to the overview. And how long has this been around again? Start out 2022 at 0.003. And burn 2 zeros. That is an insane chart. So this is the insane chart. That's a constant. Yeah, that is insane. Okay, now I'm getting it. Now Max is seeing the light. Because, I mean, look at that. We talk about, like, you never want to catch a falling knife. This is the opposite of a falling knife. I mean, no kidding, right? That's a beautiful chart. My God. Holy cow. So there's something here that I'm totally missing, obviously. All right, that definitely caught my attention. The graph is what spoke for this whole thing. I was just trying to read like the technicals and trying to find out like, well, what's the main thing? Sometimes on CMC they do a good job of kind of giving you the gist of what the project is. Hold on a second. We're talking about the whole thing with pruning. I don't know. We could get more into the details later, but I don't know. Besides the chart, what really does it for you guys? That's what I want to ask you. All right. We'll kick it back in the comments in a little bit. Or actually right now. All right. KK says CBDC is the Antichrist. All right. McDizzle says Russia to use Chinese yuan instead of U.S. dollars to settle trade with Asia, Africa, and Latin America. All right, Marvin Day says XDC was originally XDCE. Arthur L, what's your thoughts on Cadena KDA? I'm aware of it. I did a little bit of research back in early 2022, but not to the point where I took a really deep dive into it. I know in the bull run they did pretty well, but other than that, I mean, I don't know everything there is to know about Cadena. But that's what impressed me upon it was in a bull run they did well. Why was that? But I don't really have much for you other than that. All right. Burke says anything in the modern ages is an ETH killer, much like Netscape killer, faster, cheaper. Yeah, that's a good point. We thought the 8-track would be surpassed or Netscape 8-track. You know, my dad's got a whole collection of those still, and some are even still brand new. It's crazy. All right, cool cat Mazin Finn. Burke says Firefox is a layer 2 to Netscape. That OG fork isn't needed. Wayside, what are the gas fees right now for buying XRP? What's up, dudes? Sirs up, man. Like, not much at all in regards to that for gas fees because there is no stinking gas fees. In reality, even if there was, it's just like, God, I mean, like almost nothing. Like even XDC is like, just says nothing. I mean, you know, the price of a SHIB token. We're gonna really complain about that. All right. Let me see if you guys have any specific comments or questions. You're talking about Elk. Oh my God, the DeFi utility under 300,000 market cap. Yeah, and 1.6 million supply. That's pretty crazy. Larry made 13% on XRP today. That's cool. Black Swan, can you believe this? $13. Oh, okay. Get him, Larry. Well, you know what? At least he got into it before it got too out of hand. Made about $3.50. All right, Black Spawn. Person bought the XRP coin on Friday and sold them off on Monday because they didn't see a pump. Yeah, it's just so stupid. Like, I mean, why aren't we into other cryptos for the short to mid-term, right? And why aren't we into XRP and some of these other ones for the, you know, long-term generational one? That's what, you know, is Larry, you know, we're on topic of Larry. That's what behooves me, as he would say. All right. McDuzzle said ETH is hitting higher lows and higher highs. Very good point. All right, let me go further down. Larry needs to get some elk, 1.6 million. I don't know if he jumps into those particular ones. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think he likes to stick with things that are a little bit more established, but you never know. Maybe he'll give it a chance. I can't really speak on his behalf when it comes to that. I always talk about some people saying that he's not into crypto. He definitely owns a few. You know, he has a few things that he's into. All right, common sense crypto XRP to $1 billion. That's funny. Quadrillions. Redacted is pretty good. Been watching that a while. Yeah, it is pretty good. All right, let me double check the other screen, make sure that I didn't miss anything. I didn't. I'm going to jump back into our news coverage. So transfers 11 trillion a day in cross-border payments. All right. So let's get into this whole thing that I have for you guys in regards to specifically what? Stellar. Yeah, Stellar. Max has some Stellar news for you guys. Oh, yeah, I do. And this came out earlier today, only a few hours before the show, from the Stellar Foundation. This is called Founder Journeys. Ruben Galindo Steckel, who's the co-founder and CEO of Artem. Let me give you some background. All right. So it says, we often talk about the blockchain solutions bringing real-world utility to those who need it most, right? Remember when we showed you the whole thing with Nigeria? Perfect example. But we don't talk about the brilliant minds building these solutions nearly enough. Very true. The second of our founder stories covers Ruben Galindo Steckel, co-founder and CEO of Artem. Do you see the date? Yeah, today, a few hours ago. So, I don't know, maybe I'm the first to bring it to you guys. Where the case be, it ain't about that. The point is, it's stellar news. Can you not get excited about new stellar news? Yay, Max, you gave me some Stellar news. I don't know. All right. For Ruben, financial freedom and participation in the global economy is paramount. To these ends, Artem, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, right, equips users with digital dollar accounts and much needed financial services powered by Stellar payment rails. I love how they're putting that in there as a lately. They usually speaking, when it comes to Stellar, I just want to throw this out there, they don't really mention a lot in their press coverage or, some of these YouTube videos. Payment rails. I don't know. I just kind of thought that was kind of funny because, obviously we're always talking about Ripple with their payment rails. Just kind of throwing that out there. Anyway, with these accounts, users can access opportunities worldwide and get paid without having to leave their homes. Learn more about Ruben's journey is found here, and that's exactly what we're going to do. This is 2 minutes. Really cool. Always see these particular projects that built on what? Stellar. Smash a like if you haven't done so already. This is the Stellar news you're looking for. Thank you for being here tonight.
My name is Ruben Galindo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of AirTM. It's very important for people in developing nations that perhaps don't have access to all the opportunities that we have here in the States or other developed nations, access to the global economy so that we can all seize the opportunities that exist out there for us. And we just help them participate in that global economy by giving them a dollar account that's compatible with the global economy. I was reading a blog post in 2015 about how people in Argentina had to go to this blue dollar market, which was an illegal market for buying dollars in a street called Calle Florida in Buenos Aires. And they go to these places called cuevas, basically places where people sell dollars, clandestine FX shops. And you get taken to these cuevas by these people called arbolitos who are standing in the street selling you dollars as you're passing by. And I thought it was crazy that people had to jump through so many hoops to buy dollars. And I remember feeling this sense of injustice, and it has really carried me forward. The same feeling of it is fair for people to have fair access to not just dollars, but to what the dollar signifies. The dollar allows people to preserve their wealth. It's unfair for people not to be able to preserve their wealth. It's unfair for people to have to go to Calle Florida to buy dollars illegally because we all work so hard for our money. It's unfair for us not to be able to do whatever we want with it, like buying dollars to preserve our wealth, especially if we live in a country like Argentina that has had, I think, 50% inflation for 70 years, which is crazy, right? And it is a sense of justice that I felt, or injustice that I felt 7 years ago that I feel today that makes me want to continue doing AirTM because it's fair for people to have fair access to the global economy.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it as well. My thing is this, when we talk about the adoption of cryptocurrency on a world front, I wish more people who are tuning in to understanding these innovative technologies, whether it's through Stellar, other particular blockchain projects, and so on. I wish they would watch an interview like that, because if anything, I think that's how we get to understand that we need to embrace these particular technologies. He gave you the example of people illegally selling these dollars and so on. That in itself, I mean, if I'm an elected official, how about this, even here in the United States, and I saw that video, I would want to learn more if I didn't know jack diddly squat about cryptocurrency. To me, that would impress me. Like, what is this? There's got to be something about this. I want to look more into this and find out more about this. And again, here's another thing. I feel as though whether it's that particular guy building on Stellar or some of these other projects that are built on Stellar, at the end of the day, I've mentioned this so many times. If you had to pick one cryptocurrency that will eventually be the world's cryptocurrency, for the not just the retail side, but like third world countries. Not saying that Argentina is a third world country, but my key thing is understanding that they very well could be the one. How long does that take? I don't know, but consistently speaking, if you had to pick one, man, they really stand out. And so I was glad to bring another one to you guys to share with you. Pretty cool stuff. And another thing, not enough people follow the Stellar Foundation. You know what I mean? Like right now, only 10,500 subscribers. I mean, are you kidding me? It's Stellar. Like, why aren't more people, I don't know, subscribe to these things to YouTube? But it is what it is. All right, so let's see here. I'm gonna double check the other screen, and let's go further down in the comments. She is super cute. And that's another thing that makes her, like, in my opinion, that much more attractive. Because I mean, the smarts. She's cute. She's smart. It just, the combination of both makes her very attractive. All right, River says the more I look at elk, the better it gets. So many networks, yeah. And you guys got to keep in mind. I mean, this might be another one just soon pops off real soon. I don't know. I might have to finally just get into it tonight, to be honest. I think if last I checked, let's double check this real quick. It might be currently on a red instead of a green. Let's pull up elk for just a brief moment. It's just slightly up. I mean, it's not a big deal. Let's just pull this up for a second. So here's elk, and close to 16 cents. Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely pop off. I mean, I know some people mentioned, not enough people know about it and so on. Let's click on more info. Maybe it will show the holders. Let's see. Nope, don't have any of that info. That's okay. But again, adoption. More communities like ourselves and so on talking about it. Some people may feel as though that's shilling or whatever. It's just, at the end of the day, I mean, I don't really quite look at just like that. I mean, I myself am not personally into it yet, but it is one that I guess I will pick up some tonight. CMC unconfirmed market cap is slightly under 3,000. But it looks like they're fully diluted is confirmed. That's kind of weird that CMC wouldn't confirm both. So fully diluted is confirmed. So 6,721,892. That's interesting. Very interesting. They also, CMC needs to fix this. See, you guys see this. Hopefully you do. See that total supply. That's obviously just, somebody's typo. I mean, you could totally tell that's a typo. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, elk seems like it's a great opportunity. I mean, max supply only a little over 42 million. I mean, my goodness. All right, let's go further down in the comments. We have Cool Cat says elk, instant and stupid cheap, even XRP. Yeah, very good. Very true. Blackwood, Argentina, and Nigeria also want to join BRICS. Oh boy. No, don't read my junk. Okay. Blackwood says, after what the U.S. has done to Nigeria for decades, I don't blame them. Crypto McDizzle for shizzle, only 2 hours and 7 minutes, 4 hours left in max. Oh my God. I don't know about that. Don't be a peach, LOL. All right. Calvin, welcome, man. Crypto is a grind. Props to your mods for keeping it fun. Yeah. Oh, I know what Cool Cat was saying, because when we show the whole thing of John Deaton. Yeah, he looks like Heisenberg, right? Walter White. I agree. Man, I don't know, man. It's Breaking Bad has to be like up there as one of the greatest shows of all time. The best thing about Breaking Bad is, like, I mean, it's fun to watch it again, but man, when we didn't know what was going to happen next, that's just great story writing. Whenever you're, the person who's watching it, a viewer, audience, I always say audience person, but in reality, that's what we were. Great storytelling is when the person either reading or watching thinks they know what the outcome's going to be, and it ends up not even being that at all. Oh, I love that. I live for that when it comes to reading books, watching a show, you name it. I love that. Breaking Bad did such a good job with that. Don't get me wrong, Better Call Saul was good. I didn't think it was as good as Breaking Bad, though. All right. Walter is in the ISOs. Yeah. All right. Elk meat is king. I like elk meat. I love elk meat, to be honest. It's good. It tastes a lot like regular beef. I don't see why. Another thing is like, people who don't like deer, like venison, right? That's a consistent complaint. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's 50-50. I would say overall, I think the majority of people just don't like it. But elk meat, man, if you gave somebody elk meat and you told them it was beef, I bet you anything they wouldn't know. I love elk meat. It's good stuff. All right. Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle. Is this video where if I send 1,000 XRP, they will send me? No. Yeah, LOL. Lionel Richie. Heisenberg predicts the victory. Just My Style says all that XRP going straight into the White House. Hell's been. I don't know what you're saying right there. That's right. All right. Z Ali, I want to welcome you. Wait for regulation, then we'll see the floodgates basically break. Good point. Magic Power Max. Now that I'm going to sell my house and buy XRP, thanks for this XRP. You're welcome. You guys are funny. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. All right, Blackwood, a nice, quiet place, free, nosy, troublemaking neighbors. Next house. Yeah. I don't want. I want to get away from all these people, but I still want to have my internet and all that stuff. It's kind of like, I have one friend who's just like, nah, man, if you get like a super nice cabin or something like that, you got to be true. You got to be unplugged from the world. No, man, I still want to be able to have access to all that stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't mind being out someplace where there's clean air, but we'll see. Maybe it does end up being 3 places. One back home in Oregon, obviously here, and then maybe I don't know, maybe Wyoming or something like that. Someplace like real clean air away from people. But we'll see. Either way, though, I'm telling you guys flat out, I'm gonna go on a 1-year vacation, and maybe I document most of it. Maybe I document half of it. I don't know. Be pretty interesting. All right, I'm gonna go jump further down. See if they got any specific questions. Let me see here. I want to welcome Richard 369. Welcome. If there's anybody else that just came in and I accidentally skipped you, I didn't mean to. He says, "Hi all, got here just in time for KAS. Thank you for being here, Richard." All right, let me go ahead and highlight his particular comment. We will kick it back into the news. And if anything, thank you for being here tonight. Let's jump into that. So let's see where we're at. We talked, of course, about XRP earlier. We gave you guys the XLM Stellar. Yeah, how cool is that? XLM, right? And let me just read this DM real quick. Hold on a second. Let me see what we got here. Oh, that's sweet. Sweet picture of Rafael Santos's kid. Huh. All right. Glad to see he's doing a little bit better. God bless the guy. I mean that. All right. Let's jump into XDC real quick. All right. And again, I want to thank everybody that did help Rafael Santos. It's really appreciated. All right. So look at this. This comes straight from CoinGecko. CoinGecko? Really? They would post about this? Yeah, 1.6 million. Kind of crazy to see an exchange list or an exchange listing. A crypt. What do we call them? We call them exchange. What do we actually call CMC? I forgot what we call it. A listing platform for cryptocurrencies. Yeah, the world's largest independent crypto data aggregator. Yeah. Anyway. This actually comes from the official CoinGecko of 1.6 million followers. Some people are bigger fans of CoinGecko compared to CMC, rightfully so. And for the most part, they actually list true market caps of projects. You have to include HEX, basically. I mean, CMC is anti-HEX. They don't put HEX in the top 10 by market cap. I think HEX would be ranked 7th, right? Anyway, this is not about HEX. If you're waiting for the XDC news, here it finally is. Check this out. This was reported yesterday basically almost like today, right? 11:58 p.m., like right before midnight yesterday. So the XDC network is an open source, as we know, blockchain protocol that specializes in tokenization of real-world assets. With XDC up 21% in the past 24 hours, let's delve deeper to understand the projects building on the network. And by the way, over 40% for the week. So let's jump into this. As we pull this up, this comes straight from CoinGecko, and of course, originally they posted this on February 9th, but the key thing is they are recognizing what happened recently with the market for XDC. So it's kind of a reiteration of what they originally posted on February 9th and reminding people that it's up 24 hour in the 24-hour chart, 20%. And like what I mentioned to you guys, about roughly 40% on the 7-day. All right, so what is the XDC network? Well, we know what it is, but you know what? This is a nice visualization. Wanted to share with our particular community. We always do these particular things, right? This is a really nice representation. You have Travala. And by the way, guys, I'm going to look more into this. They have their own token, right? I don't think they have a blockchain, but they have their own token. Yeah, really. I thought that was something else. And it actually was doing pretty well, right? So sometimes we need to take more of a look into some of that. Not necessarily today, but in the future, I'm going to look more into that. But man, some standout ones. Impel, I did a deep dive in regards to that. We have some of these other bigger players, like you have, obviously, GBEX. You guys are big fans of that. We did a deep dive on yours. Some of you guys on XSP. Larry did a video on XSP a while back. I covered MetaBlocks. I'm telling you flat out, if you're into metaverse, do not sleep on XDC's metaverse platform, MetaBlocks. Real world locations in the metaverse with up to support of 300,000 users per real world location. They're starting off, and I believe it's still in beta. Their real world location is Paris, France. And in the future, they're looking to do other cities. Last I heard, it was like, for instance, London, England. I believe also New York City is on the list. But the point is what? If you're into gaming, play World of Warcraft, for instance. Remember when you play on a server, whether you're the Horde or the Alliance, right? Those servers support up to 50,000 people for the MMORPG. This is a metaverse platform, 300,000 users. You have to have something that is going to be fast, not only secure, but to be able to support that amount of people. Well, not having, as the saying goes in your games, without a loud leg. You don't want people warps, flying and skipping across the screen, server leg. It makes sense to be built on a blockchain that has the speed. I would much rather be in an XDC blockchain environment for the metaverse, right? On XDC's platform, at least 2,000. I mean, people talk about, well, that's payments, but hear me out. I'd rather be on XDC that has reports of 2,000 TPS, is my point, compared to being on Ethereum that's just super duper slow and whatnot. And basically speaking, like being throttled with some garbage, like, I don't know. I mean, I understand, again, that's payments, but my thing is this. I mean, I'm not going to be too impressed with Ethereum, with what they're putting out there. MetaBlocks is where it's at. MetaBlocks, I think more and more people should talk about MetaBlocks. All right. The XDC network, as we know, enterprise ready, open source. It gives you this nice, well-written thing here. But I want to go down to some of the specific parts right here. And it says, as you can see right here, while the current XDC network runs on distributed proof of stake, which is a DPoS consensus algorithm, a novel consensus engine developed exclusively for XDC, which is XDPoS 2.0, has released in testnet. This upgrade, which is entirely backward compatible in terms of APIs, and is based on the latest Byzantine fault tolerance. Ooh, remember Cypherium also has that type of thing. Consensus mechanism maintains the security and performance of the XDC network while minimizing the amount of resources required to operate. You gotta think about it. You're building a metaverse. You don't want to be resource intensive, right? You want that thing to run well. If they have support for up to 3,000 300,000 users per real world location. That's super impressive. All this talk, and don't get me wrong, I'm looking forward to Shiba Inu's metaverse. I think that's going to be like a real polished one eventually. But with all the focus on all these other particular ones, and I cover Metropolis from Zilliqa, don't get me wrong. I think that's a standout one too. You know how we say don't sleep on XDC? Do not sleep on Metablocks. All right. Additionally, the new consensus layer will serve as the foundation for the next phase of XDC's future development. It gives you like a thing, that happened in regards to all the smart contracts and all these things that happened back in June of 2022. But the cool thing is, they had this very, very well written. And, look at this on the bottom. The XDC community continues to expand, develop projects centered on NFTs. They do. We just talked about the metaverse. Financial enterprise applications, obviously the trade sector. That's probably like, the biggest utility layer of XDC. But look at this. The token itself as an XDC is listed on over 40 exchanges. And I believe that they'll expand soon. Some of you guys are talking about we want to see on Coinbase. We want to see on Binance. I think we may be very closer to that than you think, especially with you better believe somebody at Binance, maybe even CZ, is going to recognize, you know what? Of all the ISOs so far, this one is doing pretty well, like stand out the best, right? Don't get me wrong, XRP did well today as well. Stellar did all right. But they're going to notice it. So it says, including several top exchanges such as KuCoin, Huobi, more than 20 wallets supporting native XDC and XRC20 tokens. By the way, they have a particular wallet. I did somewhat of a deep dive a while back. I called them, excuse me, I get ahead of myself. You know how we call XDC the Ethereum killer? How about this? XDC has a wallet that, in my opinion, is basically the MetaMask killer. You don't believe me? A few months ago, we did a video about that. It has a whole outline. That in itself is huge. I mean, how many people use MetaMask for all sorts of like different DeFi projects and so on? You put it on there. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, there's so many different layers for XDC and their utility. How about some of these other particular ones? It says this includes, some more wallets like Fireblocks, Propane actually, Copper, and Bitpanda, with easy-to-use tools such as Origin for token creation, ZenFin Remix. The welcoming environment for new projects on the XDC network has contributed to the ecosystem's rapid growth. And that's, again, a key thing, the ecosystem's rapid growth. Here's just a taste. This is not all. I want people to understand this. This is not all of their ecosystem, but these are some of the big, big ones that are part of that, right? So, I mean, with more and more projects, businesses, so on, right, coming into their ecosystem, realizing that it's a lot more attractive as far as scalability, as far as price, budget, right, to build on their platform faster, more secure, and building for the future. Again, military grade. Think about that in itself, right? Look more into that, especially if you're into DAG. I'm fully aware of DAG, but XDC definitely has something going on there with that as well. So it says, with so many assets currently available on the network, you can head over to the XDC ecosystem category, of course, on CoinGecko, and check it out. Obviously, there's a few other ones we want to mention here real quick. How assets on the XDC network, StoreX network, they're open source, trustless, censorship resistant, decentralized cloud storage network. Shout out to Tim Shea. He's probably not here no more. Maybe he fell asleep on the couch. I don't know. He probably just had to work in the morning. I mean, who doesn't, right? But he's into Flux, right? When you see things like this is also XDC. That's part of that mix. Part of what mix, Max? Direct threats, if you will, to like what Amazon provides, what Google cloud storage services and so on, right? My point is, like, Flux, I know this is Flux is not part of XDC. Flux is definitely like a night and day difference as far as price. Once more people know about that, why would you want to pay for the mainstream stuff when you can get the same services for the likes of Flux? But the idea is that you like the whole thing that there's StoreX, they're part of the particular mix. This is what I'm talking about, guys. There's so many different layers of utility with their ecosystem for XDC. Comtech Gold stands out. You know what I mean? How about this? We'll take a brief moment. Comtech Gold token, which is CGO, which is part of the XDC ecosystem, is a stable asset pegged to the price of 1 gram of pure gold, which is fully backed and redeemable for physical gold. ComTac is registered in the United Arab Emirates and complies with Sharia principles. Plugin, that's PLI. It's a decentralized Oracle platform that provides cost-effective solutions to any smart contract. I haven't looked more into this. This sounds really good. I mean, I just found out about that. This plugin enables smart contract to connect to real-time data off-chain. The data feeds are trustable and maintained with high security. So, you know, some of you guys already know about this stuff, but for me, I probably will take more of a deeper dive into that, because when you see things, and this is built on XDC, PLI is a decentral Oracle platform. I'm already impressed with Oracle, especially with that Quant partnership. Cost-effective solutions to any smart contract. That's the key thing, to any smart contract. All right. Like, I want to find out more about that. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things here. Law blocks. Obviously, you guys know about XSwap. I did report on prime numbers. You guys are in the GBEX. Data channel. I mean, just look at this grocery list. I mean, are you not impressed with XCC? I'm not trying to sell you on it. Not financial advice, but you know, I talked about meta blocks earlier. I mean, there's just so much of this. And I mean, they did a really, really good job of pointing this out. So what I'm going to state is this. Later on, even, Travala. Okay, that's interesting. Remember I talked about that before? One of the few travel portals which accept crypto assets. Travala also accepts XDC as payment for booking hotel. Well, they also accept Jasmy. Right. So my thing is this. I mean, I'm going to take more of a deeper dive into some of these other projects. Right. And I'm going to look more into it. But I mean, just so impressed with XDC. I'm really glad that CoinGecko, you know, at least had the notion to report on this, to kind of reiterate what they posted back on February 9th. Cool stuff. All right, let's jump back into the comments. Thank you again for all those who are still here. And let's see where we're at. Let me see. All right. Magic Power says the whales create support pumping Solana from the beginning. Richard says chat is sick, growing in a bear market. I'm waiting for the bull run. All right. Oh, you have an update on that? Look at their map, what's coming and what's done. I had to look more into that. I mean, I'm glad to give you guys kind of like a brief intro. Cool Cat's got the knowledge. All right, thank you for this, Cool Cat. So this is me learning a little bit more in regards to this, because I don't know all the terminology, you know. I don't try to act like I know everything, but Cool Cat says pruning refers to the Merkle tree and the ability to get rid of unwanted data. Ooh, that sounds cool. That's why I did mention some of BSV. I mean, you know, I give you guys credit where credit's due. Give me credit where credit's due. I thought on the surface, I said to myself, you know what? This kind of reminds me of BSV. I understand that it's not exactly BSV, but you know, on the surface, it just kind of reminded me. I was like, you know, it just kind of feels that way. All right, Burke says, yeah, the ISO stuff is cheap to move. Quant is very fast and cheap. You like it. Oh, Cool Cat says, oh, BSV. Oh, by the way, BSV blockchain isn't have any tech issues. It's the wallets providers and exchanges not being able to keep up with BSV's real-time node sync. He spoke with Kurt from CoinGecko or CoinGeek today and learned that. Huh, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. That's why it's taking longer to send in some cases. Burke says, that's a trick I learned, sending crypto between exchanges, swap it to XLM, Quant, BNB even. It's cheap. Don't send yourself USDT or ETH. Coolcast says, wallets and exchanges have to update their software. River says his BSV transfer took 24 hours for it to appear in his wallet. Ooh, that's weird. All I ever buy is XLM and then trade for what I want. All right, go look at BTC, how it's used to transfer Bitcoin. Hold on, go look how, I think you meant BTC Pay. I think that's what you meant. Yeah, that's totally what you meant. I was going to say that. That'll make no sense. All right. BSV is too advanced for them right now. All right. All right, let me hop further down, see how we're doing in the comments. Cool Cat says Breaking Bad might be the best show ever. I mean, I might have to agree with you on that. It's just so good. So good. All right. All right, let me see where else we're at. Golly's got a lot of good comments. All right, Stevie, KS founder Jonathan Sopolinsky was referenced by Vitalik in the original Ethereum white paper. Don't sleep on this. Very good point. You might just pick some of that up. All right, guys, if you haven't done so already, smash the like button. Let's see if we can, maybe attract a few more people here. Because we're well into the show, like 3 hours and 15 minutes. My God. All right, so let's see here. Cool Cat says you might just pick him up some of that of the KS. Coochie Boy, I love pineapple ice cream from the Dole Plantation. Interesting. Only at the Dole Plantation, Hawaii. Huh. All right. I like Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza. Not all the time. I know a lot of people are like, don't put pineapple in pizza like that, and it being a big thing. I'm like, whatever, man. I've been eating that since I was a kid, for crying out loud. And by the way, did you guys know apparently your taste buds change every 10 years? Yeah, look it up. It's kind of a crazy thing. All right, so let's go ahead and highlight that. And let's kick it back into our particular coverage. We covered XDC, the CoinGecko footage. All right, Nexera. I think somebody in the comments mentioned something briefly about Nexera. So we do have some Nexera news for you. It is fresh. And let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, so here it is. Nexera. Despite everything that happened, Nexera is building and looking forward. Props to the team, how they handled everything. Yes, so this was posted 16 hours ago. Let's pull this up. Alliance Block is entering in a strategic partnership with MEXC Global. Cool stuff. This is going to, enable MEXC to integrate Nexera ID's wallet and identity solutions and use, data tunnels, data infrastructure in its services and offerings. There's a whole thing in regards to this about that particular partnership and so on. I'll just do it briefly. I don't want to make it super long, but we're going to pull this up. And they did do a Medium about this. And it was today, as you can see right here, March 21st. So here's the latest in regards to Alliance Block Nexera. So, it's in regards to data tunnel integration. And at the end of the day, I mean, think about some of the other projects we cover here, right? We obviously cover Jasmine. Key thing is data, right? So Alliance Block, data. My God, what is all this? So it says, you have this whole thing with MEXC. As we know, with MEXC, that particular exchange that uses, like it says, high performance trading technology, catering to more than 10 million users in 170 countries. I didn't know it was that high, to be honest. It says a multi-layer, multi-cluster system architecture features capable of such as spot and margin trading. You can do leveraging, management, more. If you're wondering about this partnership and why it matters, here it is. So it says MEXC will integrate Nexera ID into services offered by MEXC. And Nexera ID is an identity verification platform. We kind of went into this. If you're new, I'll reiterate it. That enables companies to easily onboard users to Web3 using self-custodial or custodial wallets and integrate complex compliance workflows, all while preserving the security of user identities as assets. Possible integrations will explore using Nexera ID's features set to enable complex compliant workflows and even business roles in MEXC services while giving their users full control over their assets and identity information. Now, before I get more into this, I want to state this. Remember when Nexera ID was first introduced to us? When it was first introduced to us, some things that were mentioned was eventually we may see Nexera ID be used in, as like a form of a passport through multiple airports through the world, right? Especially like around maybe different parts of Europe, probably like Central Europe, Western Europe. I don't know about, Eastern Europe, right? But the key thing is, even if you only had like a couple countries and a few airports, I mean, are you kidding me? You know, when we talk about NFTs and this whole concept of, you know, NFTs, are we entering into the utility phase for NFTs? Here is that answer. If you have Alliance Blocks Nexera ID kicking in an actual utility that is partnered up with some of the federal governments of various different countries, that is big in itself. Because again, if it's all about utility when it comes to your particular crypto asset, I think this is what really makes Alliance Blocks stand out. And I also want to point out this, you know, when people still had faith in Alliance Blocks, saying, you know what, there's so much more to this whole thing with Bonk DAO hack. I'm going to keep hanging on to it and so on. I'm glad that people did, because again, what's the key thing? The key thing is they have multiple layers of utility. When Tim Shade mentions that, you know, Nexera is the younger cousin of Quant, to me, it's like, well, the reason why he's mentioning that is because, like Quant, you have, oh my gosh, just multiple layers of utility, probably more than anything out there, done through Quant's Overledger. But when you look more into Alliance Block, it's like they keep popping up with new partnerships. I mean, how about this, right? With all the bad news that recently happened, and I feel as though that we are almost 100% in our rear view, the whole thing that happened with ALBT, right? The V1 now to the V2 of Nexera. Here's a perfect example of why that is appearing to be more and more in the rear view. Why in the world would MEXC want to get on board with utilizing some of Alliance Block's utility if this was such a horrible project and you're just conning a bunch of people to invest into it? I don't think that's the case. The case is the utility all the way. So look at this. This partnership, if you're wondering, Max, get back to what we were talking about. All right, I will. This partnership will tap into the existing synergies between Alliance Block and MEXC Global to integrate and utilize data tunnel technology into possible future services and even solutions. Data Tunnel is a blockchain-powered data marketplace where consumers can monetize their data. Remember we talked about this before, I think a few days ago, right? Data monetization. You guys use Facebook? You guys use, obviously, crypto Twitter. A lot of you guys do, right? Or Twitter in general, or other social media outlets, whether it's, I don't know, some of these other particular ones, right? Like Instagram or whatever. The point is, even on Google, just doing basic searches, your phone is going to give you targeted ads because you technically agreed to it, right? In the fine print when you signed up for, I don't know, a Gmail account or you name it, right? Or your phone might just be default programmed to that. And you just think, well, that's no big deal. Those are my preloaded apps. But the point is, at some point, your preloaded apps, somebody had to accept it, whether it was you or whoever. So you're getting all these targeted ads. Wouldn't you love the idea that before everything took off from Web 2 to Web 3, that you would have had a say in where that data goes? And if anything, to be monetized on it? Now, I'm a content creator, right? Larry's a content creator. You guys watch a lot of different content creators, whether it's in crypto or whatever you're into. The goal is for them to be monetized. They become monetized. So they get paid. It's not a lot, depending on their platform, right? You get a little bit, right? But how would you like to get paid for, I don't know, being on Facebook, being on Twitter, being on whatever, right? You decide where your data goes. That's the main thing. Data Tunnel, like it says, is a blockchain-powered data marketplace where consumers monetize the data to subscribe or contribute to existing data sets, or combine and refine them to build more comprehensive ones. The Data Tunnel is the first step for Alliance Block building a global data economy, or data economy, I should say, like it says right here. I know that I'm about to mention Jasmine, but I want to mention it. So Jasmine is data democratization, but the key thing is that is a different utility layer. Yes, it's for Jasmine, but the key thing is it's a utility layer for data. Just like what you see here with data tunnel technology, It's a different utility layer, but for the Alliance Block project. It's a first step, like it mentions, into building a global data, I'm just going to say economy, leveraging decentralized technology to provide on-chain and off-chain data that multiple industries, including cryptocurrency exchanges, can leverage. Think about how many times people say, can you leverage this in your crypto? Can you leverage that? And if so, what is it? And is it anything that stands out that makes sense? This makes sense. The example I gave you earlier about the whole thing with airports and whatnot makes sense. How is this going to make sense, though, with MEXC Global from exchange perspective? A little bit more in regards to that. So this quote comes from MEXC. They're excited to, or I should say Alliance Block. They're excited to work with MEXC Global to explore possible ways they can leverage the Nexera ID, basically, their wallet, and identify solutions through Nexera ID and data infrastructure through data tunnel into their offerings. Now, regardless of MEXC, MEXC is one of the leading cryptocurrency exchanges globally. I think they're up there. You know what I mean? I'm not complaining about them. Alliance Block technology will boost their services and offerings for their users, said Mathis De Vries, founder and CTO of Alliance Block. Quote, MEXC is a strategic partner as we embrace compliant, decentralized solutions and pave the way for the new data economy. So, look at this region that we're talking about. With LCX, you have Monty Metzger. They're trying to be as compliant as you possibly can moving forward. Alliance Block trying to be, embrace compliancy, especially in decentralization, type of solutions to pave that way forward, right? The new data economy. But when we talk about compliancy, the next key thing is regulation. Let's talk about that real quick. Regulatory and compliance standards for blockchain and DeFi are quickly evolving, or worldwide, are necessary for greater technology adoption. Solutions like Nexera ID enables businesses to create complex compliance workflows for their platforms and services and allows users to control custody of their assets and identity and information. Look what's mentioned here also. Complex and compliant workflows. I'll give a shout out to what Casper offers. So if you're into Casper, and again, shout out to CryptoSmith, with Casper, you do have those particular compliant workflows. And by the way, they're scalable. You know what I mean? So that's the key thing. The key thing is understanding the control and custody of what your assets for identity information. And if it's doing that job, all it's going to take is just to have a report going forward, like for instance, airports or other places where people come in, whether it's through ship. I don't know if that's still a thing. I guess it is. But whatever the case be, definitely any particular hub, whether it is an airport, whether it is a train station, whether, crossing the border through something, where you utilize these particular technologies through an actual utility, as you can see here for Nexera ID. It says in addition, transparency built on decentralized ledger technology is a growing development area, not just in the space, but in multiple industries. So for people who are like, all right, Max, what if they get this done? You end up getting a couple, I don't know, I guess you could say contracts that will take Nexera's technology, implement it, use it. Is it one and done? Kind of like, let's be honest, our current driver's licenses? And that's a good question, but I don't think that's the case, because with a driver's license, that's through the old traditional method of, all right, like even our local law enforcement, they, say they're going to look somebody up with their driver's license. What's the utility that they're using? They have their own system, they pull it up, so on and so forth. How would you like the idea? We're talking about keeping things safe per countries. We don't want like terrorists. We don't want criminals and so on coming through, passing through our borders and so on. If you have a mechanism, and I want people to understand this a little bit more, if you have a mechanism like Nexera ID that is literally, I hate to use the term NFT because I think it's beyond that, but in reality, like this particular technology, whether it is an NFT based passport, right? But the key thing is, where is somebody's local government at the front door of the airport? I should call it the front door, but as soon as they pull it up in the system, noticing that it is on the blockchain, right? In this case, through an actual data tunnel, to me, that's big. Why is it so big? Well, again, there's a little bit more in regards to this. The reason why it's so big is because by leveraging an interoperable and blockchain-powered framework for publishing and monetizing data, this will allow industries, not necessarily just the airport, right, and businesses to tap into the power of data to improve their business workflows and enrich their service offerings by utilizing rich and comprehensive data. It's being transparent, analyzing the data, seeing what's there, how it benefits not just an airport, or it could be a particular, I don't know, it could be a particular business that could even be located at the airport, like the food court, you name it, right? Comprehensive data. Mexi Global, like it says, is a leading exchange, and as such is leading the industry in providing innovative solutions to its users. Alliance Block's partnership with Mexi will see the integration of Nexera ID and Data Tunnel into their solutions. It will further expand their goals, encouraging space adoption. Key thing. Space adoption by providing compliant DeFi solutions and building the new data. I know they call it data economy, but I'm just call it data economy. I think moving forward, we talk about XDC when it comes to trade, right? We talk about these particular assets. Are they backed by gold? But another thing I think we need to do more focus on, and I'm glad that we do cover a few projects that are data focused. Obviously, Nexera, obviously, Jasmine. But the key thing, again, guys, right? Last week's topic, data. Moving forward, there's a lot of talk about the whole thing with data. And of course, there's more to it than all this that you see here, and you can take more of your own deep dive into it. But, this restores my faith like 100-fold when it comes to, hey, you know what? Man, maybe I should have pulled out of Alliance Block and sold for a loss. I put more into some of these other ones. No, this reinstills my faith in Nexera moving forward, especially with Alliance Block. Here's the start, in my opinion, of more and more things to come. Because once they see that this is really going to work out for MEXC, then other ones will come on board. Again, when we talk about the utility being used, that should be the topic of the day. When people are like, oh, this whole thing with ISO, all making fun of this, nothing's going to happen, right? But the key thing moving forward is systems get upgraded, right? The utility, is it being used? Here is the answer. This is one example. MEXC will be using that utility. If a utility is being used in any particular crypto project, that should get you excited, because that leads to what? Upside potential. And of course, that's at the end of the day, that's why we're all into all this to begin with, right? We don't want to see utility. We don't want to see a great project not have utility being used. So if we're talking about adoption, I think this is a start. We'll see how this goes with MEXC. But I'm just being honest. I wouldn't be surprised if you see more and more of these popping off. We'll get around. People, be like, you know what? Alliance Block, man. They responded quickly to that problem with a solution. And they have solutions going forward for their utility. All right. Thanks for listening to us on this particular Nexera segment. I know it's not a lot of people here, but it doesn't matter. My point is, I'm just glad to bring it to you guys, whether we have 24 people like we do right now or 124 people. All right. What about CHNG, Max? I don't know about CHNG. I know about Conflux, and I'm with Ted in regards to Conflux of Live Capital. I'm on board with them. It is basically Chinese Matic. And we'll take more of a deeper dive from our own perspective in that at some other point. You say it's going to be massive. Okay. River says it got split. Good night. Thanks, Max. You're very welcome. I understand, it's Tuesday night. All right. Burst says he made it good on ALBT, and then he burned him. Came out okay, just meh. First time he felt the Saul people, I guess. You're very welcome. Big day tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to have to pay attention to Mr. Powell. All right, we're going to go ahead and highlight that. So glad to bring you guys the Alliance Block news. We're going to get to some of the LCX. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Max is going to make this long. Not if I can, I don't want to make it super. I don't want to go no 5 hours, I'll say that much, but I'll try to get through this. So if you're wondering if I'm going to talk about LCX tonight, absolutely I am. The global banking crisis intensifies as major banks like Credit Suisse, Silvergate, I call it Credit Suisse. Some people call it Credit Suisse, but Silvergate and First Republic struggle and collapse. Trust in the traditional banking model is eroding. Is a new approach needed? Yeah, and the new approach is what? LCX. So this is a really good outline, and we're going to jump into this for just a brief moment. Monty Metzger, CEO of LCX, proposes a solution in his new book, Blockchain Banking, The Future of Money and Finance. He basically, of course, premiered that over at Davos. Pretty cool stuff. When we get further into this, we cover this whole thing about, your T7, yes, tokenized bond. You can even earn 7% fixed yield per annum, or anno, I should say. But yes, LCX operates under innovative blockchain laws, offering a regulated and secure environment for financial services. LCX just announced the launch of fixed yield product to earn 7% on your euro. On top of that, look at this. Bill Gates, if you're wondering, once said, banking is needed. Banks are not. As the world moves toward digitalization, traditional banks need to evolve. LCX at the forefront of this change, building the infrastructure for the next generation of finance. They're also at LCX leveraging blockchain technology to create a secure, transparent, and efficient financial ecosystem that addresses the shortcomings of traditional banking without the need for trust. LCX is a new category leader redefining the capital markets. How about this? The need for trustless banks is clear. By embracing blockchain technology, LCX creates a more sustainable, or I should say stable, secure, and transparent financial future. Are you ready to embrace the revolution? I mean, this is a great write-up, and this comes straight from LCX, and it was posted today. That's what I'm sharing with you guys. Token Launchpad is a game changer for both investors and blockchain projects. Users can discover the next crypto gem, while projects can run their ICOs legally and register the financial regulator. Many new token sales are coming. Perfect example. What happened with Leo X, right? And that's what they're going to have a public listing. Did that go live today? Or maybe it's next week? I can't remember. It's either it went live today or it's actually a week from yesterday, which would be next Monday. Something like that. Don't quote me on that. I know it's something like this real soon. All right. The LCX Exchange is a next-gen cryptocurrency platform. No kidding. With exclusive listings like Tang. Remember drinking Tang as a kid? I haven't had Tang, orange Tang in a long time. But anyway, Leo X, NMKR, TIA, and even LCX experience fast, secure, and user-friendly trading on this rapidly growing exchange. And it is rapidly growing. All right. On top of that, there's a little bit more here in regards to, some of these other particular things on this outline, but I think that's just about it. Glad to basically share it. That deserves a share and retweet. So I'm going to go ahead and share that. But that is the LCX news. I'll jump into one more, and it is in regards to Hedera. So HBAR, and this is new posted today. So shout out to HBAR of Wall Street for sharing this. He says Hedera. Actually, hold on a second. Let me give him a follow because this was cool. So he says Hedera are constantly innovating and looking for new ways to revolutionize the space. Hedera's new token recovery technology, DREC, is going to be a huge game changer. This will solve one of the biggest issues in the crypto space. And of course, we're going to jump into this. So when we pull this up, it takes you straight to, and kind of like what you saw with XDC earlier, where you had CoinGecko Yeah, CoinGecko reporting on it. This one's from CMC. So it says Hedera's patented token recovery system to go live soon. What it means for HBAR's price. Now, this may be what you're kind of looking for. I don't know. I mean, this was originally published on March 18th, edited on the 19th, but just kind of like what you saw earlier with XTC, it's kind of a reiteration, reminder of what they originally posted based off of what is here like right now. I mean, XTC is up. I believe we have to look more into HBAR, but what's going on with this? So remember, some of the bad news that we got a while back. Well, they have this thing called DREC, which kind of sounds like an answer to unwreck yourself. I don't know. That sounds bad, but anyway, it says DREC is an acronym from decentralized recovery. I just thought I was just making a joke. Aims to solve the market-wide problem of recovering lost coins or private keys to regain access to crypto wallets. This unique mechanism offers a safety net for stolen or misplaced cryptocurrencies, resulting in an environment that is still, for many, too cumbersome and risky to engage in. Why? Well, there's more. And basically speaking, here it is, originally printed on the 18th, why Chinese crypto coins may skyrocket in the coming weeks. I mean, we already saw a taste of this already, right? We saw basically Conflux, right? What was it like? I don't know, 8 cents roughly, maybe less than that. I don't know, but basically well under 10 cents, spiked all the way up to like 40, 45 cents. I mean, whoever like heavily invested that, like they might be like really, really doing well. So it says, with China taking constructive measures to aid quicker recovery in the country's economy, Chinese crypto coins seem to be positioning for another major rally. Although China hasn't been much welcoming to cryptocurrency since its ruling a blanket ban on digital assets back in late 2021, certain Chinese crypto coins have experienced a significant rally back in February of this year. While the country's central bank is currently pushing for a quicker recovery from the pandemic-induced slump, it's possible that a similar rally might take shape in the coming days. Now, check this out. Central bank pushes recovery efforts. You may be wondering, well, why even mention this? Well, the purpose of this move is basically to assist in maintaining sufficient liquidity and support of emerging economic recovery. Now, if you're wondering about the whole thing about their stance for crypto, we know about that for the most part. They blanketed it, said no to it. Now all of a sudden you hear that they're saying yes to some of it. Just depends on the project. In reality, shouldn't we be like that to a sense? Like, shouldn't we be more selective of just not jumping into anything? Yeah. So it says this trend is not confined to just two governments. Private companies on the Chinese mainland are also investing in Web3 technologies and the use of crypto. China Telecom, for instance, has been collaborating with major firms to develop SIM cards that are based on blockchain technology. Now, I want to state this. I mean, I know this is supposed to be about Hedera, but I did do a report about Vodafone, right? And those particular SIM cards, and how basically Vodafone is the largest 5G and going into the future 6G mobile platform in Europe, right? This in itself, to me, is bullish because China Telecom, for instance, like I said, is collaborating with major crypto firms to develop SIM cards that are based on blockchain technology. I mean, that's huge, right? So the culmination of all these reasons, in addition to the constructive measures taken by the central bank to support a more rapid recovery, is assisting in building a positive attitude regarding the cryptos that fall under the China narrative. Now, of course, we mentioned Conflux. Let's talk about that for a brief moment. Number of well-known Chinese cryptocurrencies have already seen the prices rise significantly, like Conflux, right? Increasing by almost 124% over the past 7 days. There's also some of these other ones. They mentioned, for instance, Polkadot. I put 7K recently, was it like a couple weeks ago, into Filecoin. I'm still up in the profits on that one. I do need to probably pull out of that as soon as I get back to some of the goals I want. But the point is, understanding like what the heck does Hedera have to do with some of this? Well, the key thing is, and we'll go back to this for just a brief moment, and that is, I'm going to jump back to this for a second. and it's this right here. I was giving you kind of like some bonus. So Hedera's patented token recovery system was to go live soon. Like it says, what does it mean for HBAR's price? Now, I connected you to all those particular ones to kind of give you a broader perspective, kind of like I said, why was some of those things outlined? We established that. But Hedera's patented token recovery technology, which is called DREC, is expected to go live Q3 of 2023. And this is why I feel as though we could see a nice run for Hedera's HBAR. And that's, of course, according to the latest HBAR crypto news. But it's because of the recovery of lost coins. We talked about this earlier. And then back to this reiteration on why Chinese crypto coins may skyrocket in the coming weeks. We talked about that. But in regards to price action following the release, according to a prominent Hedera advocate who tweets under the alias Hedera Inform, the debut date for DREC, which is where we started this whole thing, this whole topic, is speculated to take place at some point during the third quarter of 2023. The launch is expected to be met with much fanfare from the crypto community, which will be reflected in the HBAR token. And of course, a lot of us hold this. I hold it. You guys hold it. Maybe you have a big bag of HBAR. But for all the recent criticism about HBAR, sorry, I got HBAR, the network's native currency, previous such announcements have been witness to significant uptick in the price of HBAR tokens. And in that regard, currently speaking, exchanging hands at 0.063, right? I think we're still in that particular range. You have to keep in mind what is mentioned here, and that is the technical analysis indicators at CoinGape's crypto market tracker recommended keeping a neutral position, advising a neutral at level 10 and a buy at level 6 by its moving averages. Now, I understand that, some people are like, well, how is DREC the answer to some of this stuff with, what China is doing and so on? And that does make sense. But my also key thing is you have to keep in mind that this DREC thing is the answer to the problem of recovering lost coins. And this unique mechanism, which is the utility of another utility, I should say, of HBAR, offers what? A safety net for stolen or misplaced cryptocurrencies, resulting in an environment that is still for many too cumbersome and risky to engage with. So, I mean, it's the answer for some of that, some of the safety issues, right? So I'm glad that Hedera is kind of educating us, or I should say CoinGape or, CMC, about some of these specific things, because it is worthy to have a broader perspective of different utility layers, whether it's from Hedera's HBAR, whether it's like what we just recently reported with Alliance Block, right? With, data, right? It's always worth finding out every single layer of utility, not just one main layer of utility. I meant to share it on that particular tab, so my bad on that. But that's where it was. This comes from CoinGape, and there you have it. All right, gonna kick it back into the comments. I think we just have a tad bit more. Let's see where we're at, and let's see. Thank you to all those who are still here or just tuning in. We do appreciate you. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Blackwood says he bought Monty's book, an interesting read. Very cool. Stevie says he just needs quant to pump right now. Burke says, think about how many Bitcoin is lost forever, about 6 million. There isn't 21 million. There will be now only about 16 million. Stevie says he has a very nice quant bag. Very cool. Very cool. All right. I don't have any quant or Bitcoin. I'm not at the age that makes sense, but for him, all right, Stevie, my 2-year-old has 10. She'll be rich on one day. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Burke says, hells yes. Blackwood, good, because I'm tired of losing funds due to bad transfers. Yeah, that's a good point. Bought quant sheep now. Need them to send it. Good point. All right, let me go ahead and highlight some of this. Uncle Thursday. I woke up and there you are. That's funny. I do get those reports once in a while. All right. So we're going to kick it into some more of our coverage. You may be thinking, what the heck? So I do have a little bit more. I thought the thing with Hedera was pretty cool. So glad to share it with you guys. All right, let's get into the Casper news, especially if you hold Casper. So here it is. It's just a brief update. Did you know that Casper is going to have this particular thing that's launching soon? So it says launching soon, an easy way to export your Casper account, transactions, and reward history from Casper Live to your favorite crypto tax software. Yeah, how cool is that? You know, some of you guys, for instance, use like I don't know, like TurboTax and whatnot. I just filed my taxes like I think basically a couple weeks ago. I already got my state back. I'm looking to get my Fed back still, but how cool is this? You know, this is kind of like when we talk about utility layers. Here's a utility layer for Casper on top of what they already have. So, yes, you're going to be able to export your Casper account transactions reward history from Casper.live, which is CSPR.live, to your favorite crypto tax software, including Coinly, CoinLedger, and even CoinTracker. So pretty cool stuff. It's just a brief update and thought I'd give it to you guys. And on top of that, let's get into this right here. And if you're wondering, was Max ever going to talk about Cypherium? Why didn't he make it headlines? Well, it's okay. So this was posted earlier today. Shout out to Web36. Yes, he is a Cypherium maxi, but rightfully so. He's very passionate about Cypherium. But he also, what I love about him is he provides great content to spread the word about Cypherium. Look what he mentioned here. Cypher Swap will be the biggest thing ever. Why will it be the biggest thing ever? So you just joined us here tonight, and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, it's getting later in the night and so on. Either way, smash the like. I have some Cypherium news for you. I want to share it with you. So here is straight from Sky Guo. He says Cypher Swap's goal is beyond connecting different tokens together. It can connect everything, including securities, commodities, forex, etc. Now, this was posted, of course, way back around Christmas time of 2020. You maybe want to relate to the show. That's the key thing, guys. How many people are actually technically late to the show, but still very early as far as price on Cypherium? So with that said, just because some of these things were printed a long time ago, it's not just about, you know, hey, do we have the news? The key thing, you know, and is it new? The key thing is a lot of times there's news that was reported a few months ago, years ago, but it's valid because it helps people have a broader understanding about some key things, and especially in this case, in regards to Cypherium. Now, I'm actually going to follow Sky because I default a lot of people as cleaning up my crypto Twitter, basically people that don't follow me back. But yeah, let's get into this, and I'm gonna pull this up. So yeah, he originally posted this actually I guess today. He reiterated this, Mr. Sky Guo. So Sky says more enforcement actions are coming to DeFi, therefore CyberSwap has to be fully compliant before launching. So again, kind of like some of the other news that we showed you guys, we give you a blast from the past, and then we get updates of what happened from those particular projects they were working on, right? You know, talking about building in a bear market, right? And we give you updates of what happened, like on the fly, like right now. So again, look at the timestamp, March 21st. Technically speaking, that's today because I'm on Pacific Standard Time now. I used to be on Mountain. Some of you guys on the East Coast, so it's like, you know, tomorrow is today, you know, for you guys. But you know, he has this whole thing about this, right? And it's cool to see this. Sushi Swap subpoenaed by SEC, proposes legal defense fund to Sushi. I mean, I should say, I think it's cool that Sushi Swap is subpoenaed by the SEC, but I think it's cool to bring this to you guys as far as, you know, like a news update. So as we see also on Decrypt, this was published earlier today, Sushi Swap subpoenaed by SEC proposes legal defense fund to Sushi DAO. Sushi's head chef has received a subpoena from the financial watchdog. And we get further into this. It says Sushi, maker of Ethereum-based decentralized exchange Sushi Swap, disclosed on Tuesday it received a subpoena from the Security and Exchange Commission, signaling it could be soon be subject to regulatory enforcement action. The organization's disclosure came to in the form of a proposal submitted to the Sushi DAO for the establishment of a legal defense fund to cover potential legal costs. Now listen to this. Sushi and head chef Jared Gray. That's so funny. I just read it as head chef. In reality, it should be head chief. But I think the guy that wrote this, he recognized it's called Sushi Swap. So he puts head chef. I don't know. I thought that was funny. All right. We're recently served with an SEC subpoena. That's not funny. The proposal stated we are cooperating with the SEC. Sushi Swap token fell 5% after disclosure, falling as low as $1.14 from $1.22 in just an hour, according to CoinGecko. The subpoena represents the latest in a string of SEC enforcement actions, and that's key. We do want to point out some of these things. They include fining cryptocurrency exchange Kraken over staking product and suing Terraform Labs founder and CEO Do Kwon for alleged securities fraud. As of Monday afternoon, the SEC had yet to announce it delivered a subpoena to Gray or even Sushi. Sushi did not immediately respond to requests for comment from Decrypt, but the DAO proposal seeks to make $3 million available for the legal fund in the form of Tether's USDT stablecoin. It includes a contingency that would make another $1 million worth of USDT available if the initial funds are depleted. At the time of writing, the proposal had 850 page views. One DAO member named Test1 wondered if the SEC sent the subpoena directly to Gray in order to bring an enforcement action against a DAO. Such groups typically operate without a centralized entity and prioritizes a flat governance structure using smart contracts. And I just want to also state this. If they're going to be going after Sushi Swap for their DAO, why don't you also go after, what's his name? Daniel, I don't know, what's his name? Gerald something. I don't know. We has a weird name, Bergeralzi, or you know what I'm talking about, from Time Wonderland. Again, the inconsistency of the SEC. They pick and choose who they go after out of convenience and out of politics, right? So Sushi, of course, created a legal entity to reduce liability, like it says here, and then that entity and an individual associated with it got subpoenaed. It says PSA, if there's any entity, if there's an entity, it's not a DAO. Don't let lawyers talk you into incorporation unless you basically want to become a corporation. And that is a very good point. And of course, there's a lot more in regards to this, but the key takeaway is, again, think about what was shared here from Mr. Sky Goa. And that is, he understands that with more enforcement actions that are coming to DeFi, CipherSwap has to be fully compliant before launching. So why do we do this compare and contrasting when it comes to this? Because you like the idea that he gets it. Sky Guo gets it, right? Some people aren't exactly fans of him. Some, Crypto Smith and I the other day were talking about this whole thing. Like, Sky just kind of seems like he's all over Twitter. Like he's promoting Ethereum kind of like a meme coin to a sense. Some people might say that's, well, there's nothing wrong with that because, it's very low market cap. This is not like a blue chip yet, right? It's not a top 100 yet. But, can we see him like just work in the background and so on? I don't know. I get that. I'm kind of a little bit like that as well. But at the same time, when it comes to Sky Guo, I can also, on the other side of the thing, right, flip the token over, if you will. I could appreciate that he's trying to keep us informed, and that's a good thing. So I do agree with him. CipherSwap has to be fully compliant before launching. This whole thing with FedNow, it's like, well, we're good. Are they? Are they good? Because here's the thing. You don't want to have any gray areas where something could go sideways politically speaking, right? We think that all these guys are good. Jerome Powell, oh man, he must be really good with Gary Gensler and some of these other guys. You don't know that. You don't know that. So my thing is, by being fully compliant before launch and then having all these other things that are coming up here soon, in my opinion, that are coming here very soon, which is regulatory clarity. And then from there, large, massive institutional money coming in. Is this a taste of him understanding that his ducks got to be all lined up in a row, ready to go? I think that's the case. And I'm glad that he is pointing this out with some comparing and contrasting. Yeah, Sushi Swap, that's Sushi Swap. But he understands, you know what? This stuff could very well happen to Cypher Swap by understanding another particular one like Sushi Swap. So it is what it is. There's a particular update in regards to what's going on with Cypherium, and glad to bring it to you guys on this Tuesday night. All right, let's get back into the comments, and let's see here. Stevie says, I love it, Max. Casper, hey, you're welcome. Mr. Burke says, I don't know what I use. My lady does all the smart tax stuff. I just run biz. I was thinking about offering a service. I'm so busy with the whole crypto thing. I might just advertise it. So I just did 2 people's taxes within I think 20 minutes flat. I'm not even kidding. But there's a catch. So my catch is I will provide these services for a flat low fee. There is a catch. You have to be single. You have to have basically no dependents. Some people say, well, what if I have kids? Well, my thing is, are your kids grown up? And if so, are they in the tax system? They pay tax. So it's just, I have a real basic service, and it's, I have a real strict rule, and I can do a person's taxes for dirt cheap. And basically it's, you file single, you file no dependents. And that has, of course, be true, obviously. You can't be married or any of that stuff. So file single, no dependents, none of that. And then it just has to be like that straight across the board. And then person provides me the W-2, and then I literally provide them the most rock bottom rate, because if you're a person that, has done taxes, I do all my own taxes, I do, for other people and so on. It's the most simplest thing in the world. If you meet those particular stipulations, I don't know, maybe that was I don't know, it's either 15 or 20 minutes. I probably should time it, but it was real quick. So I wouldn't mind I don't know, I might have to advertise it in my local area. Just single, no dependents, want your taxes done for a cheap, low fee, contact Max, anyway. You guys probably didn't know that. Why am I sharing that? I don't know. Anyway, so I think somebody mentioned tax. Yeah, that's right. My bad. All right. Stevie says, working on the night shift and listening to Max. Well, thanks, Stevie. Appreciate that, man. Still unsure about Jasmine. I owe some. You own some. Sorry. Just have my doubts. It's okay. It's, you know what? It's good to be critical, especially when it comes to distressed assets. Right now, currently speaking, I'm trying to decipher, and I'll show you guys this real quick. This is a bonus coverage from yours truly, Mr. Max. So my thing is, I want to show you guys, all right, something here. And again, this is not financial advice. Please use as much discretion as you can. All right. Talk about this real quick. And I am personally invested into this. And no, I'm not trying to, people say, oh, you're just trying to pump your own bags. Really? You really? This used to be a top 100 crypto, by the way. So I own about 105 of these. I have dollar cost average all the way from 25. I originally got into this right around in the bull run. I paid roughly for my first bag. I think I paid I don't know, $21 or $22. And then I saw it go to 50, over $51. Made some good profit on even just a handful of these. So I just started off with 5. And I became more and more impressed with H&T as time went by. Dollar cost average into it again. Came in, I think I bought another 100. But I think I bought in maybe the $3.5, $4.5 range. Now it's all the way down to $1.29. There's something to be said about distressed assets. Now, why am I mentioning H&T? Well, as you guys know, they have that particular Binance USD listing. Binance US mentioned Helium HNT, and they also mentioned Jasmine. My thing is this: I always pay close attention to distressed assets when I feel as though like there might be a bottom. So I'm studying this particular one because for when I hold it, there's a couple guys that do TNA in regards to HNT, right? You know, like this stuff here, right? You guys see people do this, right? Some people state that this is going to lose support, go down to $1. Now, at some point, something's going to happen in which there's going to be, you know, it's going to stabilize. And my thing is this: with all the FUD that's been happening recently when it comes to HNT, I still feel as though that there is something here, because this is not like it's like a complete garbage project. It's not. They had a bad thing happen when it comes to the delisting on Binance US. Some people also don't like the whole idea that they're going to Solana. When I look more into this, I said to myself, this is the direct reaction of some of the politics. Really, look into it yourself if you're interested or if you're into this. So, as we know, this whole exchange of CMC is very politically driven. If you don't believe me on what I'm talking about here, it very, very, very well is. Some of you guys already know where I'm going with this. Some of you guys don't know about this stuff. I'm going to give you a perfect example of this. Here is a perfect example. Here is Hex. I know I don't own any Hex. Larry owns some Hex. Some of you guys own Hex. Hex is almost up to 10 cents, by the way. That's super cool. I mean, man, shout out to all those guys that came in under 2 cents last summer when this was distressed. You're doing really well. All right. Due to politics, this has, for instance, a ranking of 201. Now, you may be saying, well, Max, you know, a lot of projects are unconfirmed on market cap for CMC. I get what you're saying. But this has a confirmed market cap of 17,220,791,000. Also has a confirmed diluted market cap of 62 billion. But yet the ranking is 201. Now let me just show you what I'm talking about real quick. So we have a confirmed market cap of 17,191,000,000. So just remember 17 billion in your head. Let's go to cryptocurrencies by top 10. All right. Based on market cap, that's how they rank these cryptocurrencies on CMC. So keep this in your head. So Solana, 8,632,000,000. Polygon, 10,100,000,000 or 10 billion. I'm sorry, 105 million. I misspoke on Solana. Sorry, but the key thing is 10 billion for Polygon, 10 billion for Doge, 13 billion for Cardano. Remember what we said for Hex? Didn't we say 17 billion? I believe we did. So based off of market cap for Hex, their market cap should be listed right here, right after XRP, and right at $17 billion market cap. It's confirmed if you go onto the page, but the ranking has been manipulated not to show in the top 10. Now, why is that? It's because of politics, basically. No, I'm not talking about Democrats and Republicans, not like that. I'm talking about these guys behind the scenes. They have tensions at each other. Now, back to the HNT topic. The reason why I want to mention this is when HNT announced that they're going with Solana, right? There's one thing, to have low trading. They didn't have low trading. They did not have low trading. You may be wondering, oh man, I can't believe Max is taking a deep dive into this. Yes, I will take a deep dive into this. So you may be wondering, they had low trading. They did not have low trading. Like this might have gone down, right? But I want to show you guys this real quick. So this is for the month. And of course, obviously, this is just one down in direct reaction to a lot of things, right? That time we had stable coins kind of depegging. There's a lot of factors, right? So this is on the 1 month, all right? But the key thing is here, right? You can still track volume. You're trying to tell me that with well over 2 or 3 million in volume daily, right? Some of this does kind of go down a little bit more, but the point is, it's consistently at good volumes. Like even right here, look at this, 314, right? You have almost close to 5 million volume. How about this? You know, people recognize how distressed this became. Volume even increased, right? So here's the thing, if Binance's excuses, you know, on the report, it was due to volume. What a crock! What a crock! And then, by the way, this report that I'm showing you right here, where does it come from? It comes from their own platform. Who owns CMC? It's Binance. So if you're not convinced that this is politically driven, this is politically driven. They delist it because I guess you could say they get emotional. They get pissed off because Helium shows, for instance, Solana, and you know, if you look more into the politics, there's something about like I don't know if it's CZ. There's another particular guy from Binance. They have I don't know a tiff, if you will, with a person from Solana. This is what I'm talking about. It's the politics. It drives me crazy. However, even though it drives me crazy, it makes me that much more bullish. And the reason why it makes me that much more bullish is because I understand that Helium, for instance, if you go to their site, and I get it, some people are upset with Helium. They're like, oh, you know, there's better miners and stuff like that out there. I totally get that. Totally get that. But my thing is, when you go over to their particular site, understand this. Like it says, people-powered networks, a wireless revolution powered by the Helium blockchain, the people's network. You can mine, stake, and even use Helium. Gives you all sorts of resources, right? But one of the key takeaways here is some of the latest news they have. Nova Labs and T-Mobile collaborate on crypto carrier Helium Mobile. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know about, for instance, T-Mobile, right? Let me try to pull this up real quick. Let me see. Exit full screen. Let me see. Just click on that link. So anyway, yeah, that the whole thing in regards. I was going to try to pull up that link, but I'm just going to take you actually right there. The whole thing with T-Mobile is really, really big. I'm just going to go on Google and type that real quick. So, T-Mobile Helium. Yeah, I want you guys to see this just for a brief moment, right? So here it is. This takes back to September, I think, of 2022. Yeah, it does. So here's this particular tab. It says T-Mobile allows the Helium mobile crypto carrier to ride, listen to this, guys, ride on its 5G network. Now, my thing is this. If you don't understand that, you know, this project is not going to go away and could easily go back in the top 100, could possibly get back into like top, I think at one point they were in the top 50. Don't quote me on that. But it says Nova Labs signed a deal to work with T-Mobile on a distributed wireless network that will help boost capacity levels on T-Mobile's nationwide 5G network. Nova Labs, if you didn't know about this, the GM of wireless, you know, who's Boris Rensky, said you can call the new Helium mobile network a mobile, listen to this, guys, virtual network operator. But Nova Labs prefers the much more exciting description, which is crypto carrier. Think about that. I like that description itself. Crypto carrier. Do you know of anything else out there that's a crypto carrier? Technically speaking, we could say Vodafone with the SIM cards, with the quant connection with Overledger, right? But is that a crypto carrier? No, they have to still go through the layer of what Vodafone provides. Now, once in a while, I do these crazy things where I give you extended research or whatever, but I want you guys to understand, for me personally, I take some of these deep dives in things I feel is distressed. Here's a perfect example. VGX last year became very, very distressed. Dropped down, I think, to one point like 34 cents back then. Actually, more than that, right? Some guys came in at like, I think, 15 cents or something like that. Bought into it, went as high as like over $1.10, $1.15 or something like that. You took a lot of profit. Me, I came in at 40 cents. Sold at like I think maybe $1.04, $1.07, something like that. And then, you know, I was up like I don't know, close to 2,000. Might have been like anywhere from 1,600 to 2,000. I can't remember the exact figure. What I do at that time, I want to get Luna Classic, right? More Luna Classic. So I swapped to Luna Classic, right? But my point is, distressed assets could be a situation where it's VGX, right? That was a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. But this is a different type of distressed asset. You don't have this is not an exchange. This is a utility token, right? through, what they provide as far as mobile phone carriers and, data scraping and stuff like that. So anyway, this particular guy, who's Boris Rensky, said that most MVNOs just sit on top of a major network, but with Helium Mobile Network, it actually adds to T-Mobile's existing network, and that's key. It's not that, hey, HNT Helium, we're going to give you a contract, which you do your own thing and you use our consensus to get it done. No, it sits on top of the particular network. When we mentioned Quant, what does Quant do? Quant sits on top as far as like with Overledger, right? So I want people to understand that particular breakdown. Now, he says, but the Helium Mobile Network actually adds, of course, T-Mobile's existing network. I just reiterated that. But a little background. Nova Labs is a company that brings together two startups, Freedom Fi and Helium. Now, if you're wondering what the heck is Freedom Fi, they have been working on technology to offload cellular traffic to CBRS spectrum. It gets individuals to deploy cellular gateways on their personal property, and then these individuals earn cryptocurrency in exchange for their efforts. Helium is most known for its creation of a global distributed Internet of Things, just like Jasmine, Internet of Things network, which also uses cryptocurrency as an enticement for the people to deploy IoT gateways. So basically, bottom line is this: you take your Helium miner, and whatever data is scraped on that, you earn HNT rewards. That's how you get paid in it. Nova Labs COO Frank Mon described the merger between Helium and Freedom Fi as a fantastic marriage of similar-sized companies working on decentralized 5G. Now, you may be wondering, why am I mentioning all this? The reason why I want to mention all this is to understand this was a key partnership. Now, how did we go from some of these key things that were built in a crypto winter, right, to where we're at now with a delisting of HNT from Binance US? I really feel as though it's politically driven. And the reason for that is these things do happen. You have these little tiffs between whether it's Binance or some of these other guys and so on. And as a result, you go back to it, whether it's Richard Hart with Hex not having a proper listing on the CMC platform. And I get it, there's also CoinGecko, but let's be honest, the number one platform as far as crypto listings to track is CMC. All right. And of course, how about this? You want some more information about this? Who doesn't know about Dish Network, right? I used to actually do some work for them back in when I was 19 years old, 19, 20. Look what it says here. Today's news with T-Mobile, this is not today's news, back then, is a bigger deal. Nova Labs and T-Mobile have signed an exclusive 5-year agreement for the launch of Helium Mobile commercial service that will leverage T-Mobile's macro network and Nova Labs CBRS network. This service is set to launch in beta early in 2023. So for one, you have this thing that's being worked on. You have this platform that's not going to go away, obviously, despite just because, there's some bad press that tanked the price of this thing. Something fierce listing. Again, it's the narrative. But this is not a particular project that is just going to go away because it's in distress mode. The point I'm trying to make to you guys is this. When you see comments like this, Helium Mobile is actually a service provider. It's called Helium Mobile. You can purchase a data plan, like I said, for as low as $5 per month, get nationwide service. Do you know of anybody that can provide that? The last I saw, and nothing against senior citizens, what is it? That one particular, there's a particular cellular service for like older people. And I think it's like $15 a month. That was the cheapest I've ever seen. I forgot that. It's I'm drawing a blank on that particular one. I believe they even give you they give your mom, your pop, your grandpa a flip phone, right? And it's $15 a month. So that, technically speaking, that's like the cheapest of the cheap, right? But to see this, a data plan as low as $5 per month, guys, here's the reason why we mention things like Flux, right? Where Flux is a direct threat to Amazon Web Services, direct threat to Google Cloud, direct threat to some of these other ones where they charge you a high premium fee. And it's a night and day difference if you went with Flux. The key thing is simply that adoption, right? It says where there are helium cells, you can use helium cells, but in places where there are not helium cells, you can use what? You can have a fallback of the T-Mobile network. So if the T-Mobile network is teamed up with obviously Helium, and Helium Mobile is actually a service provider, and you have these things to fall back on, right? And they signed a 5-year exclusive agreement for the launch of Helium Mobile commercial service that will leverage T-Mobile's macro network and Nova Labs CBRS network. Understand that we're still early on this. It's still in, I guess, apparently beta, but we're going from these next phases. The next phase is to go to Solana. And while that may have been a very unpopular, pissed off moment for Binance, and they gave a reaction, this project's still not going away. Now, why am I mentioning it to you? Well, if you're following me still, the reason why I mention it to you is I want you to understand that when we come back to here, we will follow this closely. And if we see consistency where maybe we're close to bottom, like again, some of these guys mentioned like this could tank below $1. I'm following this closely because the way I look at it is for the same reason I got into H&T originally. It was highly recommended from Investor Place. Investor Place has hit it 9 times out of 10 for me on ones that they pick for portfolio. What am I talking about? They picked out audio for me. They picked out the graph for me. They picked out some of these other particular ones for me. Filecoin. I've done very, very well on all of those. To me, these guys know what they're talking about. So it's not financial advice. You're going to have to do more of your own deep dive research, but understand the key takeaway is this. Distressed assets doesn't necessarily have to be exchange assets, like Voyager and so on. But the key thing is to recognize what's distressed and if we're close to the bottom. Another particular example is Jasmine, obviously. We cover that quite a bit here. But I want people to understand opportunity while it's there. And if you feel as though that H&T could be it, if you're not fully aware of this and so on, I'm not asking you or telling you to just go and blindly throw money at Helium. I'm not saying that. But I'm just telling you guys, from my point of view, I'm following this very, very closely, just like I followed Filecoin very, very closely since summer of last year. I could put 7K into that. That's going to be my power swap. And I'm going to be updating you guys here soon on what happens with that. But man, I really, really think there's something big could happen here with Helium. And just to give you a taste about this, here is Helium. Now, you may be wondering, well, that's last time's all-time highs. I get that. But you also understand this. When I got into Filecoin, I got into Filecoin on an average price of $4.83. Right, I'm still way up on that. I think I'm like at 1,500 up on that, and it's fluctuated. But once I hit my goals of at least $2 to $3 grand, and hopefully more than $3 grand, that'd be beautiful. I power swap it, stack more on my other particular assets. Now, when it comes to Helium, we did see that right around the time Bitcoin and Ethereum hit all-time highs, this too hit all-time highs. Right, $52.70. I came in Helium roughly about a month before this happened. I came in at $20. Went from $20, boom, with my handful of Helium at 50. The consistent thing I want people to understand was that wasn't too bad. And yeah, I mean, look at it from that perspective of where the prices are now compared to then, you're like, wow, that's a big nosedive. The big nosedive was crypto winter. I feel as though we are at the start of a bull run. I've said it consistently here at Crypto Talk Now, not just based off emotions, but I provide you guys actual data. If you're more interested in Helium, follow the data, and you'll be really surprised at where we could possibly go with this. Because for me, if I come into this, it's not too shabby just to throw some at this. So, I mean, I'm looking at some of these particular prices. If this comes more distressed, let's say, let's call it like $1 even, I think it would be $1 even. Well, even at these particular prices, let's just do $1.29. Let's say this is bottom for it. And I pick up, I don't know if I'm going to do 12,900. That's a lot. So let's say I do, pick up 4,000 of these times $0.29. That's about that seems like a lot, right? 5,160. But I already have like 105 of these. So technically speaking, that's 4,105, 4,105. I know maybe some of you guys, maybe I lost some of you guys, but anyway. And I multiply that, and I don't even have to go to previous all-time highs, right? I'm just looking at it from a perspective of, let's say this does half of all-time highs. So all-time highs is basically like $51. But what makes me happy also, and I forgot to mention this, is Bitcoin goes, some people say that Bitcoin could very well go up to 40K by the end of the year. All right. I'm looking at from all these particular perspectives. Ethereum could go higher as well. So if 51, I believe, actually it's 52.7. So we just ran off to like $53. Let's just say close to half. If this even just goes back to $25, which I think is more than capable. And if you're looking at this particular chart, you do see that it is more than capable in a neutral bull run. So with that said, 4105 of these things, right? Times, I don't know, 25, right? I didn't even mention all-time highs. That's $102,625. That's not too shabby. And, some of you guys are saying, could we look into ones where we could be a little bit more conservative? For me personally, I don't think you can hurt yourself too bad, even if you didn't want to throw in like that particular amount I mentioned. I understand that's kind of a bigger investment for some people. But my thing is, even at 1,000, let's do 1,000. Was it just a little bit different math? Sorry, 1,000 of these times $1.29. So $12.90 investment. And then on top of that, let's say we got 1,000 of these. It's just basically math, right? Times 25. Come on, that's a 25x basically. You buy, roughly 1,000 of these, right? Like close to $1,000 investment. That's a 25x. You're always talking about 10x. That's a 25x. I'm just saying, guys. I want to point some of this stuff out. We always cover, we consistently cover utility-driven ones. I think there's something to be said about HNT. I really, really, truly believe that. I really think there's something to be said about it. It could very well tank below $1. I'll try to monitor it, but at some point, this will level off, and that's why I want to pay attention to. Just like I pay close attention to Filecoin. I said to myself, under $5 for Filecoin is an absolute steal. That's the bottom. And it came into it. So that wasn't planned. It wasn't part of the lineup, but I want to bring it to you guys. Let me know what you think. Do you think HNT is garbage and it's going to, like we're not, it's a bad investment? Or do you feel as though the HNT could very well be a nice 25x? So I'm glad to bring it to you guys. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. 4-hour 27-minute mark. My God. All right. I'm going to go further down into the comments. All right. Let's see what we got. All right. Let's see. Burke says, yo, man, I made 3D NFTs. I like to make one of you and send it to you. Heck yeah. Thank you, man. That'd be awesome. You're more than welcome to do so. You said May. I almost read that wrong. So actually on my birthday's May 12th. But yeah, by all means, whether you Polygon, I would love to have one, man. Thank you. Rain's back. Welcome. Good night, Max. It's 1:23 a.m. in the morning. Have a good night, Rain. Thank you for joining us, buddy. Burke says, HNT has never been this low. Exactly. Money flow is starting to curve up, starting to print a bull dip on 4-hour. It may print bull diversions on weekly. Thank you for pointing that out. Uncle Bam Bam, with his, Larry would say, the Kubota tractor. Hello, welcome. He says, hello, everyone. Prayers, 100% right. Giving us dabs. Thank you very much for that. Gumte. Hi, Max. Where do you store your CPH? So I store my Cypherium. Some people say I need to get it off of there. I get that. You got to keep in mind, I just went through a whole bunch of problems recently with my Cypherium, or not my Cypherium, just with MEXC in general. Currently speaking, I have it on MEXC, on the exchange. I know it sounds bad, but that's where I have it. But anyway, I'm going to get that sorted out here soon, probably. And then let's see. Stevie says MetaMask or Trust Wallet. Okay, that's where you guys are at. You give me an answer. Uncle Bam Bam Blackwood, 100%. Burke says, if you think about it, Jasmine is being pulled from Binance US due to regulation. It will be something. And if anything, they prepared. Here's the thing. I think my thing, like I also mentioned in the recorded video, I mean, they have to give a particular statement. If I'm one of the guys was Hara or whoever else from Jasmine, like that one video I put out, right? Lose the battle to win the war, right? So it's like you got to take some of the losses for the greater good. I'm not really sweating it. And if anything, I'm looking at like, okay, that made Jasmine dip down more. Maybe I buy another particular bag. I probably will buy another. My plan was I'm going to buy at least one bag per month, but I'm not going to do it, of course, on green candles. So depending on where we're at within the next few days, especially if I get my tax return soon and so on, you guys got to understand. I mean, for me personally, I'm already at 69K reinvested in crypto. So I have to be really picky and really like when I have a short list, I have to make that sure. Like, okay, like. What all do you not own, Max, that you really want to get into? Obviously, LCX. I cover LCX all the time. Are you kidding me? You think I don't want to be in LCX? Yeah, I definitely want to be in LCX. Rio, like I'm kicking myself in, for that a little bit. Not to the degree where like I'm beating myself up about it, but I mean, I'm like, damn, man, cover this at 8 cents. I was going to get in. I did, people tell me this stuff all the time. Like, so I have a lot of credibility now towards Papa X. Not that I didn't, but when I'm getting ahead of myself. He came to me originally. He's just like, yeah, man, this is going to pop off soon. You know how many times people tell me something's going to pop off soon? Right. But my God, he was right. That thing did pop off soon. So I, of course, told about my Cornwall was excited. And like, he was like, oh my God. He was just like I think he got into it. Like, I wouldn't quite call it aping in because we both looked at it together. And then he basically, after that, jumped in. I said, I want to take more of a deeper dive. Well, that more of a deeper dive, I guess you could say, costed me. Because I'm looking at, it fluctuates a lot. Like it'll go from 30 cents to 23, like instantly. Like you have to really time it on a daily basis. So I'm going to say to myself, like, look, I'm going to have it all primed and ready to go. And I'm going to do, basically speaking, man, hold on. So this shirt is driving me crazy. Ugh. I'm going to do probably 23 cents. But at the same time, I want to see what happens with Mr. Powell coming out and so on, right? That might play a factor. You never know. But I have to be ready to go with roughly 23 cents out in Rio. But Rio is, do not dismiss Rio. Not financial advice. That's just the way I feel about it. But you need to look more into Rio. By all means, watch your deep dive on Rio. It's a small market cap gem tied big time to Wall Street. They have a lot of New York investors into it and so on. And they do appease, in my opinion, they're safe as far as a regulatory point of view, right? I don't really see the SEC going after them. I just don't. If the SEC behind the scenes are to protect Wall Street, they're not going to go after Rio. That's just the way I feel. I could be completely wrong. I just don't see that happening. So so anyway, Rio's number 2. Elk is another one. I look at Elk as another perspective, just like I look at Rio. I look at it from the perspective of, okay, well, you don't have the Wall Street ties, but with more adoption and more people educating themselves about this, that is a nice one to get into. And I understand, it's like that risk to reward ratio. The thing that exists for Elk is there's just not enough people that know about it. So, but again, just like anything, guys, people could have said that with Rio at one point. We covered 8 cents, well over 30 cents, right? Everybody's talking about Conflux. Shout out to Ted. He covered, I guess, that one a while back. He covered, for instance, was it Cypherium at, half a penny at one point, and this community is doing really well. So these are the things that we're talking about. It's recognizing there are some real gems out there. And, in our community, you guys have requested numerous times, hey, can you find some small cap gems, micro cap gems, and so on, because you understand how market cap works. Like if you find an asset that's like, $300,000 in market cap, whether it's unconfirmed or not, you could go to other sources, obviously, than, instead of CMC, and you're able to confirm that, yeah, this is well under $1 million, like 300,000. Has a low supply. That's where I'm at with this. Rio, low supply, 75 million. Are you kidding me? We get a real bull run. That may be 14, like that could be like $1,000 coin or something like that. I also look at Elk that way, right? We did the math on that. elk could be very well like $1,400 a token. You know, some people are just coming here. You probably think I'm a clown. You know, people say, oh, you know, this guy's a clown, that guy's a clown. But in reality, if you understand market cap and you understand supply, which you should, am I too far off? Because we get into a real, here's the thing. We did a segment a long time ago, right? Long before we entered even into this new year. It's called preparing for the bull run, right? In a bear market. So I still think there's still assets which are at bear market prices entering into this, you know, in my opinion, the start of this particular bull run. There's still a few left. Even with the ISOs, there's still a few left, even though we've had a taste of, you know, some of these things starting to, you know, do some things. Not anything like, you know, super parabolic, like, you know, 1,000% in a day. You know, some people were expecting that to happen. I think we eventually get there. But my point is, I think there's always going to be opportunities. So, you know, when we see XRP blast off and go to Pluto, not the moon, but Pluto, right? Quant, some of these other ones, XDC, you better believe there may still be some particular assets that's still not there yet, whether it's HBAR, whether it's these other ones and so on. It's recognizing those specific ones with where we're at. Jasmine is the perfect example of that. And so, you know, some of these other particular ones. How about this? I think Nexera, oh my God, like that whole thing we mentioned, you know, we took kind of a deep dive into that. So with Nexera, it's like, if you're already into Nexera, you may want to consider the DCA, you know, DCAing into it a little bit more based off of some of the things you just recently saw. That utility layer for whether it's passports or just, you know, the Nexera ID in itself, that is a big utility layer. All you need is a couple, like I mentioned, a couple different countries, airports, and so on. And you got to keep in mind, what's his name? Rashid Ajaja, right? If I'm pronouncing that right. I believe he lives in France. I could be mistaken, maybe somewhere else. The guy has some connections, you know, and of course we understand that, you know, partnerships, NDAs. Again, guys, leading into the real true bull runs that are coming up. There's so many big things coming up for all of this stuff. And what is the key thing? What's the general consensus? It's utility, 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 right? What's his name? Steve Ballmer, right, of Microsoft years ago. Do you remember that old commercial? I don't know if you remember that. You know, he was just like, I think he said something like, was it computers? That's not the one. I don't know. There's something else he used to say over and over. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's also 4 hours and 36 minutes into the particular show. But anyway, let's go further down. I was glad to share some of that with you guys. Bert says, not financial advice, but no, I like their idea. Blackwood says, Cypherium wallet is for iPhone and iPad. Cool. Jasmine and LCX are my altcoin bags. Nothing wrong with that. Blackwood, annoyed at myself for not putting more into Rio. Yeah, I mean, that you're annoying yourself for not putting enough. I'm annoyed with myself for talking to Mr. Cornwell on the phone about how excited about it, saying, but I need to take more of a deep. That's just the natural Maximus, you know, coming out of me, right? You know, I think for the most part, you guys know, you know, I'm a teacher, right? So that's the teacher part of me coming out saying, this is crypto. I have to take more of a deep dive. But at the same time, part of my gut was like, what if, you know, the original guy introduced this to me, Papa X-Mix is right. Like, what if it literally is by the end of March? It wasn't. It ended up popping off like at the midpoint. I was like, oh, dang. So I'm not going to sweat it. I'm not going to look at Rio as like, all right, Rio, I'm not going to get into it because it's, you know, between 23 and 30 cents. And you may say, God, that's a big difference. What is this Rio thing? What's this guy talking about? It does fluctuate consistently at those prices. Now, you may also be saying, well, if that's the case, why don't we just swing trade? Not really a good idea. Why is that not a good idea? Because Ethereum, right, with gas fees and so on. And don't get me wrong, earlier today, actually it was yesterday. I think it was late last. Actually, I can't remember. It was late last night or early this morning, something like that. I promised Rafael Santos that I would send him, you know, the $20 left on the relief fund, right, or community fund. And I was like, oh God, but I'm gonna send it to him in ETH. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, I'll wait till real late. I did. I'm glad I did. So send that 20 in ETH, $20, not 20 Katie. But anyway, sent $20 in ETH, and I was like, all right, let's get ready for these gas fees. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It was like 40 something cents. That's the lowest I've ever paid in gas fees. So my thing is this, all right? I just want to point this out to everybody. You could possibly swing trade this thing, but you better have maybe a good bot where you have it programmed where if ETH gas fees are too high, you don't do it. I don't even know if this type of bot exists, to be honest. And the other thing would be, I'm trying to think about this. So you have design in which if it fluctuates from 30 cents we're talking about? So 30 cents drops down to 23 cents. And maybe this is what's going on, and that's why it's just jumping back and forth. Let me pull it up real quick. All right, it starts talking about it all the time. So here's Rio. All right, here's Rio. At this real quick. Thank you to all the people who are still with me. All right. Class is still in session. No. I know everybody wants a recess, right? I got to stop talking like this. This is the teacher side of me. I do miss my students. I haven't seen them in a while, but I had to basically come back to being like doing the caregiving full time because of the situation with my dad. But I really do miss my students. Anyway, so check this out. So you have Relio. And I want to explain to you guys this fluctuation. So I don't want you guys to think, I don't want to get a Relio. Look at this. This is a lot of crazy stuff. I honestly think this could be a perfect case where a lot of people are swing trading this because it is a really good swing trade. So my point is this. If you were the type of person like myself where I stayed up really late, I was up late anyway. And I was like, you know what? I want to get Rafael Santos his $20 in ETH. You know what I mean? I could have sent it to him in USDT, but I was just, I already have this here. Wadi sent it as a super chat. And I was like, I don't want that to get all chopped up after fees. And like, you know, Rafael doesn't even get the full 20. Like he might have got like 15 or something, you know, stupid. I'm not going to say YouTube. YT, you know, really chops it up, right? It's like, there's one thing, there's Uncle Sam, and there's also, you know, Google, they take their fees. So I was like, you know what? I already got this in ETH. Let's do it. So I stayed up. I think it was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 a.m., something like that. And I was astonished. I was like, wow, man, 40 cents in ETH, right? It may sound like a lot because you're like, well, you did at the $20 mark. All right. Come back to reality. The example I'm making, the analogy I'm trying to make here is this. For those who are doing swing trades, this looks really, really good. You're on a 7-day, the same type of scenario. So if you're into this, some of you guys are, most of you are not. If you have a really good bot, and I don't have a bot, but I'm just saying, if you have a really good bot, some people get it custom designed or whatever, right? You know, you got connections. You get yourself a really good bot for this, all right? I know maybe some people are like, why would you talk about this? Why not? So get yourself a really good bot, and maybe you try to program it for those specific times where ETH gas fees. So as we know, when it comes to gas fees, look at the very top of the screen. You know, the whole thing with the GUI, right? So you have slow, standard, fast. I mean, these are also part of things that are mechanisms, I guess, technically speaking, if you got the right connections for a guy who makes bots. Again, I don't know which ones are out there other than the ones from KuCoin. Look more into it if you're the type of swing trader for this, because I mean, just based off the chart, swing trading Relio, I'm just being honest. I mean, I'm going to get into it for long term, obviously, but for swing trading it looks pretty damn good. But it won't look good when at the height of a bull run, because as you know, if Ethereum is going to be way high and there's a lot of ERC20 trading and NFT trading, then this whole ratio, you might as well throw the whole thing out the window. You got to throw the whole thing out the window, because no one's going to swing trade something that's Ethereum based, right, with high gas fees. But they definitely would swing trade it now with low gas fees of like a few cents. I just wanted to point that out. All right. So, I mean, even at all time, I mean, like, you know, this is as high as like $4. But my point is, if you're wondering about what the heck is this Rio thing, again, guys, we covered it. And it only has a max and total supply of 75 million of these particular tokens. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, there's only a few markets that this is on. Uniswap, right? OKX, Tiny Man, I don't even know what that is. BitUbu, right? But again, look at the pairings. Wrapped Ethereum, OKX. Apparently, you could do Rio with USDT. That sounds like okay, that'd be the way to go, right? If you want it to be non-volatile. But I think OKX, like, I don't even think Americans can use that particular exchange. Somebody mentioned that. So in reality, we would have to go with the Uniswap route. So there is that. I just mentioned the whole thing with ETH. How about this for swing trading? So we do see with Uniswap V3, it says you could do USDC with Rio. So you could do something like this, right? Like me, I'm having problems with Coinbase. I have to make a whole new account. They want me to, I don't know. They want me to send it all to the new account. It's just a big long story. It's stupid because they KYC the hell of me a while back. But what I'll probably do in the meantime, while I'm trying to, screw with this whole thing, either I will do Trust Wallet, right? Or I'll just do Coinbase Wallet. Like I still have my Coinbase Wallet. And what I'll do is I'll buy USDC from KuCoin. I'll send it over to Uniswap, right? USDC, and swap it with Rio. So, I mean, that's one way of doing it. And knowing that it's cheaper, as you can see on the price, compared to like just the traditional mess with like wrapped Ethereum. But how we're just talking about the whole thing in regards to swing trading. To me, this would be your answer. This would totally be your answer. So forget what I mentioned, unless like you have a whole bunch of ETH and you're like, man, you know what? I'm going to do that. I think this would be the answer. You buy your Circle USDC, because for one, that should be significantly less, right? Especially on the fees. And then you could do swing trading like crazy in the meantime, right? Until this thing just blasts off. But yeah, guys, I'm just saying, when it comes to Rio, I'm in this for long term. If you want to look into the deep dive, I did a really extensive deep dive. If you're wondering where the heck that's at, I think you guys know where this is at. I mean, you should know where this is at. It's right here on Crypto Talk Now. And as you can see right here, right, if you go further down, Relio, where the heck is that? There it is, 2 weeks ago. When I first put out this video only got like 50 views. And like maybe got like, I don't know, over time it went to like maybe 400, got like a couple subscribers. We already have like over 20, maybe 25 subscribers on it. So we actually have like a little Rio community. Perfect example. A lady came in from the other day, forgot her name, but I recognize her avatar, right? She's a black lady, nice lady, right? Welcome to her community. She comes from Rio. And how I know that? Maybe you recognize her right here. Let me show you real quick. So she was in the comments. And let's see here. I gotta switch my account real quick to that. And yeah, I believe that she commented not that long ago. There she is, Final Omega. I'm sure some of you guys saw her in the comments, like she was here on the weekend. But yeah, I mean, we got a community following with this. This is kind of cool. I don't know. Let's see where we're at real quick with this. Yeah. Okay. Well, originally we were at 20, so maybe some people unsubscribe. But I mean, come on, 18. I mean, that's like a thing. We got some extra KYC on this. It's kind of funny, which is good. We don't want people like messing with their stuff. But let me get out of this particular one. Hit the back button. There we go. There we go. Stop sharing. All right. So we talked a lot about Relio. Let me get to a few more comments, but I mean, I'm glad to share all of this. I think some people are wondering, like, man, why does he like stay up so late with all? It's just, I don't know, man. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. I like talking about some of this stuff. I like also explaining some of the research with you guys. Some guys come in late, some guys come in the midpoint. Maybe some of you guys are like from beginning to end, or whatever the case be. I mean, this is what we do sometimes. All right. Let me go further down. So let's see. I think I lost my spot. Let me see where I'm at. All right. Berg says, Charter, your HNT will do 150% gains moving on the daily 200. Thank you for that. I'm not in it. Just okay. Thank you for pointing that out, though. Gumte couldn't figure out how to trust on Zoom. Couldn't figure it out is what you meant. Oh, okay. That's what he said. That's right. Yeah, he did say it that way. Developers. And then that became a meme. I said computers, because it's, I don't know, after a while, like, we're well into the show. Yeah, he did say that. That's crazy. He's the owner of the Clippers. Gumte. No, I meant setting up the trust line is secured enough from losing your coins. Oh. Leo X will be the next Rio. Could be. Never looked at it from that perspective, but, that would make sense. I mean, you have tokenized assets on blockchain. Rio is, tokenized real estate on blockchain. Very good point. All right. Nuhali, the Mississippian River Moro. Salute. We'll salute back to you, man. Thank you for being here. Nice, man. I'm a lifer group. It's a lot of work. Yeah. It's a lot of work. All right. And I believe, what was it, Tim Shea that originally introduced you to the show? Something like that. All right. For all those who are maybe just coming in and so on, smash that like if you haven't done so already. There is a little bit more in regards to our coverage. I know you may be thinking, oh my God, really? Yeah, really. So let me see what we have left. Hold on a second. Talked about CAS, but man, we covered a lot of things. Oh man. I think that might be actually it. Is it really it? Oh my gosh, it might be it. All right. See what's going on with the overall crypto market. All right, let's do the overall crypto market real quick, and then we'll do a plug. Let's do a plug real quick for station identification. So if you just tuned in, check out ctnnetwork.net, and it is our new site. And as you can see right here, we have where I need to basically hit the refresh, apparently. Maybe the site's being worked on. One of our guys, part of our staff, Larry's nephew, basically. Yeah, it looks like it's being worked on. So when you, oh, there we go. There it goes. I guess it's not. Maybe you're just doing an update. So anyway, you go here and it doesn't cost you anything. It's free. It doesn't cost money. And you can sign up with email, Facebook, you name it. We're trying to make it so it's a community-based site where you can go to the forum, drop, for instance, links to articles. You want to show a particular crypto, whatever the case be, right? You can go there and do that. You can also message various different members. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. And let's say, for instance, you want to message Space Chick, right? Because she's lovely, right? So you just, follow her. I think I'm following her. And then you can message her. You click on that. And what's going to happen is this area on the right will come up. Hold on a second. So I don't try to read private messages to people. Sorry about that. Sobo says, thank God it was stopped. Guess I earned rookie status. We are like your class. We wait to see you every day. Oh, that's so sweet. That made my day. That was pretty cool. I'll read Roll Black's messages. But anyway, yeah, you just, there are a lot of people on here, so it's pretty cool. And then on top of that, we have the creators section. And in that particular section, like let's say you want to follow Sean the Crypto Smith, you go down, here's his channel, click on that to share tab instead. It comes up. Look at that. He did a video 4 hours ago. XRP Moon, Corium airdrop, SEC settlement. Did we flip the switch? XRP the Moon. I have to review that. That's only under 10 minutes. So that's his latest video. Cool stuff. I had a friend that used to say this thing a long time ago. Maybe you have a friend that there's always, I think everybody has at least one friend who says this for whatever reason. You ready for it? Maybe you said cool beans. Yeah, cool beans. Anyway, All right, give a sub to CryptoSmith if you haven't done so already. And speaking of that, I have an announcement to make. So here is the treat for all of those who stayed this late. But I'll say it after I read this one more comment. Show me the money. Like that one. Helium almost forgot about this. Have a miner not producing much, definitely going to grab a decent bag. All right, so before I make the announcement, if you're still here, show me the money. I got something I want to tell you. You owe it to yourself. There's a few particular content creators out there, you can look them up, that focus specifically on helium mining and to maximize your rewards. Now, I want to point this out, okay? Because in the future, my plan is I will finally become, I always wanted to mine something. It's going to be helium. Now, if you guys know who 2-Bit is, he has a helium miner. His gripe is it's not making him much. And if anything, I don't think he believes in it too much. That's just, I don't speak on his behalf, but that's what I think. So I remember on one of his live streams, he mentioned that, like I think about a week ago. I want to throw this out there. So when helium was first made, it was, they had different things going on, kind of like a lot of things with blockchain and, crypto projects, with Bitcoin, for instance, when I first started, right? Different hash rates, more lucrative rewards, right? Used a lot of electricity, but the point is different time then compared to the time that we're in now. A lot more attractive to mine Bitcoin, right? BTC in the early 2010s compared to where we're at now, right? Like there's still money to be made, but the point is totally different times. Helium is a perfect example. Totally different times. Now hear me out. And I hope to God you're still here to listen to this. All right. I don't have the guy's link, but I remember there's a particular guy. He kind of looks a little rough. I mean, I need to clean up, right? I need to go see the barber. I need to get this all trimmed, all that dyed. There's a guy who does his operation. Maybe I'll try to pull up on show today or tomorrow. I'm not going to do it tonight because we're approaching 5 hours. There's this guy. He's a content creator. He operates, does all his recordings. I don't know if he does a live show. He does all of his recordings out of a garage. Like he makes it like you're chilling out with your uncle or your dad, and you're having just a good talk about, like, he cracks open a beer, like PBR. PBR is like one of the few beers I like. I don't really drink a lot of beer, but anyway, once in a while. He cracks open a beer and he talks specifically about helium. He's got a pretty decent following. All right, here's the key thing. And this is what I've gathered, and it makes total sense. And I try to verify with other particular content creators and so on. This is consistent. So I want to get this across. If you're using your helium miner, the traditional old route, where you simply have it hooked up to like your router, right? And you happen to have it beaming through like a window in a particular direction, and your complaint is, I'm not making much off of it. Of course, you're not. Back in the old days, when it first came out, you've been fine. They have completely changed this. I'm going to tell you flat out this. This is why I want to get into helium mining. Now, this guy has pointed out that the key thing is not that traditional route. So my friend was like, I'm going to get a helium miner. I'm going to have it located at coffee shops and so on. And I'm going to make bank. You're not going to make bank. You might make a little bit, but you're not going to make bank. You want to know how you really make it from what I gathered? And you can look this up yourself. I'm not just trying to hype you guys up. This is good info. What you do is you take that helium miner, and if you have the means necessary, it is really designed as a scraping mechanism for a service for people who go off of the grid. All right. So, some people say, well, okay, that's roaming. Hear me out. So my buddy, he lives in Mississippi. He became a pilot like maybe a year ago. He bought a Cessna, like a 1992 Cessna. Paid about $22,000 for it. He came out and visited me in February of last year. Coolest thing. It was the first time I ever met him in person. He was a gaming friend. Anyway, he flew out here with this $22,000 Cessna. We were talking about helium at Red Robin, believe it or not. All right. And when we were talking about helium, I said to him, there's something about this helium. And I said, I think I'm about becoming a miner. Now, of course, I haven't done this yet because I put my money elsewhere. And he was like, let me know about this. So we're explaining about this and so on. And he became interested. He was like, you know what? I get up on cell phone towers, as part of my job and whatnot. It's not like we're trying to steal electricity or anything like that. But he's just like, I know how to set up things, right? Where, because I asked him, I said, have you ever done anything where you're on a cell phone tower and you had to put like in a new box or something like that, right? He's like, oh yeah, I totally know how to do that. So my thing was like, that'd be perfect, because at the time there was a report, and I did an old video about, I'm gonna pull this up. This is vintage Maximus. I want you guys to see this. I think I have the picture of this. I want you guys to see this. My God, I can't believe we're talking about helium. All right, so here is my old YouTube before I joined up with Larry. Let me show you guys it real quick. I don't have nothing on it. I kind of abandoned this because the opportunity is a lot better here. So here's my old YouTube before I joined up with Larry. It's called Maximus Crypto. I did a video a long, long time ago on helium. I used to cover Metropolis quite a bit. Let me see if I can find one about helium. Helium, where are we at? I think it might be one of my first videos. Hold on. I could recognize the video real quick. You may be wondering, come on, man, get the point. All right, here it is. It says amazing miner antenna setup. Yep, I remember this. I posted this, oh my God, like a long time ago. I'm going to show you the picture that's here. I think I got right here. Yes, here it is. Let me play it real quick. Go further down. Come on, Maximus. There it is. There it is. All right. Why am I pointing this out? The reason why I'm pointing this out is this is footage from a guy, I think he's in Portugal. So he has this custom helium miner. Believe it or not, that is the hotspot miner, but he has it rigged like this. This guy was doing really, really well on his helium rewards at the time. All right. So in this particular area, people have internet and so on, right? But he noticed on his path, I guess, that a lot of people would lose connection from Wi-Fi. That's the key thing, losing the connection. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is this, all right? My friend lives in he lives out in the country, like in Mississippi, right? He makes good money, don't get me wrong. He lives way out in the country. This is what was appealing to him. And in the future, after I'm done stacking my crypto with, getting into LCX and all these other particular ones. I don't want the video to fast forward. Hold on, I got to pause that. I want the picture to stay up. Sorry about that. Hold on. There we go. I'll just pause it. So my point is, he lives in the country area. And I said to him, I said, look, his name is Barry. All right. We call him Kilohertz in my gaming crew. So I said, Barry, check this out. I said, do you know other like farmers and stuff like that? And he's like, yeah, I do. I was just like, all right, so a helium miner on this new thing they got going on will make more money in these real super rural farmland areas. Now, why is that? Do a lot of these farmers and their hired helpers have access to Wi-Fi? Like, are they really worrying about the Wi-Fi out there? No, they're not. The key thing is this. This guy who did that, that YouTube channel about talking about out of his garage about helium mining was mentioning the places where you can make the maximum amount of profits are these extreme rural areas, farmland areas, because those guys are completely off the grid. Now you may think, well, Max, why don't we just take it out to the mountains? No, they're not going to make no money off that because we actually still have to have people who are going to be out there. The key thing is going out to these areas where there's consistent farming going on. There's consistent paths of people going through there. But the consistent thing is they have no Wi-Fi. Literally, they have no service. So the combination of no Wi-Fi, no, how you swipe the thing on your phone and you're connected to what they call are you connected to the 4G, the 5G, right? You're on the cloud. We're talking about nothing. It's just dead, but there's traffic. There's traffic of hired help And so he had this thing that that tracks how do I say it? Footprints. I know it sounds crazy. There's certain things. It tracks where people walk in these paths, right? The trails, right? Tracking trails. So if you happen to know of, like, for instance, a hiking trail, but that hiking trail, there's no service out there. That'd be a good one too. But the key thing is absolutely no service, but trails where people are hiking, where people are doing labor work. So what's going to happen is, if you're the only person that has, like, you see this dang thing, right? This guy's in Portugal, right? And is beaming out all sorts of different directions. Like, your traditional hotspot, I heard you can do up to 30 miles through your, I don't know, office window and so on. But you're very, like, think about you're just getting a very little amount of traffic. You're just getting a little bit of data, if that, right? You're not getting much at all, right? You're getting the random person that drives by. Like, maybe they left their house. It kicks them off the Wi-Fi for a split second. They're trying to connect to the cloud, but it scrapes from you. You get a little bit of reward. Okay, you might make $25 a month. That's just chicken feed, no pun intended. But it's these guys, like this guy, and what I was mentioning earlier, right? If you have a mechanism set in place where all these people are walking these paths and it's literally absolutely no service, either on the cloud and on Wi-Fi, then guess what? I want to talk about your utility layer. Your hotspot becomes the centralized hub for all of that data. Now, the reports showed, and I apologize. I really wish I had all these links saved, but again, this is extended coverage. I wasn't planning to do this. The key thing is, the reports showed that helium mining rewarded those people who did that all the way out in the country, these farms with no service and so on. And in these particular areas where the paths of high traffic, like guys were coming in and, they're unloading the hay, but they have no service, no nothing, right? And it was consistent, decent traffic, right? But continuously it was scraping that data. Now you may think, well, what's the big deal? I mean, what if the crew is like only 5 or 10 people? The key thing was there was people that had farms set up where you had higher hands of like 10, maybe to 15, but they continuously scraped that data and did it over and over because that was the main central source. That's the key thing. Now, if you're wondering, how much did they make? It was in the thousands per month. Now, you may think, well, that's not going to make me rich. That's not the point. The point is, that ain't too shabby at all. And that's where I'm going with it, because I'm like, you know what, in the future, I don't want to do the ASIC miner thing. You know what I mean? As you guys know, it's just, man, it's kind of a pain in the butt. I mean, look at all the guys were, mining Ethereum. Now some of those guys went to Ethereum Classic. Some guys said, to hell with my ASIC miner. I'm going to go to like, was it Raven Coin? And with there, I don't even need an ASIC miner. I can mine Shiba Inu. Yeah, you can mine Shiba Inu. Some people say, well, you're full of crap, Max. You're completely full of crap. You can't mine Shiba Inu. It's different. What happens is you use this thing that Raven Coin has it's kind of like unofficially mining Shiba Inu, and then you convert it over to the reward token of Ravencoin. Again, we'll take more of a deeper dive into it, but that's what's going on. But I'm telling you flat out, if you have those type of connections, right, look more into HNT mining from that perspective. But if you're going to do the traditional route where you just hook it up to the router, you just want to be done with it, yeah, you're not going to make that much money off of it. So I know that was a long spiel on HNT, which is not really planned tonight, but it's pretty interesting. And that guy, look at that. I mean, that you don't think that thing ain't beaming out? I believe on that particular report, he had that beaming out like 60 miles in every direction, which is at least twice of what it can do with your standard one. And if it's not him, there's another video or another update I did a while back. You got to keep in mind, this is a long time ago on my old channel, where the guy had up to 200 miles in a direction. All right. So, and then some people say, well, then who cares about that? Why should I care about that? You're hitting two birds with one stone if that's the case, because for one, You're getting the guy who's driving down the highway or whatever, right? He's scraping data and it hits your signal. That's the key thing. And then you're hitting all the people in the farmland area who are just completely like no service. That's the key thing I wanted to mention to you guys. So glad to share that with you guys. Kind of vintage Maximus there off my old channel, Maximus Crypto. But anyway, when I go further into it, for whoever was listening from work or whatever the case be, I hope you enjoy that. Burke says wintertime here in the north makes sense. And Burke also says Helium Street using a Yagi, a little nice. Reminds me of the early 2000s before crypto. I used to set these up, but the splash screen when connecting was local ads. I set up interesting. Blackwood also states, I would mine if I could afford to. Yeah, that's the only one that really kind of got me like excited to a sense. I mean, I don't like the idea of having a bunch of miners, like ASIC miners in my house, and I live in Phoenix, so it's like that's gonna be extra hard on the air conditioner. I also understand the whole thing about you could buy a bunch of ASIC miners or rent them, lease them, right, at a data center. I guess if I ever went that route, that's how I would go about, like where they're already set up. But to me, that's just too much of an investment. I don't want to do that. But that, with the connection I have with my friend, I still want to visit that at some point. I think that'd be very cool. And I was like, tell him, I was just like, if you want to start off, we, like you put in half, I do half, and see how well this does. And then if we're like, man, this is really something else, maybe we invest in another one. He has one, I have one. Maybe get a few more. But another thing I noticed is, some people say, oh, if that's the case, Max, you should, if it really works well, you should get like 10 of them. Now, you would think that would give you like 10 times more profit. Again, it doesn't work that way. Why doesn't it work that way? It's not about having one or two miners. Again, it's the scraping mechanism. So if anything, it just means that one miner delegates to the other one. It's kind of counterintuitive. So it wouldn't really help. Where it would help is you have one miner in one particular farmland area where everybody's off the grid and there's no service, and you go to another particular farmland area where it's the same thing, where another particular hiking trail where there's no service at all. There's a lot of hikers and they got their cell phones and stuff. And I also saw reports where that was just as lucrative as like the farmland thing, because with the hikers, at certain points of the day you can get a lot of people hiking, but the only complaint in regards to that was you do reach certain points of the day where there's not much traffic with the hiking, where on the other hand, at least with the workers, you do get not just a 9 to 5. The beautiful thing with the workers where you were getting sunrise to sundown with them, you know what I mean? And of course, after that, I mean, you're pretty much getting no data scraping. But I don't know. I say we, why not do both? You know what I mean? So if I was really, not to keep harping on this, I'm gonna wrap this up here soon. If I was super into all this, the route that I would like to do is time frame. Why a time frame? Just hear me out on this one real quick. So as we know, other parts of the world, right? They're on different different time zones. Like for instance, like the Philippines, like it's probably daytime over there. But my thing is, same situation over there. I mean, you can use helium all over the world. If you have the connections to places overseas and whatnot, maybe you do one helium miner while your work crew is sun up and sun down. I don't know. He's in Mississippi, so that technically be Central Standard Time. So sun up, sun down in Mississippi for the farmland worker scraping people. And then you have, I don't know, that guy in Portugal, for instance. So that, that would be, I don't know, 8 or 9 hours ahead of that. But my point is, like, for every time it's daytime and you're scraping data, you can have another miner some other place in the world that's scraping it for the other time. So you constantly have this thing scraping data is the main point I'm trying to say. 24 hours a day. That would be the most lucrative way of doing it. I don't know if anybody else talked about that. Maybe they did, but all right. There we have it, guys. So Burke says, yeah. Oh, okay, you're right, Rich, with it. Or maybe I didn't. I didn't read that. Yeah, he says there's that new miner you can get. That is a space heater. Kind of cool. Very cool. All right, guys. So that's it. 5 hours and 14 minutes. Wow, I can't believe I went that long again. Went a really long tangent on helium. Was not planned. But really glad to bring it to you guys. Come back tomorrow if you want. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Now you're probably wondering, I thought there was a big announcement you're going to make. Yes, I was going to make an announcement. So due to popular demand, our most popular show that people seem to really enjoy is Utility Talk Now, me and Sean. So Sean Ray comes here on Wednesdays, and not that we want to, just like never see Waddy and, Daniel Gate and some of those particular guys. We do. So, Larry, he needs help on the weekends. I'm going to try to reach out to those guys and see because they stream on the weekends. Not that they have to come every weekend, but I know some of those guys like to talk about like Volt or some other particular projects. And Larry likes to talk about some of those particular things as well. And of course, he's going to cover the ISOs, but I was going to see, it'd be more beneficial to our, as Larry would say, network, for him to like maybe team up with them like on the weekend or do a round robin. Doesn't necessarily have to mean that like all three of them are on when Larry's on, maybe one, maybe it's two. You never know. But definitely the general consensus is, Max, we would love to see more utility talk now. It'd be cool if you guys had at least at least add another day. So I talked with Sean, the Crypto Smith, yesterday, and he was like, yeah, I'm already here on Wednesdays anyway. That would make sense. So guess what? For all the people who are just still here, which is not much, like roughly 20, that's the big announcement. Utility Talk Now will be back tomorrow, and it's now on 2 days a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. And unless, of course, like Sean can't make it, there, of course, will be at least once a week. But that is the goal, and it will start tomorrow. So tomorrow's show will be Wednesday show of Utility Talk Now, myself and Sean, the Crypto Smith. So if you're not subscribed to him already, go ahead and give us a subscribe. Glad to be here tonight with you guys. Of course, there's some big things coming up with, Jerome Powell and the Fed and whatnot. We'll see how it goes. A lot of people rooting for 25 basis points and feel like there's blast off after that. We'll pay close attention to it. So smash that like on the way out. Really love and appreciate each and every one of you guys who support this community with this particular crypto journey that we have. Thank you again for joining us here tonight. We will see you on the next one. Over and out.